I'm Chief Meteorologist Jason Smith here on Fox 10 News with meteorologist Matt Barentine as we're tracking a couple of tornado warnings, one in our forecast area, the other one trimmed out, no longer includes parts of Greene County. So the one we're watching right now is on the southern end of Greene County, and areas that are in this tornado warning include the Vernal community here. And this was a confirmed tornado, radar confirmed debris signature when it was over 49 right in through here. Since then, that velocity scan is not quite as impressive, but still likely could be producing a tornado right in through here along 29 here in the DeSoto National Forest near Mars Hill. So you've got the Wiggins area down here, and then you've got Brooklyn, Mississippi here, and then you get over here towards Mars Hill. You're pretty much in south central Perry County, and that possible tornado is going to be located right in that area there. We did have a debris signature showing up on radar for this one here, and the reason why we're under a warning is we're concerned about western Greene County, Mississippi, especially southwestern Greene County along Highway 98. So if you travel between Lucedale and Hattiesburg, you're going to clip parts of Greene County on Highway 98, and this area here could ultimately have to contend with a tornadic thunderstorm. If not, there's no question that the bowing out right in through here is going to be producing some phenomenally strong winds. We've got the same concern up near Sand Hill area, bowing structure there, and likely to be some of those wind gusts up into that 70+ mile/hour range that we've seen at times along this line all the way across the state of Mississippi today. Level 4. Moderate risk of severe weather for our area. The whole area is under a tornado watch, and so we are on high alert here from the Storm Tracker Doppler Radar Center. We've got multiple meteorologists in the building. I'm here along with meteorologist Matt Barentine and meteorologist Jennifer Lamberts. We also have crews in the field, so we're looking at that potentially tornadic thunderstorm from Lucedale right there with our Storm Tracker vehicle. We've got Ariel Mowry who's out there. We'll be joining her on Fox 10 News at 9 or perhaps sooner as that line gets closer to George County. The warning that was in effect earlier for Sand Hill has been discontinued as a tornado. It's currently a severe thunderstorm warning, no question about that. As you can see the line bending or bowing out there. And then to the south, the warning that is continued as a tornado warning is going to be for this cell here located near Highway 29 in the DeSoto National Forest. And it's about to track towards the Chickasawhay River and Highway 98. That's going to bring it real close to the Vernal community between Bendale and Highway 98. So we are under a tornado warning for a tornado both for that cell to the north up into Wayne County, which is just outside our forecast area, and that's going to continue until 9 o'clock. And then we're in a warning for this one here for a tornado that is going to be in effect for until about 9 o'clock as well. So we do see 2 tornado warnings in effect for our area right now. Likely going to be a long night here from the Storm Tracker Center, and we're going to walk through this severe weather event for you. If you're in Mobile or in Baldwin County right now and you're wondering, hey, when is this rough weather going to get to me? Well, it's on the way, and we think that by about 10 or 11 o'clock it should be fully in Mobile County. This is the Futurecast model, and Matt's running the computer right now, and so what it's showing us as we get into 9 and 10 o'clock p.m. tonight, this line here will start advancing and tracking through the area. There's that 11 o'clock time frame, Mobile County, Baldwin County, and then over towards Conecuh County as a possible issue there for us as well.
Got a new one up in Clark.
Yeah, we see that. We got a Clark County warning right now as well as Wilcox. So let's go into that one. Tornado warning for Clark County, strong rotation just west of Thomasville, Alabama. So this is for one of those isolated cells ahead of the main line right here. We've got strong rotation in the Thomasville area. This is going to be along Highway 43. This just popped. Breaking weather news here on Fox 10 News. We've got a tornado warning for the Thomasville area, Highway 43, possible rotation area right there in Thomasville. If you're in Thomasville or up near Sunny South, you're along 5 or 43, take cover immediately in the Thomasville area. This rotation area just kicked in. It's only going to be with us for about 10 minutes, and then it's going to be up into Marengo County. But we do have a tornado warning for Clark County, and then that's going to work up into, looks like Wilcox County. It may clip a little piece of Marengo County as it's tracking off to the northeast here. That one just came down. So we've got a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado, a rotating thunderstorm right here in Thomasville and tracking up Highway 43. 2 warnings up right now. It's going to be a long night, and we'll stay here with you with team coverage through the night here on Fox 10 News. So get ready. Here comes the line. This is a rogue storm out ahead of the main line that has popped a tornado warning for Thomasville. And your rotation area is going to be along Highway 43, and some of the areas we've got Bashai Road, Choctaw Corner Road, Tallahassee Springs Road here, also an area that could be possibly impacted. And as we look at it here, we've got that rotation area is going to track straight up Highway 43 and impact areas along Highway 43 and Highway 5 in northern Clark County. So this just came down, tornado warning up for Clark County. And this possible tornado is going to move up across the downtown portion of Thomasville and then work through the northern part of Thomasville and then eventually be out of the forecast area once it lifts up into Marengo and Wilcox counties. Findlay Crossing, you could be in the way of this one here. Looks like the tornado, it's going to be pretty much right in the heart of Thomasville. I mean, we're looking at our couplet right there, so you've got your inbound and outbound winds, and so this is where your gate-to-gate shear would be going on here. It's going to be pretty much close to old Highway 43 and Highway 43 and lifting to the north at a pretty rapid clip. That's going to be a north-northeast track here at about 45 to 50 miles an hour. And so that is a new tornado warning that just got issued by the National Weather Service. And this rotation area has tightened up a little bit right through here. Matt, we are looking at strong rotation showing up on radar on Highway 43 tracking out of Thomasville and heading north. It looks like it's pulling out of the downtown part of Thomasville. It's a little further north. It's getting up there near the intersection of Highway 43 and Highway 5, which heads out towards Pine Hill. It's where there's that big split in Highway 43 right there. This thing's going to be in our area for about the next 5 minutes, but we do have a new active tornado warning. So be aware, Thomasville, the north half of town especially, and between there, if you know anybody between Thomasville and Marengo County, and we're looking at, we got Old Linden Road right there. We've got some of these roads right in through here you got to watch out for as well. We're in the split screen, so it's a little hard to see the streets, but some of those roads, if you can see them at home, looks like Atkinson Road right there. So it could be the Atkinson community. We've got a possible tornado there, and in fact, that little blank pixel right there, that could be your possible tornado trying to form up. So rotation area, northern Clark County. It'll be in northern Clark County for the next 5 to 10 minutes, and it's going to be out of here and to the north. But we've got to watch those isolated cells ahead of the main line. Let's get up to date on what's happening with that Perry County tornado, and the situation is we're heading down towards potentially a tornado in Greene County, and so we were watching an area of concern right in through here earlier. I don't see anything that really stands out as far as a potential tornado on radar now, but definitely a thunderstorm capable of producing gusty winds. If there's a tornado, it would be right here around Highway 29. It's going to be real hard to see, but near the Beaumont community, and that would bring your rotation area across Highway 98, probably more over into the Perry County side of things, and then across the Chickasahey and end up north of Highway 98. And the severe thunderstorm warning has been continued until 9:30 now, just issued for Greene, George counties. So we do have a tornado warning right now for Greene and George counties that was just issued. This is a severe thunderstorm warning here, and then we continue. If we go to the alerts here, Matt, I'd like to see that storm-based warning and see if they trimmed up that one there. So we're going to continue this warning here. We've got the warning we just showed you up in Thomasville, and then we're also looking at what is still a tornado warning here for Greene County, and that's going to include areas along Highway 98 for a rotation area near Beaumont, and it's going to be on the northern portion of this polygon here now, Matt. It looks like the rotation area is about where the L is in Leakesville, and that's going to bring that warned area continuing on and off. It looks like that warning is going to stay up until about 9 o'clock, so it's going to be in effect for the next 20 minutes there. Here's a look at the squall line. Mobile right here. There's Loosedale. Here's Leakesville. Loosedale, you can see the lightning popping with our live picture right there, so it's getting closer to us, and there's going to be potentially thunderstorm winds where you see it bowing out. Then when we get those little rotation areas like the one coming through Thomasville right there, we could see the potential for tornadic activity. And Matt, you're looking at this line. You can see the two bows here, and it's the little ripples in the line. We've got to watch out for possible tornadoes. What are you seeing on that velocity scan right there? Is there anything that concerns you in particular?
Keeping an eye on this southern one, what you're seeing here is a pretty impressive bow that is coming out of that. So, excuse me. Right now, we're not seeing a tight couplet that would, give us like the heads up that may possibly be a tornado. But we are seeing that impressive bow on there that is showing these winds are probably going 75, maybe even 80 miles per hour along that leading edge. So regardless whether there's a tornado or not, that's damaging type winds that's going to be moving on through into southern Greene County here within the next couple minutes. Not long now, it'll be hitting the southern end there and going north of Loosedale with this one. So this one's going to go a little bit north of Loosedale, but you're going to get hit pretty hard by some of these strong winds that are coming on through as well. And also been keeping a close eye on things happening down in Louisiana, because it's this part of the line that's down here in the southern part of Louisiana that is going to eventually work its way through the coastal areas of our area, say around Mobile County and over towards Baldwin County eventually. So that's the southern end of it, and it has been firing off with numerous tornado warnings along that southern end. You'll see this one down here now. It's actually going over towards Bay St. Louis. So it's actually in Mississippi. The bottom corner there around Pearlington, Bay St. Louis. So there is a tornado warning there. So it's that southern end of the line that is going to clip through our metro areas, and it has produced numerous tornadoes in and around Slidell, over towards Mandeville, and also back towards Hammond. There have been a number of warnings and observed tornadoes, but they've all been very quick. They don't last very long. They've been just whipping up very, very fast. What's going to be a thing that we're watching out for is the level of instability in our air across our area. It's higher than what they had over in Louisiana. We may have better conditions for tornadic development. So as this tracks, the southern end of this tracks along the coastline, that's the end that we're going to have to watch out for in Mobile and Baldwin counties and our metro areas. And it's still pretty far back there. Once again, it's just entering Mississippi. You think about that drive. This line is moving about 30 miles per hour. You imagine driving 30 miles per hour there on I-10 from around the Slidell area to Mobile. It'll take a while. So we've got a while to watch. It's going to take some time to drag through this entire line through our complete area. Jason?
Yeah, and there's some new updates, so you can hear all the dinging going on there, and that's probably Matt's phone right there giving the alerts. And great to have a smartphone by your side tonight that will be alerting you to severe weather, of course, and that's going to be something that's going to be an issue for all of us across the Gulf Coast tonight as we're all under a tornado watch. We've got a new severe thunderstorm warning that's going to pretty much cover the western third of the inland parts of our forecast area right now. We've also got multiple tornado warnings. This tornado warning is pretty much out of the area now, so expect the Clark County warning to be lifted. This was a rotation area for a rogue storm ahead of the main line that just passed through Thomasville. Looks like it is now north of Thomasville and getting up into Marengo County. So that one about to most likely expire. We've got a significant potential wind threat with this bow here that Matt was telling you about. And then this one here could be producing those 80-mile-per-hour winds that we were concerned about. There was a possible tornado, and that's why we had that warning earlier. That's still in effect up around Beaumont, not showing the real strong rotation signature that we had earlier, but right there, that bowing out. I'm really concerned about areas down south of Highway 98 in far southwestern Greene County and also far northeastern George County for thunderstorms that are likely knocking down limbs out of pine trees and producing power outages and problems and dangerous travel and all the things that come along with that. That's going to be real close to the Vernal area, and to the south you've got the Chickasawhay River coming down like this. You've got the Leaf River coming down like so, and looking at it here, we're looking at possibly a situation where, as the Leaf River comes down through here and the Chickasawhay comes in and merges down around Merrill, that area is going to be a real concern for the possibility of damaging winds within a thunderstorm, and that right there would be a bad problem to have to deal with. We're talking about 80-mile-per-hour winds. I would shelter for that one if I was in a mobile home, and definitely if you're in a well-built home, you want to be on the lowest for your home and let this thing roll through, because we've got a really bad-looking severe thunderstorm coming through southern Greene County right now, and also for northern George County. This thing's bowing out bad right now, and this is going to be much worse than your average severe thunderstorm warning here. So updating you on the situation right now, we are looking at multiple warnings. We have one tornado warning that we still have in effect for our area that's been continued for a possible tornado crossing near Beaumont and crossing Highway 98. That's about to move over into Greene County. We're getting thunderstorm winds in the south part of Greene County and the northern part of potentially George County that would be producing some very gusty winds. And then our warning for Thomasville, it looks like that rotation area is now out of the area, so we're feeling better about that temporarily. We're going to have to watch this cell here and this cell here down around Jackson as they try and get closer to and merge with the main line. In fact, Matt's got some new information on these two here. Are these rotating here as well?
Well, what just came down from the Storm Prediction Center is they're very concerned now after seeing that one very quickly spin up near Thomasville. It looks like we're losing what we call the cap, and the cap is where warm air kind of keeps the warm air from, there's a layer of warm air. Think of it like a lid on top of a pot holding in the heat. Well, if that lifts, then everything bubbles out. That's what we're looking at here as the cap is beginning to lift, and they're starting to see some of these storms here that look like they're going to be able to grow. What they're saying is increasing tornado potential for parts of southwest and central Alabama through 10:30 p.m. as this warm sector supercells here begin to develop. And they're talking about these guys right here around Jackson, Choctaw Bluff, Grove Hill. They're going to be lifting north, and they're going to be developing as they do so. Now, the question for us, will they develop while they're down here in our area, or will they lift farther to the north up into Marengo County and points northward before they begin to develop? And they're also, you can also see there's a couple there, one in Marengo County just north of Thomasville. That's the tornado warned storm, but then there's a couple more right there just off to the north of that one. So there's a number of these beginning to build out ahead of the main line, and they are all of concern because if they build on their own, they're not in that main line, basically they get to use all of that energy. So these ones that pop up out ahead of the main line can grow into very large supercell thunderstorms. And that's likely what we're going to be seeing here next hour or so as these continue, or maybe 2 hours as they continue to develop. Excuse me, Jason.
Yeah, so that we're watching out for these road storms out ahead of the main line right now, and what Matt was pointing out here, we've got to be careful with this one here in Grove Hill, this one here north of Jackson. They are not tornado warned right now, but they may become tornado warned at any time. The one that just went through Thomasville wasn't looking like much, and the next thing you know, 1 or 2 volume scans, and we had a tornado warning with rotation. So we're watching Grove Hill, we're watching Jackson, we're watching Highway 43. The tornado warning is continued for Wayne County. That's going to be outside of our area for a possible tornado near Waynesboro. So we've got one near Waynesboro, Mississippi, which is in Wayne County, and that's going to be just north of Clara. So we've got a warning up here, and that one, as it comes through Waynesboro, it looks like it will not impact Washington County, but it will be a close call. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that one. We've got a possible tornado now for Greene County. So Greene County's going to, okay, this one's tightening up right now. This is the one we were watching for Vernal. It looks like it may be happening here in the Vernal area right now. Shelter immediately if you're near Vernal, Mississippi, and Highway 98 for a possible tornado coming up real close to the Chickasay River near Highway 98. That warning's going to be continued, and it's going to stay in effect until 9:30 p.m. So this may be a tornado on the ground. We'll have to check that one for debris, Matt. Looks like the rotation area, and this is something that's very common as we look at these rotation areas. They'll broaden out and they'll tighten back up, and they'll broaden out and they'll tighten back up, and that when they tighten back up, that's when that funnel may be dropping down, and I don't like that at all right there. That could be possible debris right there on 57 and Highway 98, a possible tornado coming across Highway 98. That's not a good signature. This is dual pole radar, and what what it's showing us is the correlation coefficient, and we may have a confirmed tornado on the ground right there. What do you think, Matt?
Yeah, that's exactly what the National Weather Service is pointing out to. Tornado debris signature just west of McLean, moving into Greene County. So we're pretty sure we got one on the ground over here. Let me get the velocity back on over there so you can see the area. It has tightened back up. It fell apart for a little while over there over the DeSoto National Forest, but now it's definitely tightened back up, and it's right here. And you can see that right there along Highway 98. There's Beaumont. There's Highway 98. You can see Leakesville over there. And that spot that you can see, I'm going to get my pointer up so you can make sure I get it to you just right. That is the area of circulation that we are seeing tighten up. Now it's also producing a tornado debris signature. What the radar can do, like Jason was saying, is it also could tell the size differential. Raindrops are all basically the same size. So it shows up as the same color here on this velocity, the debris imagery here. And so what happens, you see all this maroon color, those are raindrops. But you see these, oh, look at that, that's a debris ball. Because you can see the bright greens and yellows. That means the radar is seeing things that are not the size of a raindrop. It could be limbs, trees, whatever. That can all be lofted up into the atmosphere, and they're generally a little bit behind where the actual tornado is. And the reason why is because they get lofted up into the atmosphere, and so what you're seeing is almost like a plume coming off the tornado. And that is the tornado on the ground, Jason.
There's a traffic delay on Highway 98 right now where this debris ball is going on. This thing's coming across Highway 98. It's terrible. So
you're calling it considerable, by the way.
Considerable tornado, likely to be a very, very strong tornado, is crossing Highway 98 between Beaumont, Mississippi, and Lucedale. This is going to be coming across near. This is Neely Road. There's Neely. Here's 98. Tornado on the ground. This is going to be coming across Highway 98 and tracking towards Neely Road. If you're anywhere near Neely Road right now, take shelter immediately. You don't have a whole lot of time. This thing is moving to the northeast at about 55 miles an hour. Possible tornado on the ground. Tornado debris signature. A considerable tornado threat here. Could be a strong one. That is a sizable debris ball showing up across Highway 98, tracking northeast at 55 miles an hour in Greene County. We've got Old Highway 24, I believe, right here. This is the McLean community right here. So this is coming through McLean and tracking across Highway 98 in Greene County. We've got downtown McLean is right there, and this is the Leaf River right here, and it's crossing the Leaf River and tracking towards Old Highway 24. Neely Road, Highway 57. Looks like this is going to end up a little north of Hillman. Hillman's out through here. There's Neely. It's tracking right for Neely, and we've got a tornado potentially on the ground, tornado debris signature. We're throwing a lot of maps at you, but we want to give you a real good idea of what's happening. So the first things first, this is the inbound, outbound velocity. It shows us rotation. Boom, right there. That's your tornado. And then we switch over to the correlation coefficient, and there's the debris going on right there, Matt. That's a terrible look right there for Greene County.
Yeah, that one right over McLean, too. So that is showing a lot of debris, as the National Weather Service considerable is how they're putting it. So that is not something we often see. So you watch us do severe weather coverage a lot because we get a lot of severe weather coverage here on the Gulf Coast. We don't often see this kind of a signature on radar down here. That is a significant debris ball signature. It means the tornado is on the ground. Nothing else does that. So that is a tornado that is on the ground, and we are seeing right here along Highway 98. Points down the road, Jason was talking a lot about Neely and Hillman, but Leakesville, this is not too far away from you. So you need to be taking shelter as well. You need to keep listening to us here. It's going to be some time before it gets to Leakesville, but it's coming. We'll see if it can hold itself together. It may spin back down and then spin back up. We saw that already once with this. And this one is probably the strongest one we've seen of the night so far. Certainly is the strongest one we've seen of the night so far. But I'm thinking back to the ones I've been watching across parts of Louisiana and parts of Mississippi. We have a higher level of instability than they did back over in Mississippi so say southwest Mississippi and over into Louisiana. Southeast Mississippi and South Alabama, our levels of instability are higher. So as these storms move into our area, the thinking was that they would grow stronger, and that's what we're seeing with this first one to fully enter our area, and that is right down here in Greene County. Let me get back to the debris ball. It has calmed down a little bit. There's less debris, but there's still debris in the air, which still signifies there's a tornado there.
All right, yeah, definitely. Let's look at some tracks here on this thing, too, as we take it forward, Matt. I want to show you where this thing is going and put up some storm tracks here. So you can see the hook signature. It stands out really well on radar right here. So there's the hook right there, and your possible tornado is going to be located right here near Neely. Tracking towards Bradley. Bradley's going to be right here between 98 and 63. This thing's likely going to come across on the west side of Leakesville and cross 63. There's Bradley, and so we're looking at Bradley by 9:04. Remember, we're talking about a flying fast forward speed here, and if it holds together, or if it even doesn't hold together but reforms, which happens a lot in this kind of a setup, Clark could also be potentially impacted. Highway 57 right in through here in eastern Greene County, and then Vinegar Bend. And we've got 3 meteorologists on staff. Meteorologist Jennifer Lambers is working on this behind the scenes as well. We're going to bring her in as well from the Weather Center at times during this coverage so that we can get a real comprehensive look at this storm. But right there, supercell thunderstorm rotating debris, tornado debris signature was noted. It was very strong on Highway 98. I'm very concerned about the community of McLean right now, Matt, because it looks like this thing went right through McLean. And there's actually showing up to be a traffic delay on Highway 98, possibly allowing this thing to hopefully pass over the interstate in front of some vehicles. Hopefully there are not any wrecked vehicles or any issues there, but this is why travel's not advised tonight, especially when you get close to the line here, because it's creating threats to the cars that are on the roads. We've got a substantial bowing segment going on right now. We've got a possible tornado north of that bow. This is going to be 70 to 80 mile per hour winds near Loosedale, and we're going to be getting some live pictures from Loosedale coming up here. And then we've got a possible tornado just crossed Highway 98 in McLean with debris, a very sizable debris ball there. That warning's going to stay in effect for another 33 minutes. If for some reason it gets discontinued, it's still showing up as debris right there, Matt. This is Neely Road right here, and this is Highway 57. So Highway 57 goes from 98 through Hillman into Leakesville, and your tornado is going to be located right there around Neely, and it really looks like it's going to be tracking right through Neely. It's going to come right across Neely Road, and it's going to track very close to Bradley and Jonathan, and it also could get fairly close to Byrd, but I think it's going to end up splitting the difference or getting real close to the east side of Byrd and the west side of Bradley as it tracks on through. So Greene County is under the effect of a potential tornado right now. It's a very specific location that we're tracking here, street level. Not a lot of streets here, by the way. There's just some primary roads in this rural part of Greene County. The problem we've got is that this thing is likely, at least for a period of time, was on the ground, and could be a really dangerous tornado. It is a situation where it is still showing up as a radar confirmed tornado, a tornado debris signature. They've removed the considerable tag from it, but still a dangerous situation there. And this whole line's just marching its way to the east. And what Matt was talking about here is that the cap's starting to break, and the atmosphere is actually more unstable here than it was over parts of Mississippi a few hours ago. And so our severe weather threat has actually increased. And one of the things Matt's pulled up here is that we were talked about Clark County. We just had a little out of the blue warning for Thomasville. Well, we've got more rotating thunderstorms starting to show up. They're subtle, but they're there. This is Highway 43 around Grove Hill. We're up around 154 between Thomasville and Coffeyville. And this one getting close up. Is this the Silas tornado right here that they're talking about right there, Matt? We're going to have to watch out in parts of Clark County for a couple of areas here, one around Grove Hill and another one in Coffeyville. These may be our next warnings here in northern northern Clark County.
Yes.
You have to watch out for that one there close to Grove Hill and Highway 84.
Yep.
We want to try and bring you the information as soon as possible, even if it's in the formation stages here on Fox 10 News tonight. So we're going to be talking in a breaking weather scenario here about even potential tornado warnings that are going to be being issued. And we do have a tornado warning just got issued, no surprise, Clark County. And it looks like we've got one, that Silas one's going to be this one here actually. It's going to come across Choctaw County. It's going to include the Coffeyville area. Coffeyville, you're under a tornado warning, as well as areas just north of Mahaffey and up near Milry in Washington County. So we've got a new warning here. This one is real close to state line in Buckatuna and Waynesboro. This was that Waynesboro tornado, and it looks like it's going to be a problem potentially for far northwestern Washington County. There's a possible tornado located right there, and it's tracking from Highway 45 towards Highway 84, and it could clip far northwestern Washington County, skip across around Silas and into Choctaw County, and then end up in Clark County around Coffeyville. So we've got a new warning that just got issued. Coffeyville, Alabama. Now it's going to be a little while before it gets there, because currently this thing's still over in Mississippi, and it has to cross, unfortunately, right near Milry and Mahaffey in northwestern Washington County before it makes it over towards the Coffeyville area. We've also got some rotation areas we're having to watch out for in Clark County too, but there's your possible tornado right there near Waynesboro. So it's going to be located right here in Wayne County. It'll clip far northwestern Washington County, skip across Choctaw County, and then end up. So looks like we've got a serious situation there, Matt. There's a lot going on. Breaking weather news here on Fox 10 News. Normally it would be the 9 o'clock newscast right now, but it's the weathercast tonight, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was about to say. For the folks who are joining us now for the 9 o'clock newscast, we're in extended weather coverage now, as this line that we've been talking about for several days now is coming to fruition, moving into our area with severe weather, and it's beginning to happen. I wanted to point this out as Jason was there on the wall. We're seeing what we call bowing here. When it's bowing like that, you see these two segments. I'm going to get my pointer up so I can point them out. Right here, we got one down here near Leakesville. Those are winds right now of 75 to 80 miles an hour pushing out from that storm. There's a second one up here now in northern Washington County going up towards Silas and up there along the Mississippi line with Alabama. So there's two of those bowing segments. And what's happening is on the north side of these, where these are bowing out, you get the vorticities that turn into tornadoes. And we've seen that both here with this one here near Leakesville, and you can actually see the spin there as with this one over the last 30 minutes, how it spins there off the edge. And then this one that's also warned is on the north side of that bow, where there's a vortice coming off that's producing a tornado from those very strong winds. So it's like if you put your hand in the pool and rake it back like that on the surface of water, and you see little spins coming off in the water, those little vortices, that's what's happening in the atmosphere. It's just a different type of fluid, and we're seeing that right now with multiple warnings here across the area. Also, we've been talking about the possibility of these ones popping up out ahead. This was a worry, and it just seems to be just now beginning to happen. See these ones here across Clark County. The Storm Prediction Center and the National Weather Service are closely monitoring these to see if those will quickly blow up, because now they have their own environment to work with and draw off energy from out ahead of the main line.
Yeah, we've got confirmed damage, unfortunately, from that Neely tornado, the McLean area. We've got a ham radio operator that says in the McLean, Mississippi area, confirmed debris on Highway 98 and Highway 57. At that intersection of Highway 98 and Highway 57 is the area we told you, we showed you the debris on the radar. Well, there's debris on 98. I told you that we were looking at our traffic tracker, and it was showing a delay in that area on Highway 98. It's probably because of debris. Cars can't get around the debris. So there's debris on 98 at 57, and look at the lightning displayed right now in parts. Yeah, you've got it here. You can see it for yourself with our live picture out of Chatham, and then look at Greene County right now, completely enshrouded in lightning. Just to update you on the tornado situation right now, we had a tornado come across Highway 98. At Highway 57 right now, it's a warned storm, so that's going to be in Greene County. Had damage down here for this cell. It's tracking off. We've got another one up in northwestern Washington County. Our live picture right now in chat, I'm looking at that storm, and we're seeing that as potentially a long-term threat for Coffeyville. And I mean long-term, I'm talking about 9:30. So I want to go back through a couple of these tornado signatures, do some tracking, give you some times, give you some tangible things to look out for as far as these rotation areas that are located above these bow echoes. And so we're doing a lot of zooming in right now. Matt's getting everything centered up. And so you've got your bow signature, and then you have your vortice at the top of the bow, as Matt was explaining, as to make his analogy of pulling your hand through the water and the pool, and then you get the little eddies that form up. That's one of them right there, and that's going to be just north, it appears, of Washington County, and that's going to keep the rotation area out of our forecast area temporarily. It'll cross around Silas, and then it's going to come back in, it looks like, over eventually towards the Thomasville area, but potentially also Coffeyville, Vashai, and Morven up in through here. Looks like that's going to be about 9:30 p.m. there. So we're going to watch that one. To the south, we've got another one that was a confirmed tornado debris signature, and so you've got your Boeing segment here. We're going to do a little meteorology on Fox 10 News tonight. There's the bow, and then there is the spin at the top right there that produced the tornado that crossed Highway 98, and that's going to be near Bradley now, and then bringing it forward. It may clip Leakesville, could be a little north of there, and then ultimately end up into Washington County. We've got it in Vinegar Bend by about 9:30. I mean, this is a fast forward speed. So the warned storm that produced the possible tornado here around it was in McLean on the ground, is now producing some rotation up near Bradley, and that's going to drag it across and track it towards Highway 57. And that tornado warning is going to stay in effect until 9:30 p.m. It's in effect for about another 24 minutes, and that's being continued by the National Weather Service as a possible cell moving northeast at 35. So this slowed it down just a little bit. This Boeing segment is racing across the county right now. There's obviously a severe thunderstorm warning pretty much for this whole area right through here. And some of these Boeing segments are looking particularly nasty here tonight. So we're tracking this multiple ways. We've got our meteorologist on staff. We've also got our storm tracker crews right now. And we want to check in with Stephen Moody, who's there in Washington County. I know that you're experiencing quite the radar situation as far as rain, and also quite the lightning display there in the Chatham area. Stephen?
Oh yeah, it is definitely a light show taking place here in Washington County. Now, when I spoke to you all just a few hours ago, we were telling you about just some of the wind damage that happened before this line even came through this area. And we're just driving through downtown Chatham here in Washington County. We've had a chance to catch up with a few people on how they're preparing, and they all said the same thing. They just hope that it doesn't get too bad. Now, we're about an hour away from Greene County and McLean, where you guys were just talking about that confirmed debris with that storm there. And the wind has been steady and consistent all day long. We're just now starting to get the rain, and wow, you can just see the lightning strikes there. But we're going to continue to monitor conditions in this area and let you guys get back to just alerting everyone just of this system that's starting to pass through our viewing area.
So we've got our storm tracker crews out there. We're going to send a crew towards the McLean area, likely some damage in the heart of McLean there and around Highway 57 and Highway 98. Hopefully everybody's okay. There is an amazing amount of lightning going on here. Terrible situation in Greene County, Mississippi right now. You see all those lightning strikes right there. Washington County, there's been an update to the storm-based warning, and so the tornado warning is going to continue for Greene County, and then they're going to take the warning over into Washington County around Fruitdale and Vinegar Bend. So this warning has been extended over into southern Washington County. There are two parts of Washington County that are under warnings. The north part, the rotation area, is really getting closer to Silas now. So I'm feeling at least temporarily a little better. Yep, they just shaved it out. So they just took northern Washington County is now no longer under a tornado warning, but to the south, southern Washington County, anywhere from state line, which is a community on the state line between Alabama and Mississippi on Highway 45. If you're not familiar with the area, anywhere from state line all the way down to Fruitdale and Vinegar Bend, we have a tornado warning in effect for this cell right here. It includes Leakesville too. Leakesville, you're under a tornado warning right now, and if you're not getting a tornado, you are without a doubt getting a severe thunderstorm coming through Leakesville right now. It's blowing out bad, especially on the south part of town, and that tornado warning is going to continue until 9:30 over into Washington County for a possible tornado there. And this is your surface line. So it stretches from the Mississippi coast and all the way up into Stone County, and then up here into George County, and then into Greene County, and then up into Wayne County, and then up into Washington County. And along that line, you've got your severe thunderstorm winds where it's bowing out, and then at the top of the bows, there's a tornado warning for each segment, as this is moving into a more favorable environment for rotation and severe thunderstorms. There's Milry, and this one near Silas may be on the ground right there. That's going to be up here along Highway 84, and that's tracking off to the northeast. It's going to come across Choctaw County. Won't be long, and this thing could clip Clark County. Looks like we've got about 15 minutes for it to cross over and get into Clark County, and then it'll be go time, especially from Coffeyville north. Looks like this one will end up a little north of Coffeyville. Could be up around Bashaw, Morven here, up along 69, and getting up towards Sweetwater and Nanafly in Marengo County as it crosses over the Tombigbee River. So that's area of concern number one. And then area of concern number two is down here. You've got your Boeing segment, and then you're going to have your rotation right there. And this is Leakesville proper. And so you're included in a tornado warning right now in Leakesville. This thing's crossing 63. It's going to be out near Old Avery Road. It's close to the Jonathan community, and it will continue moving across Old Avery Road and track towards Highway 63. You've got 63 right here, and you've got 63 and 57. So Highway 63 and Highway 57, we got a little debris showing up there. It looks like the couple may be more up here, but that's a little suspicious there. We're going to have to watch out for that around the Bradley area there. It could be a little bit of debris aloft too, Matt, left over from when that thing was around McLean. We saw that with the Baldwin County tornado last week, where we had a situation where we had a tornado on the ground and then it lifted up, but there was still some debris aloft for a little while before it all settled out. So still too close of a call to tell here. I'd be really concerned if I was on the north side of Leakesville and would be seeking shelter here on 63 and 57 north of Leakesville. Watch out for a possible tornado coming through your area right now as it's tracking across Greene County. Then you've got, without a doubt, probably a 70 to 80 mile per hour wind producing thunderstorm coming across Greene County. That's tracking into northwestern Mobile County and southeast western Washington County, and included in that warned area is going to be Fruitdale, Vinegar Bend, and areas along Highway 43, Highway 17, and 45 at the Y intersection right here, and then getting up towards Vinegar Bend Road. We got to watch out for a possible tornado headed your way. And it would be about right there, it looks like. And these winds are going to be extraordinary right now on Beverly Jeffries Highway and the Escatawpa here, and down around Browntown and 594, and getting across Highway 63 and Old 63. There's likely some epic winds going on from severe thunderstorms. Look what our storm tracker is coming back with right now. Winds between 78 and 83 miles an hour, and I'm afraid that a lot of that is likely mixing down to the ground right now. So the tornado warning is updated for Choctaw and Clark County. We just got that. That's the new update that just came in for a possible tornado near Silas, and that's moving northeast at 55. And if you don't see a tornado, there's still the potential of dangerous winds of about 80 miles per hour in this area too. There's your possible tornado. Looks like Coffeyville, you may get the thunderstorm winds, but the possible tornadic storm, I'm more concerned up 69, a little bit more up into far northeastern Clark County with that warned storm there. And so a lot of different layers to this right now. We're tracking live Right now on Fox 10 News, we've got multiple areas under tornado warnings in our forecast area. We've got a really ominous looking line of severe thunderstorms moving in. We're going to see this threat going on for the next several hours. I wouldn't be surprised to see this event continue up until about 2 or 3 in the morning. We've got our news crews out in Chatham right now, which is real close to the heart of that thunderstorm. We're also looking at tornado warnings. So right now, Clark County, Coffeyville, you're going to be included in this warning, but the rotation area, it looks like Coffeyville, it may pass a little to your north. It's still too close to call there, but as you get up 69 there, that's the part of the warned area that I would be more concerned with, and then the one further to the south that's about to come into southern Washington County, and then we've got our severe thunderstorm winds, and pretty much the western third of the area right now, Matt, is under a severe thunderstorm warning. We've got a lot of different advisories right now, strong inflow, and I want to identify some colors here for you. The yellow is a tornado watch. So that means conditions are favorable for tornadoes. That is the whole forecast area tonight. The orange, that means a severe thunderstorm warning where severe thunderstorm winds are likely occurring. And then the red, these are our tornado warnings where possible tornadoes are occurring. And this one here coming through Leesville right now earlier was confirmed on the ground with damage in McLean. So this is unfolding as a potential severe weather outbreak. Unfortunately, like it looks like it was going to happen. We've been seeing this and tracking this potential weather maker coming for the last several days. Matt, what updates are you getting? What are you seeing as far as rotation? This line is still very active. In fact, may get more active as it comes through tonight.
Yeah, we were tracking it all the way through Louisiana, and it was every few minutes a new warning was going off, new tornado warning with these quick spin-up tornadoes, and they keep occurring here along these bowing echoes that we see off the front end of these. We just measured some of the wind speeds there, 83, 78 miles per hour, and what Jason was saying is mixing towards the ground. What we're looking at here, when the radar is shooting out this far, we are seeing up into the atmosphere a bit, but when their winds that strong aloft, most likely they work their way down to the ground. If you've ever been out when see that thunderstorm on the way and you get that blast of air out in front of it, it's almost like a leaf blower. It's blowing straight down and blowing out, and that's what it's pushing out from the leading edge of that storm, and that is what we're seeing right here along this leading edge here of this thunderstorm right there. And the tornado signature isn't as bold as it was earlier, not showing up as well up here on the north side of this, but as it keeps pushing off to the east here, we could see more spin up here as it continues to work its way off to the east, going into southern part of Washington County there around Vinegar Bend, and even clipping up into here around Citronelle. You may not get the tornado, but you're about to get winds of 75, maybe even 80 miles per hour as this line pushes on through, as this thunderstorm moves in with that huge push out ahead of it. So that is quite the signature there on our velocity, showing us quite a wind gust coming off the leading edge of this storm. We don't often see them that strongly, showing up that strongly here on radar, and this one's got a lot of punch behind it.
Active out there tonight, no doubt about it, Matt. So many different things happening as far as warnings. We expected this. That's why we have crews in the field, crews in the studio to give you a comprehensive idea of what's going on. And we're right now a couple of tornado warnings in the area. Also, the entire squall line is going to be warned for potential severe thunderstorms ahead and along the squall line. There is a hook signature showing up right now just north of Leakesville with this cell here. It's subtle and it's embedded, but there is a hook on this supercell right there, and so there is a warning for the Highway 57 area in Greene County around Leakesville, and so that red box is corresponding with what we're seeing with the presentation on radar. The velocity scan was not overly impressive when I just checked it, but there is a hook showing up on the reflectivity, and so that could be a possible tornado coming across 57 and then tracking towards Vinegar Bend and Fruitdale in Washington County. It'll be there in a matter of minutes. So we're talking about, in I'd say 5 minutes or so, you're looking at this thing crossing the Alabama and Mississippi line and then moving out of Greene County and then tracking over here into Washington County. There's a look at that cell there. That's the one that's hooking out a little bit on the south southwestern flank of the storm. And then looking at the velocity scan, your possible tornado would be right here, somewhere located right there. So it's going to be real close to 57. And there is a lot of, there's definitely the recipe for what's created a lot of the tornadoes tonight, and that is a pronounced bowing segment. And then at the top of the bow, you got that little eddy right there. And then that's going to be your spin for the tornado, as Matt was pointing out earlier. So definitely an area to watch. You got Highway 57, you got Highway 45, you've got the Alabama-Mississippi line, and your possible tornado is now going to be right close to or north of Leakesville, about to cross. And just to relay some of the ground truth reports that we're getting, McLean, Mississippi, which is located right there. We just had a tornado go through McLean, most likely. It's not been verified by the National Weather Service as a tornado, but we had a tornado debris signature showing up around 8:50 p.m. And at 8:46, numerous power lines and trees down in McLean, and reports of trees and debris over old Highway 24 in McLean. So there was a tornado debris signature observed on radar at the time. Probably had a tornado come right through McLean, unfortunately, right there near the Leaf River and Highway 98. So that's an area that we're likely going to be checking for damage for you. The Leakesville area, currently, you are still under a tornado warning. There is some rotation showing up. It is not super tight, but we've seen that come and go. Looked like we had a tornado on the ground near just north of Wiggins, Mississippi, over to the DeSoto National Forest. It lifted. And then when it got close to McLean, came down on the ground again. Now it may be lifting, but it won't be long. Could be back down on the ground again in Washington County. So the warning's going to be continued for Washington County for that cell there as it moves on off towards the northeast. We've got Highway 45, we've got Highway 43 right here. And we do have a little bit of good news, and that is so far the isolated cells ahead of the main line in Clark County have not exhibited the rotation that have prompted tornado warnings since that first one popped right there in Thomasville. So I'm liking that trend. Matt has popped up the FOX10 Futurecast. So right now it's 9:20 and you're in Mobile or you're in Baldwin County. You're saying, hey, when's the bad weather going to get here? Well, it looks like the line is coming through about 11 p.m. to about midnight, right in through there, through the southern sections of Mobile County and the southern sections of Baldwin County. This is the HRRR Futurecast, and I was going to say, just because the line looked yellow and didn't show up as red, don't take that as, hey, I can rest easy, because you can see how it flares back up. Those tornado parameter values we were looking at when we were tracking this on Fox 10 News at 5 p.m. actually increased right here, southern Baldwin County, southern parts of the forecast area, Escambia County, Pensacola. So this may be a prolonged event where this line just keeps popping back up and flaring up. And another thing is, when you get a squall line, and it's a linear squall line, meaning it's just kind of straight from top to bottom, it can be less severe than what we're seeing now when we're starting to see it squiggle. So when you get the bends and the bows, that's where we have the problems, and that's why we're getting so many warnings going on right now. And we've had a lot of reports of damage in McLean, so that's likely going to have been a tornado situation. Presently, we don't have any confirmed tornadoes on the ground, but we still have 2 active warnings. One's going to be for a cell up about to get back into parts of northern Clark County. The other one is for this cell here about to enter over into Washington County. It won't be long that this signature is about to outrun the polygon, and we'll see if it's continued as a severe thunderstorm warning or continued as a tornado warning. Fortunately, we have not seen a debris signature. We have seen definitely a rotating thunderstorm, though, as it was still hooking out earlier. And then it's pretty much all thunderstorm winds right now coming through Bendale, which is actually a better situation than this Boeing segment that's coming through southwestern Washington County. Look, that's a nasty looking deal. We were tracking velocities up around 80 plus miles an hour. With that, it was coming across the state line area, and now it's getting close to Highway 45. If you're in Citronelle, Oh boy, if you're in Citronelle up to Vinegar Bend, watch out for some violent thunderstorm winds coming through southwestern Washington County right now. Look what our velocity scale is coming up with here. This is off the chart stuff here. And the hook signature right there, that is what's most likely a macro burst kind of situation. I mean, the downburst of winds over a very broad area. Vinegar Bend, we've got State Line, Vinegar Bend, Fruitdale, 17 at about Citronelle. That's the unfortunate sweet spot, and that's going to head over towards Hawthorne and Fairford and Sims Chapel as it moves across southern Washington County, likely to be a severe thunderstorm situation. The possible tornado in Choctaw County that was heading for Clark County, we've getting some reports of damage up there. Not a good situation, so we want to go take a look at that real quick. Matt, to the north up here in this area here, we had a rotation area right in through here near Silas, and it looked like it was going to track up here into parts of northwestern Clark County. Here's Coffeyville. There's the Silas area. So there's your possible rotation area. It's going to be up near Toxie. You know, that if that's where the rotation area is there, it may stay out of northwestern Clark County. It may go right on up into Marengo County. There was some reports of tree damage in Silas as that rotation area came through right there. So that's why we're just going to pop it back up. It looks like it pretty much went from West Silas up to East Toxie, and now may mid up more up towards Sweetwater and Anaphilia and up into Barney's Upper here in 69 area of Marengo County. We are going to see a reissuance of the severe thunderstorm warning for the warned storm to the south too. So to the south as we work our way down into Greene County for that Boeing segment here, this is going to be a reissuance of a severe thunderstorm warning for winds up to 80 miles an hour. We tracked them for you here live on our Fox 10 News Storm Tracker. Before that warning was reissued, Matt was showing you that, where we had that velocity up around 88 miles an hour. That is a severe thunderstorm segment coming through near Beverly, Jeffries, Vinegar Bend, Fruitdale, and coming across 45. And that could be producing winds that would be knocking down trees and, you know, power outages. Also could be very dangerous for mobile homes and also camper trailers. There's a tornado warning for Choctaw and Clark continuing, so it looks like they're going to continue this one here, and they trimmed it more north, Matt.
Yes, they jogged it to the north.
Yeah, so like I said, I felt like Coffeyville might be okay. It's more for this cell here, and it may just clip the far northwestern corner of Clark County here. So that's going to be up near Campbell and Morven and areas along Highway 69. You've got the river bottom area of the Tombigbee River, and I believe you've got the Barney's Upper Landing is in this area here. So that's where we are now with the warned area of concern. It's going to be right in here. There's Woods Bluff. Here's Slater. We've gotten in tight. And those are the areas that are going to be continued. And it looks like further to the south may be better off temporarily, but that can change in a minute because we're in an area where the whole forecast area is under a tornado watch. And so things could change anytime along this line. We're also going to have to watch that severe thunderstorm coming through Mobile County right now in Washington County. That's some crazy winds right there that's going on right now, Matt. That Boeing segment is pretty much off the charts.
Yeah, it really is. We do this a lot, tracking these storms coming through our area, and it's not often we see them with this kind of velocity, with that kind of a Boeing segment out ahead. Think of it just like a plow there, just pushing out from that front of that storm. And that is what we have right there. So it's just an incredible amount of wind, and we're getting a new scan in there. And boy, some of those velocities we were picking up, upper 80s as far as that speed is concerned. So some extreme stuff here. It's 85. And once again, the radar is shooting up into the clouds here a little bit. So this is well above the ground where it's picking out that wind. But those winds tend to go down out ahead of a storm like that, and pushing out ahead of the storm, so the velocities on the ground aren't going to be too far off what you're seeing up here a little bit above ground. So extremely strong winds, and these are going to continue to push here to the east. So we're looking at Citronelle, So Citronelle right now is in the middle of this, down south of Vinegar Bend. So the southern end of Washington County is getting the worst of the wind right now. The wind in the central part of Washington County not quite as strong here at the moment, but with the southern end right down here along highway, just past Highway 45 now, going over towards John Johnston Road. That is where we're seeing the strongest winds, likely seeing gusts out ahead of this front of the storm of 80+ miles per hour.
So to update you, the tornado warning that was in effect for Greene County, Mississippi, that has been allowed to expire. So the warning that extended for Greene County and over to Washington County is no longer a tornado warning. This is a serious severe thunderstorm warning. That's been allowed to expire. The other rotation area is going to be located in northwestern Clark County. That is still technically under tornado warning, but that rotation area may not even clip the area. It's more up near Silas and Toxie in Choctaw County. Now, I don't want to minimize these severe thunderstorms that are going on right now because A, they can produce tornadoes at any time, and B, look at the winds that we are getting back at least aloft here on our Doppler radar. These are really, really strong velocities here. All that fuel that we had today, that strong low-level flow, that's being channeled and funneled into these thunderstorms. And so what we have right now, we've got a lot of crews out there in the field, and we've got our news desk that's monitoring this as well, as we've got possible damage ongoing in our area, and we want to check in with some of those crews, and we want to take some different looks at what's going on with the weather. And of course, if we see more tornado warnings issued or we get updates to the existing situation and need to go back on weather, we're going to get right to you with it. But we also want to hit it from an angle of some of the crews and what they're seeing out in the field. I'm going to send it over to Byron and Lenise at the news desk. And guys, it's been an active night so far for about the past hour, and we need to check in with some folks out in the field and see what's going on out there.
All right, thanks, Jason. Thank you, Matt. As they have been keeping you informed of this weather situation, constantly changing, you've been getting a look at our camera with Stephen Moody, who's in our storm tracker vehicle there in Chatham.
Now, take a look at that. We've been talking about, and the guys have been talking about, the high winds moving into Washington County. Take a look at that heavy rain. It's been blowing like this for at least the last 40 minutes. And Stephen Moody is with us now to bring us up to date on what's going on there. Stephen?
Hey Byron, hey Lenise. Thankfully, we are in a safe spot to where if things do get bad, we can find shelter. But this is just what we've been seeing over this past hour and a half now, just steady rain. And if you're looking at what we're looking at now, just a consistent light show, that lightning here in the sky here in Chatham. Now, when we spoke to the Washington County Sheriff earlier this afternoon, he did tell us that with the steady wind, they had already seen some damage, a few trees down and a tin roof off of a mobile home, but no reports of any damage since then in this area. Now, we are driving down here in downtown Chatham, and thankfully, we are the only vehicle on the road. Not a lot of people out here. Everybody's in their safe space. Everybody that we spoke to earlier today said they hoped that it wasn't that bad. Some people said they were going to hunker down. One man we spoke to even said that he was going to leave his trailer and go stay with his daughter, who was in a more stable home, so he can remain safe as well. So, but thankfully right now, no reports of any damage, no issues with this consistent wind. Now, the wind is consistent, it is steady, but no damage or issues with it right now. There is a little bit of water on the road, but not too much to impede traffic if cars do travel down these roads. And before I toss it back to you guys, speaking again with the sheriff, he did send this warning. He said if you were going to be on the road tonight going to and from work, go below the speed limit. Just be very careful, because with this wind and a lot of the loose limbs and just loose debris here, there was a chance that this roadway could be covered. So just be careful if you're heading to and from work, or if you have to travel for any reason whatsoever. We're going to continue to monitor conditions here in Washington County, but for now I'm going to go ahead and send it back to you in the studio. Live tonight here in Chatham, Stephen Moody, Fox 10 News.
All right, Stephen, thanks very much. All right, let's head across state lines now to Grove Hill up in Clark County. As Jason told us, a tornado touched down there near Thomasville at one point, an apparent tornado. Our Dacian Smith caught up with some folks that were getting ready for the possible stormy weather early today. And Dacian, folks taking the threat very seriously now, I bet.
Hey, Byron, absolutely. Those people said they were on their way either to a shelter or back to their home in some sort of safe location to kind of hunker down and get ready. Want to take a look at what we're seeing right now. We're actually still in Grove Hill right now. We just passed by Clark County High School. The rain's kind of been on and off. It's a little light right now. Earlier when we left one of the shelters that we were actually at, talking to some of those people over at Grace United Methodist Church, the rain had picked up right when we were getting ready to leave. Thankfully, it did kind of lighten up a little bit, but we still have felt some of that wind and seen some of that lightning, just like Stephen had over in Washington County. But again, we had caught up with some people who were heading to shelters and to their homes just to see kind of what they were thinking of all the severe weather. They said they hope it's not that bad, but they were just doing what they needed to do to get in place, get ready, and to stay as safe as possible.
Be on the safe side. There's a lot of trees around my house, and don't want to be there in case one falls on it.
Just get safe, get to the closest place you can find, just take cover, just do whatever you can, be prepared for it.
I hope it's not like the last time when all the trees and stuff, a lot of houses were damaged. I just hope we get through it safely.
Definitely, he hopes we get through it safely. So do I. So does everyone up here that we talked to in Clark County. Like I said, we were at Grace United Methodist Church earlier. That's one of about 6 shelters throughout the Clark County area. Remember when I talked to you at 5, Clark County EMA Director Roy Wade said that they opened those because throughout the county there were a lot of people who were staying in trailers, campers, RVs. Of course, with the strong winds and the tornado threat that our Chief Meteorologist Jason Smith, our meteorologist Matt Barentine have been talking about earlier, that's not a safe place to be. So they wanted to go ahead and open up those safer places for people to take advantage of. A handful of people had come to the one that we were at earlier, as well as the others throughout the area. So again, some light rain going on right now, a little bit of water on the road. Thankfully, like Stephen said, over in Washington County, there's not a lot of people on the road. We haven't seen too many people. That's something else that Clark County EMA Director Roy Wade did stress, that after dark, not a good idea to be on the roads if you don't have to be. These storms can come up. There you see some lightning right there. Those storms can come up with little warning, so definitely don't want to be on the roads if you don't have to be. So that's kind of what we're seeing over in Clark County. We'll, of course, be out here. We'll keep you updated on what we see and the conditions out here. But I'm going to send it back to you guys in the studio. So live here in Grove Hill, Jason Smith, Fox 10 News.
All right, thanks, Station. And you saw the lightning there in his live shot. Speaking of thunderstorms where that lightning can happen, you've got the thunderstorm warning right now for Jackson, Citronelle, but still the winds are very strong.
And we're talking about 80-mile-an-hour plus winds out ahead of these thunderstorms. Let's take a look over to Jason to find out more about that and get an update on the very latest.
All right, let's do it right now. Byron and Lenise, we still remain technically under a tornado warning for far northwestern Clark County for just a little while longer here. The other warnings that we're tracking is a widespread area of potential thunderstorm winds. And we had an amateur radio operator say the potential wall cloud just passed over Vinegar Bend. That warning was allowed to expire, but this is a nasty line of storms coming through here. Multiple counties under severe thunderstorm warnings right now, and we're still getting some Boeing structures showing up here on radar. Severe thunderstorm warning is going to continue for Clark County as well as Monroe County and Wilcox County until 10:15. So that just came down. You'll see a lot of this across the bottom of your screen as well here tonight on Fox 10 News. We also have a rotation area that we're watching, and we had that report of a funnel cloud here coming across around Vinegar Bend. Well, now near Tibby, we have a rotation area. You are not currently under a tornado warning in Tibby right now, but this is a suspicious area that we're watching. You've got your bowing out segment, and then you've got that little eddy at the top, and this is the same kind of look that produced the tornado over McLean. One volume stand looked like this, and the next one it was tight, and we had a circulation on the ground. So be aware in Tibby of a possible tornadic cell over you. We are not technically under a tornado warning right now, but I would be very concerned here for a possible tornado crossing 17, and that's going to be tracking up towards the Hawthorne community as it moves off towards the northeast. Little rotation area is starting to show up. At this point, not tight enough to prompt a tornado warning, but bears watching. Definitely a rotating thunderstorm there. And then we've got thunderstorm winds in the Topton area, Sims Chapel, and tracking towards McIntosh and Highway 43 with this Boeing segment going on right here in southern Washington County. Further to the north up near Chatham, where we've brought you live reports here tonight. We've got a strong thunderstorm coming through here. It's not in that Boeing segment. The rotation area looks like it's a little south of town on 17. There's also a subtle hook signature to this thunderstorm cell here with the map showing us, and so this is it's got the classic hook look to it. It's just a little ragged here, but keep in mind this is reflectivity coming in a little ways away from the radar site. So you've got a hook and a rotation area that's lining up here. Definitely bears watching in Washington County as that comes across. It's had the history of showing at least a wall cloud formation, not necessarily a tornadic funnel, but definitely seeing a wall cloud dropping down, indicating the rotation of the thunderstorm. And then this is all one big thunderstorm warning back into George County and also into Greene County. So you're sitting in Mobile right now. You're over in Baldwin County, or you're in Pensacola, and you're probably wondering, hey, it's 9:40. They've been talking about areas that's not me. That's not where I live. When are the storms going to get here? Well, at around 10 o'clock, we've got this line advancing, and this is the HRRR Futurecast. It is a high-resolution Futurecast, and we're going to drag this forward a little in time and take it until about the 11 o'clock hour and show you that this line will advance some as it moves towards the east. And so Matt just jogged it a little bit. 8 o'clock. You see it's not moving, 11 o'clock, you see it's not moving super fast, but it's coming. And then by midnight, finally getting into Mobile and trying to cross the bay, and then northern areas here, northern Baldwin County, Escambia County, 1 a.m. So it's really going to take some time to get this line to get through the area. I mean, at 2 in the morning, this thing may be bearing down on Pensacola. And while I'm showing you this, we're getting some updates that their National Weather Service is monitoring a strengthening circulation near Tibby. We were just showing you that rotation area near Tibby, and this thing has tightened up a little bit again with each volume scan, and right there near Tibby, and this is going to be, because it's in one of these eddies, a little slower forward speed, possible tornado trying to form up here south of Chatham in Washington County. And a tornado warning may be issued if it strengthens any more from what we're currently seeing. And then look at the track. That's going to bring it up near Wagerville. So we've got it in the Wagerville area by about 10 o'clock. And it's got to cross over 56 and 43, and then it could end up pretty close to Jackson, Alabama. I do expect to see severe thunderstorm winds in McIntosh, but if you're further up 43, you got to watch this little rotation area that we have going on south of Chatham. Not a tornado warning yet, but it's being monitored. It's being monitored for possible rotation. The southern end of the line. Where is this in relation to Mobile? Where Mobile County, it's still a little ways off. It's right now we've got some nasty thunderstorms coming through Biloxi, and storms coming over into Jackson County. They're about to cross the Pascagoula River. This is still pretty far off towards the west of Mobile. We do have a segment trying to break out ahead of the main line, which we'll have to watch for rotation. Just started up around Dolphin Island and over the bay, and that's headed up towards the eastern shore in Mobile. And if it starts rotating, of course, we'll let you know right away here on Fox 10 News. Then further to the north, we are currently looking at, again, there's that severe thunderstorm segment. There's that rotation area around Tibby, and to this point, not seeing a warning issue, but definitely something to keep a close eye on there, Matt, as we're watching a lot of different segments here. We've got what, 6 counties under severe thunderstorm warnings right now. It is definitely happening with this level 4 moderate risk for severe weather that we've been anticipating.
Yeah, there's been a number of storm reports that we've been talking about that we've gotten in, so we're going to continue monitoring those.
All right, we're going to Lenise and Byron.
All right, thanks, Jason. Thanks, Matt. You know, as we mentioned, we've got crews spread out across the area. Jason also talked about Mobile County and the storms moving in. There is flooding, as you would imagine, already on the causeway from the Alabama Department of Transportation, saying that there are some delays to be expected in that area. So keep that in mind. Hopefully you don't have to go out tonight, but just in case you do.
And of course, this has been going on all afternoon long. First of all, starting up in central Mississippi, then moving south. And just not even 40 minutes ago, we had that tornado warning as Jason and Matt tracked the tornado on the ground there in McLean, Mississippi. Possible damage in that small town there in Greene County. And then, of course, that storm line moving right on into George County as well. And now just beginning to touch some of the areas nearby. So let's go back to Matt right now. And, of course, all the bad weather causing issues here.
Yeah, we're continuing to track the main line here. I just want to kind of broaden it out a little bit. You can see the line goes from now about around Jackson, down through Leakesville and Lucedale, back down to just west of Hurley, back down to Biloxi. So this is like what Jason was just mentioning here a minute ago. It's like, I know if you're watching us now from Mobile or from the Eastern Shore, like, where is all this bad weather they keep talking about? It's coming. It's going to take a little bit more time because even though the storms are moving through the inland parts of our viewing area, we still got a ways to go before we get the southern end of this. That's over around Biloxi to push up I-10 to get to Mobile and over then to the Eastern Shore. It's going to take a couple of hours at least before that happens. Here we are, 9:45. We're anticipating around 11:30 to 12, that line being into Mobile proper. So to kind of give you an idea there, 2 more hours or so from Biloxi to the southern end of Mobile County over towards Mobile, then eventually over towards the Eastern Shore. So we have some time to continue to watch this. One of the issues that we have overnight severe weather threats like this. As folks go to sleep, we want to make sure you stay awake as long as you can until this passes, or make sure you have your phone up so your phone will wake you up if a storm does come through and we get tornado warnings, because we're going to see more of these as this line continues to rocket on through with these very strong winds. Been some incredibly strong wind gusts out ahead of this. Now, we were just talking about this one up around Tibby, monitoring it for the possibility of it becoming a tornadic threat. And looking at the last few scans of the velocity, it kind of looks like it washed out. And this is the kind of thing we're going to continue to see happen. These are very quick spin-ups that happen along a very volatile leading edge of a storm system. They spin up very fast, and they spin down very fast as well. Then they can spin back up. We've seen that multiple times here as this system marches its way across Louisiana, then southwest Mississippi. A number of quick warnings that sometimes only lasted a few minutes on the scans where you could actually see something. So not lasting very long, but could be potentially very powerful. And what may end up happening in some of these areas, the wind gusts out ahead of these, just from the typical thunderstorm wind gusts, they're looking at to be up to 80 miles per hour. Those could end up doing a lot more sort of widespread damage here for you out there this evening. Hopefully you brought down the patio umbrellas. Hopefully you've battened down any trampolines, anything like that, anything that can fly around your yard, because things are going to get pushed around a lot with wind gusts coming off the front of these storms here tonight, throwing a lot of debris up into the air.
All right, thanks, Matt. We want to get a check-in now with our Shelby Myers, who's been helping us to keep a real live condition or look at the conditions out there. Shelby, can you tell us where you are and what you're seeing right now?
Yeah, guys, so I am in the Sims Walmart parking lot. This has a great view of the sky, and that's why we're here to kind of check out the lightning that's going on. So I'm going to turn the camera around. You might see some bounce of lightning going off. It's been lighting up the sky here on and off for a little while. You can also feel the wind. The wind was shaking our car a little bit earlier, so definitely things are getting more severe here in Sims, but we have not seen any rain at all. So it is dry still at this moment, but heavy winds and also lightning in bouts. So we want to talk about if there is a tornado warning and you're at home. You know, we've been talking about these warnings through Greene County, Clark County areas. It is coming towards Mobile. We could be under a tornado warning in this area. So here are a few things to remember. If you are at home, stay away from your windows. Go to the lowest floor of your home, a shelter in a closet or a bathroom. If you're at work, go to a designated shelter. I know some people working night, some people not getting off until 10 o'clock tonight. Go to a designated shelter, but stay away from any large open areas. And if you just saw that lightning just lit up the sky a second ago. If you're in a car, drive to the closest shelter. And if you can't shelter in your car, if you have to leave your car, find a ditch or a low-lying area and make sure you get as flat as you can. A tornado warning is to be taken very seriously, as we've seen already tonight. Again, as Matt and Jason have been telling us, it's heading this way in the next couple of hours, so we're going to be continuing to keep you updated. But as we again take a live look out here, we just saw lightning. It's not continuous, but we are seeing some strong lightning just kind of light up the sky here in Sims. We're going to continue to go through this area. We're going to start moving as things do become a little bit more severe, and we're going to keep you updated. So I'm going to send it back to you guys. For now, live in Sims, Shelby Myers, Fox 10 News.
All right, Shelby, and that bad weather causing problems in Mississippi. The siren started going off just before 5 tonight, or tornado in Jackson.
And of course, as we mentioned, that storm line moving south through the capital, triggering a tornado in Greene County, and now that weather moving into George County. That's where we find Ariel Mallory. She's in a storm tracker, and Ariel, I believe the weather's really picking up over there in Lucedale, right?
Oh yeah, it definitely is, Byron. In fact, me and our photographer, we've been in the car and we've been hearing constant rain now coming down pretty strongly within the last few minutes. And I'm going to flip the camera so you all can see what we're seeing. Now, we are safe in a parking lot right now. We're off on the side of the road. This is Main Street here in downtown Lucedale. And as y'all can see, that rain has definitely picked up within the last few minutes. We have been seeing nonstop lightning while we've been sitting here. It has been a light show. Yeah, you just saw some of what we've been seeing. It has been a light show here in Lucedale now for the last hour. That lightning has been going off constantly, so we haven't run across any hail. We haven't come across any debris in the roadways. Woo, that lightning is really picking up. So again, we are safe right now in a parking lot on the side of the road. Haven't had any issues, but it has just been a constant light show here in Lucedale. And the rain started really picking up within the last few minutes. I'm going to try to tilt my camera so you all can get a better view of the sky and how strong that lightning has been. So again, here in Lucedale, the lightning has been picking up now. The wind has been pretty heavy also. We were in a parking lot just a few blocks away, and the wind was so strong we could hear some of the roof actually coming up in one of the buildings, but no other issues, no hail, and we actually haven't been seeing any cars on the roadway. It's pretty much been quiet here. Only have been seeing emergency vehicles, but as far as anybody on the roadways, people are not out in these streets because, as you can see, the conditions are definitely picking up out here. And if you are out in this weather, law enforcement encourages you to slow down, do not speed through this weather because that water on the roadways is picking up. But north of us was where some of that damage really started coming in Jackson, Mississippi. We had severe weather rolling through earlier today, and some of it actually ended up affecting the governor's mansion. We have video of that. A tree ended up snapping, crashing into the fence, damaging the foundation. Crews were there this afternoon cleaning up that debris, and the heavy wind gusts knocked out power to thousands in the area. So that's most of central Mississippi. They were under that tornado watch. So if you come back out to us, come back out to our live cam, we're going to get the wiper going so that clears up the view. But again, just a light show here in downtown Lucedale. We're going to continue to stay in this parking lot so we can stay safe and continue to bring you all that coverage. For now, live in Lucedale, Ariel Mallory, Fox 10 News.
All right, thanks, Ariel. Yeah, you can hear that thunder out there and definitely the lightning show. was very visible in your live shot. Taking a live look at the power outages coming in right now from Alabama Power. This has been changing. I've been keeping up with it throughout the night. It is down now to 28,000 customers affected, so just over 1,000 outages. At one point, Mobile had a few, but now no power outages being reported there. This list continues to be updated, and so we'll do the same here on air and also online, fox10tv.com. Let's go ahead now and get an update on the situation. It's changing.
Changing by the minute. Jason standing by with the very latest. Jason.
A lot of different layers to this. Right now, we do have a tornado apparently on the ground near Vancleave, Mississippi. And so right there, you can see to the west of 57 there. Matt, you need me to come over to you for a second?
Yeah, just for a quick second. I just wanted to give everybody a heads up because your phone, if you're in Mobile County, likely just went off. And typically they go off for tornado warnings, but this one has gone off for a severe thunderstorm warning. And the reason why is because this is on a different level. It's called a considerable severe thunderstorm warning, so it's not your typical one that we see a lot of. It's for one that has winds of 80+ miles per hour in it. So that is now in Mobile County. That is why your phone just went off. So if your phone just went off, you're freaking out, you're turning on TV. What we're seeing here is a severe thunderstorm with winds of 80+ miles per hour, a considerable severe thunderstorm. So this is something that's pretty new. They've just started issuing these sort of a top level severe thunderstorm warning for when the storms have more ability to do destruction and damage with the winds, Jason.
Okay, well, that's great information right there, Matt. That's why we have team coverage going on right now, because there's so many different things happening. We want to stay on top of all of it here on Fox 10 News. There's likely a tornado on the ground right now around Vancleave, Mississippi, but we also have tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings to talk about in other areas. Now, this one here in Vancleave that is likely on the ground, we're going to show it to you. Probably outside the ability to pick us up on Fox 10 News at this point. It's just too far off. Here's Hurley, Mississippi. You've got the Pascagoula River Delta right in through here. There's Vancleave, and this one's on the ground. We've got a tornado on the ground right now in Jackson County, Mississippi, and this thing just spun up basically out of the blue. I mean, you're looking at the timestamp right here, and so you can see it loop, and it started about 30 minutes ago, about 9:25. And at 9:25, there wasn't much, and then boom, you can see the blue and the red. And then when we look at it on the correlation coefficient, there is debris right there. So that's a tornado right there. And it's a tornado debris signature in Jackson County, Mississippi, and it's going to cross Highway 57 north of Vancleave. Now, this tornado is most likely in an area where folks can't get us on television, but it won't be long. Once this thing, if it holds together over towards Hurley and stays on the ground as a long track tornado, then we could have potential problems. It is tracking this way. So it's going to potentially get real close to Hurley, get real close to George County. So we're going to be watching very closely. There's a considerable threat of a tornado on the ground with a TDS, tornado debris signature. If it was to hold together at the current speed, it could be in the Wilmer area in less than an hour. I know that's a ways off, but keep in mind how this thing evolved. I mean, even 15 minutes ago, we didn't have any sign of a tornado here, and then it just popped up. So that's why we all need to be on guard tonight as this line comes through for the possibility of these rotation areas showing up. It's pretty soon we could have a tornado on our hands. So that's situation number one, and it's definitely something we're monitoring closely, but it's really outside our viewing area technically right now. Jackson County, Mississippi, tornado warning 57. Looks like one is on the ground, and there is a severe thunderstorm warning for the we've got off looks like we've got a live picture there, an MDOT camera. Is that's Pascagoula River Bridge on 57, or is it Pascagoula River Bridge on do we know what road that's on I-10? Okay, so that's going to be located right here, and the tornado is right there. So our live picture is right here, and the tornado is going to be up there. It's going to be a little outside the range of that camera. Severe thunderstorm warning was just continued for Mobile County and also for Baldwin County. It probably don't have live cameras up there in Vancleave where that circulation is going on, but we've got this signature of wind coming into Mobile County right now, and there is a severe thunderstorm warning that is now including parts of Mobile County and up here into looks like up into Washington and Clark counties for that cell there. And you can see we've got another spin situation going on where we have a Boeing segment right here, and then we've got to watch these little eddies up here up near Chatham. So far, we've not seen the rotation that has prompted a new tornado warning in that area, but it certainly bears watching. And then further up the line, we've got even more gusty winds going on. Let's switch over to reflectivity because this is the velocity product. This is where we're looking for rotation, but the classic radar view looks like this. And so the green is light rain, and then the yellow is heavier, and then the heaviest of the rain is going to be in the red. And this is where we're getting a ton of lightning, we're getting heavy downpours, and this is where the greatest severe weather threat is going to be, generally speaking, in a line from Jackson down towards Vinegar Bend, back into Greene County, back down through George County, and then back down here into what is a tornadic cell right now in Jackson County. That's the worst of the line. Once that line is past you, you can rest easier. Like places like Leakesville now in northwestern Greene County, if you've been sheltering for that tornado that came through Neely and all that, that thing is gone and the line is through and your threat is lower. But if you're ahead of this line, your threat is more considerable because we've got a long ways to go for that line to come in. It's the leading edge of the line that could produce the possible tornadoes. Mobile, we haven't seen the bad stuff yet. In fact, the leading edge of that line is right back here, back towards Wilmer. It's just about to come across over to Mobile County on Highway 98. We've got it coming through Lucedale right now with the really heavy rain where Ariel is, which brought you that shot there. We've also got a few cells breaking out ahead of the main line, but it's going to be a long night before this thing even makes it to Pensacola, and there's plenty of instability. There's plenty of strong low level of flow. The wind direction changes as you get higher up in the atmosphere, so there's the potential for spin, and then you've got the upper dynamics. You get all the ingredients for a severe weather outbreak in our area tonight. There's a look at it right here. Strong storms all through Washington County. And Matt, more information coming in by the minute with breaking weather news. What's new?
Yeah, I've got some breaking weather news in a second. First off, I want to remind everybody, here we are, it's Fox 10 News at 10 o'clock. We've got continuing team coverage here of the severe situation as we go through it tonight. We do have new information just from the Storm Prediction Center. Basically, they're looking just upstream in our area out ahead of these storms. They're saying conditions continue to be very favorable for more severe weather to continue tonight. What usually happens as you go later into the evening, you'll lose some of the instability and the lines tend to weaken as you go later into the evening. Doesn't look to be the case with this one. As they're putting it, there's a lot of moisture content out ahead basically in our area, and the expectation is for both the tornado and damaging wind threat to increase. Even though it looks a little sloppy at times here on the radar presentation, they do anticipate this will continue to show strengthening cells within this line that will be capable of producing damaging winds 80+ miles per hour and also tornadoes. So once again, I know a lot of you folks in Mobile, you had your phone go off for this new type of severe thunderstorm warning, basically a considerable severe thunderstorm warning when we're talking about winds of 80 miles an hour. Remember that's hurricane strength here. It's Category 1 hurricane strength on the leading edge of all this. We've seen this over and over again, these quick spin-up tornadoes on this line. We've got one right now along Highway 57. We're sure this one was on the ground at least for some amount of time because a debris signature was picked up by the radar in where this where the velocity signature was picked up. And right now it's just north of Vancleave on 57. If you know anybody in Hurley, make sure you let them know that they have just downstream of this tornado warning, and it looks like that's going to go right through the Hurley area. I know a lot of folks that live in Hurley commute into Mobile to work, so that's going through that community here before too long. And we'll have to continue to watch this because what's likely to happen, because we've seen it over and over again tonight is that this will likely spin down and then continue to work its way on over. Then it may well spin right back up at some point further downstream. And of course, Mobile, Eastern Shore is further downstream from this here that we're seeing right there over near Vancleave. So we're going to have to continue to monitor that one and watch it very closely as it moves on through. So that's the latest right now. The Storm Prediction Center saying they anticipate that this will not be weakening as it moves through our counties, that it will be either staying as strong as it is now or gaining strength with the individual cells and the possibility of damaging winds and tornadoes.
And that line's getting closer to Mobile County right now, Matt. In fact, looking at it up on the northern end of it, we've got severe thunderstorm warnings out for Mobile County. We've got the line between Lucedale and Wilmer, the main part of it right there, which means the whole thing is getting closer to Sims. And presently, we're not under any tornado warnings for our area. Actually, we just got a new update, Matt. This is breaking weather situation here on Fox 10 News. We've got a new tornado warning up for Clark County. Just came down, so we're going to bring it to you live here from the Chroma Key. This is Jackson, Alabama. We've got a possible tornado near Jackson, Alabama. It's going to actually be forming up near Wagerville here into Washington County, and it's going to track up into that red box. And we're moving some maps around because we've been watching this one down here, which is not a tornado debris signature right now. And we're going to move you up north up into Clark County with our storm tracker and get things centered up. Right there, we've got a rotation area that has just popped up here very close to Wagerville, and now on the south side of Jackson. It looks like it's going to be essentially over the Tombigbee River on the south side of Jackson, Alabama, and it is moving off towards the northeast right now at 60 miles an hour. We've got a tornado here possibly on the south side of Jackson, and there's a look at it. And this has been, unfortunately, the recipe for tornadoes tonight. We'll have our Boeing segment, and then on the north end of the Boeing segment, that's where the tornado's been popping up. And here a couple volume scans later, from a system which was not indicating to be tornadic, now we're getting strong rotation. And if you're looking at this, okay, this yellow line is Highway 43, and if you travel 43 much, you know where the bridge is over the Tombigbee River. I mean, it's a substantial bridge. It's one of the most substantial bridges in Clark County. It's right there near Jackson. That's going to be right there. And then this squiggly line right here, that's the border between Washington County, where the tornado is, and Clark County. And so this is going to be really close to Carson, and that squiggly line is the Tombigbee River. And so you've got Jackson proper right here, and this is the south side of town. So looks like this is going into the south side of town. Of course, we have a storm tracker down in Groveville. We may reposition them closer to Jackson, not too close, but we may reposition them down Highway 43. This is a Doppler radar indicated tornado, so it is not confirmed, but we are getting a succession of images coming in that show the velocity product right there. And we also want to continue to monitor it with our debris tracker. So Matt's moving some maps around so we can watch out for that as well. And right now in Jackson, possibly right there, that could be matching up. We're gonna have to watch that, but it's in an area where we're getting a lot of other returns, so this could be just a rotation area. We're not confirming it as a tornado debris signature presently. There's your rotation area right there. This is Rockville Road. This is essentially downtown Jackson. This is a highly populated area, and this is going to come across Highway 43 right here in the heart of Jackson, and I wouldn't be a bit surprised if it didn't just basically follow Highway 43 coming out of town and lifting to the north. You've got Allen Walker Road, you got Walker Springs about right here, you've got Grove Hill right there, and so your possible tornado is going to go basically right up Highway 43 here through Jackson. And the track on it with that 50 to 60, the 50 mile per hour forward speed is bringing it on up to the Grove Hill area by 10:26. and then we've got it up in the chance area by 10:39. So that's a look at what we have going on with that rotation couplet there. That is a Doppler radar indicated tornado, but not confirmed in Jackson. That one just popped up. We brought it to you live here on Fox 10 News at 10 p.m. And we were just about to head out some of our crews in the field, and we saw this rotation area. It was looking suspicious, so glad we stayed with it here. New tornado warning up for Clark County, and that's going to stay in effect through 10:30 p.m. So that's going to be in effect for about another 23 minutes. These warnings have had a history of spinning up fast, spinning down fast, and then spinning back up. And looks like we've seen some improvement to the structure of the possible on-the-ground tornado that was briefly on the ground on the west side of 57 here in Jackson County. That now just has the look of a severe thunderstorm and not a defined look of a possible tornado there along 57. Just to give you a little geographical update, that's Hurley. This is Wade right here. So it's going to come, or that rotation is going to come right across Wade or a little over the northern side of Wade, which is on Highway 63 right here. And that rotation area right there is going to keep working up, and it could even clip Agricola, but it is not, again, as well defined. Now, as far as winds, definitely in that 60-mile-per-hour range with some of the potential winds that are coming across the Pascagoula River Delta, and that's going to be impacting 63. This is in Jackson County, but it is oh so close to Mobile County. That is the Alabama-Mississippi line. And so Grand Bay, Seven Hills, Dawes, you are next for this bowing out structure right here. That's likely going to be a severe thunderstorm capable of producing winds in the 70 to 80 mile per hour range. And I expect that generally along Interstate 10 or a little north of I-10 as it moves up across Grand Bay Wilmer Road and then heads up towards Dawes. And while the rotation area may not maintain itself, the severe thunderstorm is likely to maintain itself. It's more linear here. There still could be some gusty winds, but it's more linear here, so it's not bowing out as bad in northwestern Mobile County. And then we have a new bow here, and then there's our rotation area in Jackson, and we're due for a new volume scan here, Matt. This one has been up for a bit, and it still shows that rotation area generally over Jackson proper. They may have even slowed a little in its forward speed. We'd probably go in a little bit tighter with some of the street level stuff just to reassure the folks in Jackson. You can see this. There's a lot to Jackson right here. This grid right here, this is going to be basically downtown Jackson. And so you're warned right now for a tornado. It has not been confirmed, but it was reported as a developing rotation area on radar. And we also have meteorologist Jennifer Lamberts here. She is monitoring damage reports on social media, relaying those, updating Fox10TV.com, updating our Facebook page as well, keeping track of our live stream. So we've got all hands on deck here from the Storm Tracker Center. And right up there in Jackson, that's the area where the warning was prompted. So far, we have it. Let's check that with the debris tracker here, Matt, and just kind of see how we're doing there, just as a checkup there on the folks in Jackson, Alabama. And again, this is really noisy looking. When we just see an area where we've got high reflectivity going on, a lot of times you'll just see not that distinct debris ball that matches up with the couplet, but just kind of a noisy look to the correlation coefficient. So I really don't see anything that proves that there is a tornado on the ground. Matt, what are you seeing with that rotation area right there in Clark County?
Okay, kind of. Well, related but unrelated, eastbound lanes in the causeway are now closed due to flooding overtopping there from the strong southerly winds. It's just, expected during an event like this. So those are the eastbound lanes on the causeway. So I would say Bayway is the only way across, but boy, the winds, you better be careful out there. Yeah, once again, looking at the velocity imagery here, it's right on top of Jackson right now. Like you said, this is, Jackson proper, right through the middle of town that they are seeing this. Even if you don't have a tornado on the ground here, you've got winds easily of hurricane strength blowing through town. So you need to be in shelter. You need to stay in shelter, let this thing pass. It's going to work its way right up Highway 43 and move its way across the county. I'll kind of draw out a line here of, let's see, I'll put this into motion. That kind of helps helps us with the, because this one has more of a northeasterly bend to it than some of the other ones that we've seen. So it looks like it's going to go more off into this direction. Hopefully it'll miss Grove Hill, but it's going to be awfully close. Then it's going to cross Highway 84 and head up towards the Franklin area of Monroe County. So we're going to continue to track that one and monitor it as it moves on off. Once again, the whole system right there, it's one linear line of storms with some bowing segments out ahead of it, and it's feeding right now on a lot of instability, a lot of deep, warm Gulf moisture out ahead of this that's helping this thing to keep its strength. A lot of times we watch this system at 10 o'clock at night moving on in like this. They would generally be weakening by now because of the heating of the day would be lost, that instability would go down, and things would improve. Just not the case with this one tonight. It has a lot of fuel that's sitting up out ahead of it, and it's going to continue to work on that fuel, and there's going to be multiple quick spin-up tornadoes like we've seen along these bowing segments. These things are pushing out with very strong 80-mile-per-hour winds, and we've seen this over and over again. On the north side of these things, you get these eddies of circulation that drop down into quick tornadoes, and that has been happening over and over again tonight. We saw it this afternoon over in Louisiana, then southwest Mississippi. Same thing now as it moves into southwest Alabama. It continues to do that. We're going to see numerous tornado warnings, so it's quite likely you're going to hear your phone going off more here this evening as we continue to get more of these warnings coming on in. Jason?
Let's just update you on what's happening overall with this line and show you where it is and where it's going. Right now, we have seen almost a complete all clear in Greene County, Mississippi. You're just about out of it. So wanted to let folks know in Greene County, Leakesville, especially the west, you've seen it. The line is through. What we're most concerned about is areas right embedded within and along this line of red. And this is going to extend from Biloxi to Wade and Hurley to just past Lucedale to up near Citronelle, and then all the way up into Jackson. And then within this, that's where we're having to monitor it for areas of rotation and also extremely gusty winds that could be from severe thunderstorm producing winds like we wouldn't see even in an average severe thunderstorm. We're talking about 70 to 80 mile per hour winds. This whole line is moving on off to the east. It will gradually move through the area, and overnight things will begin to improve for counties to the west, while other areas will still see a considerable threat. We've actually seen the potential for this line to intensify as it moves across the area tonight. There are 2 tornado warnings in our area right now. One is in Jackson County, Mississippi. A favorable sign with that one is that the severe thunderstorm warning was continued until 11. We don't know if they'll continue the tornado warning or not. It's not as impressive as it was earlier, but it was most likely on the ground near Vancleave earlier. At this point, the rotation is not as well defined. In Clark County, another area of rotation we've watched has been pretty much right on top of Jackson. That red box, that's what you got to watch out for when you're watching Fox 10 News tonight, are the red boxes. You don't want to be in the red box. Okay, that's the tornado warning. That's the polygon. We're all in the yellow, which means we're all in a tornado watch, except the far counties, the west, which may gradually drop out of the tornado watch. But the red is where we have the possibility of a tornado. Then we look inside that, and we take our velocity scope tool, and we're able to look in there and see what's possibly a tornado occurring. And Matt's running the radar, and so he's pointing things out too. And right there is your most likely your tornado on the north side of Jackson now. It's going to be lifting up Highway 43, and this area of spin, this area of rotation, is tracking up towards Grove Hill. It looks like it could be headed right up 43 towards Grove Hill. Hopefully it's not an on-the-ground tornado. We're treating it as such with a tornado warning. We don't see debris, but we will keep watching out for it right in there. And then that is a severe thunderstorm. See it bowing right there? So you're going to get extremely strong gusty winds that are not associated with a tornado in Choctaw Bluff, in Gainestown, and in the Carlton area, which is a little further to the south down here, and near Alma too, and Wadley. You've got to watch out for thunderstorm winds on the way here tonight. This signature right here, Matt, is something that's an improvement, really. It's not quite as tight of a circulation. Looked like we were about to have a tornado drop down on top of Jackson. We'll see. Still technically under a Yeah, that's crazy. All right, velocity product showing winds of potentially 100 miles per hour. Now, keep in mind, this is a little ways away from the actual radar, which is located at Mobile Regional Airport. And so this is looking up more into the midsection of the thunderstorm. And so that velocity, there are winds like that up in the upper atmosphere, but do they mix down? Hopefully not. But we do have the potential of winds mixing down to 70 or 80 miles per hour there in Clark County. That is definitely a dangerous, what we would call a considerable severe thunderstorm threat here into Clark County, and it looks like we're going to have that warning continuing right there, no doubt about it. Just checking things out around the area, we do expect this line to continue to advance to the east. It's going to do a lot slower than a lot of us would hope for. I think the best thing to do is this thing to just speed up and get out of here and get it over with, but it's going to drag through, and the longer it does, the more it's going to continue the potential severe threat. If you're in Grand Bay right now, I would be more concerned on the north side of town. When you get up here around Seven Hills, we've got this Boeing segment that is currently near Hurley, and it looks like it's made it across, and there was a tornado warning up for this one earlier for the northern end of it. It's not spinning a real distinct couplet right now, but it is showing that wind Boeing signature right there, and I would be concerned areas. We got 613 here at Howells Tanner Chapel Road here area, and then tracking on off towards the east as we get over towards the south of Tanner Williams, south of Big Creek Lake. When you get down here around Seven Hills or Grand Bay Wilmer Road area, watch out for a really strong thunderstorm. It's within about 10 minutes of crossing the Alabama line and coming over into parts of Mobile County. So we've got a possible severe thunderstorm there that is advancing forward. I know this line's getting closer to Sims, and we've got a live shot right there. Let's check in with Shelby Myers there in Sims, and Shelby's had some good tips tonight on how people can prepare for severe weather. Let us know what's happening there as far as lightning, thunder, and wind in Sims. Shelby?
Well, you said it, Jason, all of the above. We are seeing that happening right now. Look at that lightning just lighting up the sky. A big change from the last time we talked to you. You know, it wasn't quite as severe, but we're getting those gusts of wind continuously. We're getting the lightning strikes, and we're also just getting more and more rain. There was no rain in the area about 30 minutes to an hour ago. Now we're starting to see that rain. You're hearing some thunder there in the background. Again, we're in the Sims Walmart parking lot because this area is kind of lower lying in the area, and you can get a great picture of the sky here, and you can see that lightning just firsthand. So constant lightning right there as that storm approaches us and gets closer. We're definitely feeling the effects. If you take a look I don't know if you can tell from this angle, but the sidewalk, when you take a look here in the parking lots, at some point you can see the wind pushing that rain sideways in this sidewalk as well. So when those gusts come, they are definitely strong, definitely seeing the effects of this storm system. Lightning constant almost now, so we are getting closer and closer. That thunder louder and louder. You can hear the storm kind of getting closer. Again, this is in Sims. This is what it's looking like right now. That rain it's steady, definitely falling right now, but it's kind of on and off. The lightning being the big scene right now, the most thing that we're seeing in the sky going on. So obviously we're going to be out here continuing to track this as it gets closer, but the sky is lighting up, the wind is intensifying, and the rain is kind of an on and off situation going on here in Sims, guys.
All right, thanks, Shelby. We've got an update. The tornado warning for Clark County has been allowed to expire, so we're no longer under a tornado warning for Jackson. That area of rotation looked like it was going to be producing a tornado. That apparently did not happen, and so Jackson, Alabama, while you are experiencing severe thunderstorm winds and epic lightning right now and heavy rain, you are not under a tornado warning. So Highway 43, Grove Hill, and Jackson no longer under a tornado warning. Look at the lightning display that's going on right now all the way from up near Grove Hill and Watley to Jackson, through Washington County, down into Mobile County, and now into Mobile. We're seeing some amazing lightning breaking out. We're hearing the thunder at the Fox 10 News studios now, and we're getting an amazing amount of high concentration of really dangerous cloud-to-ground lightning right now between Hurley and Dawes. There are a lot of reasons why travel is not advised, but simply just trying to get out of your car and run to the house would be a pretty scary thing. Look at what Shelby is showing us there with that Sims shot there. We're looking at lightning and thunder there and down towards Grand Bay. So Big Creek Lake, Sims, Mobile Regional Airport, Dawes, Grand Bay, we're looking at a very high concentration of lightning. As far as warnings, currently there is still technically a tornado warning for Jackson County. We are not seeing a prominent rotation area there now. Looks like National Weather Service New Orleans is going to hold on to that warning through 10:45, but the cell is almost completely outrun the box, and we haven't seen it extended over to Mobile County. We're not discounting it. We're just saying that, yeah, this thing had a possible tornado on the ground back around Vancleave, but we've not seen any signs of this thing becoming tornadic here recently. We're going to watch it really closely because it's getting very close in Mobile Regional Airport, and there is a high concentration of rainfall right here, and there's been some rotation in this portion of the storm, so that'll be monitored, of course, as it gets closer to Mobile County. The last thing we would want is for a tornado warning to be extended over to Mobile County, but right now that is not happening. Looking at the line, same thing. All right, so this is a severe thunderstorm. There's no question. There is a bowing segment in here with some really strong winds, and it's coming across the Escatawpa and Big Creek, and it's about to pop out here over into western Mobile County, and it's going to be out Fred Freeland Road, and it's going to be down here Grand Bay Wilmer Road, and then areas further to the south. So we've got some very gusty winds there. There's Hurley proper. This thing's about to come across Big Creek and the Escatawpa, pop out south of Big Creek Lake, and work out through far western parts of Mobile County as you get out towards Snow Road ultimately. And it's going to bring in, we've got some damage in Chatham right now. Looks like we've got a crew on the scene there. We're going to check in with them shortly, but we found a tree down across the road from some of those thunderstorm winds in Washington County. So storm trackers out and finding damage, unfortunately, already there in Washington County. Core of the heavy thunderstorm is now really bearing down on West Mobile. You may be tuning in right now not because of a tornado warning, but just because of the amazing amount of lightning and thunder that's going on outside your house right now. And we will stay here with you on Fox 10 News through this line and keep you posted on what's happening as it moves through the area from west to east, so you can be informed and know. There's not a rotation area in association with what's coming through Mobile right now, but it's just awful. Great night to be inside, great night to be watching Fox 10 and let this thing come through. All right, Matt, we've got some winds up near 80 at Mobile Regional
We're about to
Airport.
get a tornado warning from Mobile County.
We're about to get a tornado warning issued for Mobile County right now, and we're the damaging winds impacting the Mobile Regional Airport area may produce a tornado. This is new information just coming down to us. Whether this is a result of a severe thunderstorm or a tornado, there's the warning for the tornado, so we can hear it right now coming in at our studio right now. This is going to be a tornado warning for a possible tornado near Hurley right here, and it's going to be about 13 miles north of Grand Bay, which is to the south. It's moving northeast at 40 miles an hour, so this is going to bring a tornado, which is right there. It's going to bring this tornado over Mobile County here shortly, and let's pop it up a little tighter and we'll get some of the roads popping up. That looks like Grand Bay Wilmer right there. So there's Grand Bay Wilmer Road south, and this is Newman Road here, and then this is going to be Airport Boulevard. So this is Airport Boulevard right here. Airport Boulevard at Mobile Regional Airport is here. This is Airport Boulevard right here at the state line. You've got Grand Bay Wilmer Road running north, and then this is Tanner Williams Road. And so the possible tornado is going to be located basically right there at the Mississippi-Alabama line, and it's going to be coming across around the Big Creek area, and it's about to pop out very close to Grand Bay Wilmer Road. And so it's going to, it's near State Line Road right now. There may be a road right in through here right now that we're not picking up on our street level mapping right there, but we've got Tanner Williams to the north, and there's actually a road that follows right along the state line right there between Tanner Williams and Airport. But regardless, we've got Grand Bay Wilmer right there, and that's our possible tornado. So new warning for Mobile County, developing weather situation. We told you we were going to keep an eye on the top end of that Boeing segment, and here it is. We've got a storm-based polygon that's showing a tornado warning, and we're focused in on where the rotation area is right now, but we also want to show you where the rotation area is going and what else is included in this storm-based warning. And so if that rotation area holds together, it's about to cross Grand Bay Wilmer Road, and remember, it's moving very, very quickly. It's moving northeast at 40. And then it'll bring it across Tanner Williams. So included in that is going to be Tanner Williams and Snow Road, the Tanner Williams Road proper between there and Grand Bay Wilmer, the south end of Big Creek Lake, Howells Ferry Road, and then Sims is also included in this, as well as Magnolia Grove. And we're watching it from our storm tracker right there with Shelby there. So we're going to have to watch this for her too. She may have to head a little west to be in a safer zone with this one, depending on the track. We'll have to keep an eye on that rotation couplet as it gets closer to Sims. Your rotation area right there and about to cross the Mississippi-Alabama line is going to be located right there just north of Airport Boulevard and about to cross Grand Bay Wilmer Road to the west of Mobile Regional Airport and moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. So developing weather situation here on Fox 10 News tonight. We do have a tornado warning in effect for right there on that state line area, and Matt's got it pulled up on reflectivity right now. We're also checking it right now for rotation and also watching for debris. We're going to be keeping an eye out for all those parameters as this comes through and see if we get a tornado debris signature. That's going to be something to watch out for. The rotation area is tightened a little, so this is northeast of Hurley. There is the rotation area right there, and I mentioned all those roads. Grand Bay Wilmer Road. Okay, looks like we've got debris.
Yep, we do.
Right there. So we've got one on the ground here, folks. We've got a tornado coming across the Mississippi-Alabama line. This is going to be a tornado debris signature indicating a tornado on the ground tracking towards the Tanner Williams and Grand Bay Wilmer Road area. If you're anywhere around Tanner Williams Road and Grand Bay Wilmer Road, you need to be seeking shelter. This is your possible tornado debris ball right there, and it's moving northeast at 40. So it's going to track across. It's north of Airport Boulevard, and at the state line, you go up, and right there is our tornado debris signature. This is Howell Tanner Chapel Road right there where it comes in close to Tanner Williams Road, and then you got Tanner Williams, and then this is Grand Bay Wilmer Road right there. I'm concerned about this area right here because it looks like it's going right for, if we can pop it up and see if any more streets or roads popped up, I'd like to call out some of the names. Cemetery Road, Mack Hinton Road, Randolph Foster Road, Lako Cooper Road, Golf Road, Old Tanner Williams Road West, areas south of Big Creek Lake. If I mention your road, that means you need to be in shelter. We've got a confirmed tornado by Doppler radar, a tornado debris signature showing up along with that velocity couplet there on radar right here coming across the Mississippi-Alabama line. There it is right there, and this is getting right into Mobile County now. A possible tornado on the ground, tornado debris signature. It's indicated by and confirmed by the National Weather Service now as well. TDS, tornado debris signature, possible tornado with debris crossing north between Airport Boulevard and Tanner Williams Road, right near the state line of Mississippi and Alabama. And this is going to come fairly close to, or real close to, our live shot location there in Sims. Unfortunately, we're going to get some really heavy rain ahead of this. This is not going to be a situation where we're going to be able to view a tornado tonight, most likely, unless you're on the southern end of it, because there's a huge rain shield between Sims and that tornado right there. So what we're saying is don't run outside and see if you can see this thing. Go seek shelter if you're in the path of this storm. and we've got Shelby going to shelter there too. She's at a Walmart or something, or a grocery store. She probably just needs to run inside. So possible tornado right there on the Mississippi Alabama line. And Matt, that one looks like the real deal crossing over right now at Grand Bay Wilmer Road.
Yeah, what I've got put it up on here, there's an inflow notch in this. What is happening here is this storm is just taking in air, and as it's doing that, is drawing in what we talked about, the instability that's in the atmosphere. So that is feeding this storm, and that's why we're seeing this just pop up, and it popped up so quickly here once again. But this came off the same one that impacted Vancleave. Okay, so this is the one that was on the ground at Vancleave. It spun back up. Now it has spun back down, and it's right there on this line there between Mississippi and Alabama, headed up towards Big Creek Lake, the Sims area, the sort of the northwestern side of Mobile. That is where this is going to be going on through. So we're continuing to see that. We have a confirmed tornado located over Tanner Williams, 60 miles. Okay, so basically it's been confirmed here with the radar, because when you get that debris signature that you're seeing right there near Tanner Williams Road, matching up with the circulation there and the velocity, that confirms tornado on the ground, because the only thing that can do that is a tornado. That's the only thing that can loft that kind of debris up into the air. And the radar is seeing the debris, can tell it's a different size than raindrops. The raindrops show up in that purple color, and that dot there in the middle, that's the debris being thrown up into the atmosphere by this tornado that is on the ground right here at the state line. There's Tanner Williams Road. If you're anywhere in western Mobile County and you're north of Airport Boulevard, you need to be taking shelter. So you're north of Airport Boulevard, you're in western Mobile County, Wilmer, Sims, Magnolia Grove area, all there along Highway 98, you need to be taking shelter.
Yeah, it's State Line Road right there, and there's Kendrick Road, State Line Road, and you know, right in this area, Guy Williams Road. Okay, so you can't see it, but on the state line itself, there's actually a road. There it is, just popped up. State Line Road, you got Cemetery Road, and that's our rotation area right there. And it's going to be close to Brown Loop Road as well as Tanner Williams Road. And you know, the Tanner Williams community is pretty much right in line for this. This may end up a little west or over on the western side of the Tanner Williams community here. So if you're anywhere around Tanner Williams, the Grand Bay Wilmer Road area, you've got a confirmed tornado. Tornado is on the ground according to the National Weather Service, and will move north-northeast near the Jackson County Mobile County line, and will move just west of Tanner Williams and eventually towards Wilmer. So we've got Wilmer here, there's Sims, and then we've got Tanner Williams, and we've got the State Line Road area as well as Cemetery Road, and this thing just spun up with a tornado debris signature. Hopefully this will find a way to lift, but right now this is a bad situation for some of these areas right near State Line Road. There's quite a number of houses and homes and places right here that could be potentially impacted. This is not just in the middle of the woods. This is an area with some population right there, no doubt about it. So Big Creek Lake, Millertown, Chunchula, Georgetown area ultimately could be impacted as it lifts to the north. It's wanting to lift up more towards Wilmer, but it's also between Wilmer and Sims. We're going to keep the live shot going up with from Sims right now. So we're looking at it on our velocity product right now. So that's showing us where the rotation is, and the red and green right next to each other is what we're looking for, especially when we see the red color and the blue color right there. And then the other thing we can do within that is look for debris, and there's the debris right there. So here's Tanner Williams, and there's Tanner Williams Road, and this is going to be on the northern end of State Line Road, and you're going to be a little east of Howell Tanner Chapel Road, but tracking towards Wilmer Road. Right after Grand Bay Wilmer gets up here into Tanner Williams, then it's Wilmer Road, which heads on up further to the north. And so that debris signature, it's picked up debris from possible damage here near State Line and Cemetery Road, and it's headed up to Randolph Foster Road as well as Goff Road and Wilmer Road. So there's Wilmer Road right there, and you've got a tornado headed your way. There's Howells Ferry and Wilmer Road, and there is the possible debris signature showing up on radar, and we're getting street level with our storm tracker tonight because we've got a tornado debris signature. There it is. Possible tornado there with debris and going up Wilmer Road, and it looks like it's heading right into the heart of Wilmer. It still appears to be holding together on our velocity scan, the indication of rotation in the atmosphere. Right where we would unfortunately expect it. We've got a severe thunderstorm producing winds 70+ miles an hour in Dawes. And then on the north end of that, you've got an eddy right here, and then that's creating the velocity, the rotation area, and that's where our possible tornado is here tonight. So Wilmer Road, Tanner Williams, west side of town and into Tanner Williams proper. Tornado debris signature confirmed, and there's another circulation that may produce a tornado very soon just east of Pascagoula that's moving towards Grand Bay. So right here near the Grand Bay Reserve area, crossing Highway 90 and tracking towards Highway 90 here. This is going to be near Bayou Cumbus. It's going to be near the Chevron refinery right here, and that's tracking to the north towards Highway 90. Another rotation area starting to tighten up there, another possible tornado, and there is a warning up for that one now as well. Matt, I'm going to let you take that one right there.
Yeah, this one's moving to the northeast at 45 miles per hour. Like you said, it's there near Moss Point, near where the Escatapa comes on down through the Moss Point area, and that is tracking off to the, once again, to the northeast at 45 miles an hour. So we have two tornado warnings. One that's kind of impacting the sort of the north central part of Mobile County. Maybe we'll just call it the central western part of Mobile County. And this one, though, this one's going to track over a different area. It's going to be down near Grand Bay. And if you're in Irvington, Theodore, this is the one you're going to need to watch out for. Maybe even Bayou La Battery, depending on the ultimate movement of this. But basically right along the Highway 90 I-10 corridor there, going all the way up through Tillman's Corner. This is the one that's producing a possible tornado down on the southern end of the county. Let me get that new box up for you so we can see it. Okay, so now look at this. In Mobile County, we actually have multiple tornado warnings here, and they cover a good chunk of the county. So many folks are now in different warnings, and it looks like what they've done with that one is they've shifted the box to more of a northerly route with it because it took sort of a northerly bend there as it hit the state line. So they have shifted the box on that one. And I'm going to get back into the velocity imagery here. And that's this one here. That's that Tanner Williams Road that Jason's been talking about for a while. It took more of a left-hand turn. So instead of going due northeast, it's kind of taken more of a northward bend. So they have changed the warning box there. And then we have the other one, the newest one, down on the southern end of the county. I'm going to pause this because when it was out over water, it was not showing up clearly, and so you're not seeing it till it gets there. Now we've stopped it over the Grand Bay Reserve, this pecan. It is working its way towards the state line. It'll be crossing over very, very soon into the Grand Bay area, and this time it'll be south of I-10. So this one's south of I-10, and that is where it's tracking to. So the southern end of the county is about to be impacted by this one. Probably too early yet to see a debris signature. Still got a debris signature on this one up around Tanner Williams. That's right over Tanner Williams. So they still have a debris signature there, and that's possibly one there showing up for this one as well. So there's a lot of different noise that sometimes happens on the radar, especially with this product. But if it doesn't match up with where the velocity signature is, we know that's not something that's actually happening. This one we're going to watch because it is matching up with it. If that continues to show up with bright colors, we might be seeing a debris signature there as well in the southern end of Jackson County, about to cross over the state line into the Grand Bay area.
Yeah, so updating you right now on this one right here. If that is a tornado debris signature, it's going to be located pretty close to Middle Bay. It's tracking towards Bayou Heron. It's also located pretty close to Bayou Cumbus right now, so we have a debris signature there. And also further to the north, we've got a debris signature here that's still very prominent. Very unfortunate situation here. Tanner Williams, Grand Bay Wilmer Road, and Wilmer Road tracking towards the northeast, towards Highway 98. And this is still a very prominent prominent tornado debris signature showing up right now, Matt, unfortunately, in the Wilmer Road area. That is really worst case scenario when you have a highly populated area and you've got a distinct rotation couplet, and then you also have the potential of damage going on here with the debris being lofted here off of Grand Bay Wilmer Road. So this is pulled away from State Line Road and is now getting very close to Wilmer and very close and into Tanner Williams, as well as the Big Creek Lake area with our rotation area and also our debris. So we've got Highway 98 between Sims and Wilmer, and then we've also got Howells Ferry Road here, the Big Creek Lake Road area, and we're looking at rotation going on right here with debris still showing up on our debris tracker. We do have our live picture from Sims showing up right now. Shelby Myers was here earlier. She has taken shelter nearby, so we've left the live shot up, but she is not in that live vehicle. But it does look like that rotation area is going to come dangerously close to Sims as it moves and it begins to lift up generally towards the northeast here, and that's going to bring it really close to Highway 98 and Moffett Road. So we've got a rotation area there. We've got debris. We've got a tornado debris signature. We've got the Wilmer Road area, and right there near Tanner Williams, we are looking at a possible rotation area here lifting on off towards the northeast, and that's going to get really close as it gets over towards Snow Road here and Howells Ferry Road. It looks like it will be north of Howells Ferry Road and Snow, so it's going to end up a little further up as we get up a little bit further up Snow Road up towards Wolf Road. So we've got Wolf Road right there, and there's your tornado right now that's going to be located between Tanner Williams and Wolf Road. Shelter immediately in Wolf Road and the Sims area, the south side of Sims, as well as Snow Road right here. This rotation area has not calmed down. It's still showing signs of producing a tornado, and it still also is showing debris on our debris tracker. So this is likely a considerable tornado going on. Look at the debris right there, matching up with what we're seeing on radar, which is rotation. And so Wolf Road here and Snow Road currently showing up as a possible area that would be next impacted or imminently impacted by a tornado, because the debris signature, it's too late if you're underneath this thing. You can't react to it because a lot of times the rotation area is going to be a little ahead of the debris. So this is a tornado on the ground which has had a history of producing damage and potential debris, and it's tracking right into Sims, and even some of these volume scans could be a minute or two behind. I mean, we're really great with the technology, but even a minute or two, it could be a little ahead of this. So in Sims, shelter immediately for a tornado. The tornado warning is going to continue for that area. Matt, let's check in on that one to the south down around Grand Bay, just to keep an eye on it here too. Right there would be your possible tornado warned storm here. It's going to be located in the Grand Bay Reserve area. It's going to be on the south side of town. We're going to have to watch out on the south side of Grand Bay here down Henderson Camp Road, down on the southern end for a possible tornado coming your way. That would be your tornado right there. It's going to be north of Grand Bay and Lafourche Bay now, and this is going to be essentially over the Grand Bay Reserve, but we need to watch out in this area here for a possible tornado coming up on the south end of Grand Bay, down Douglas Road, down Henderson Camp Road, areas down here on the southern part of town. You're going to need to be watched out for a possible tornado coming in there. We've also gotten an update, unfortunately, on this one right here. And it's a strengthening circulation, and so your tornado is going to be right there at Wolf Road, and it's going to be crossing Snow Road. Take cover immediately, according to the National Weather Service Mobile, and we've been relaying that information to you as well. There's Moffett, there's Snow, here's Wolf, there's the tornado or the possible tornado, and again, we've got a debris signature with this thing, so we're going to treat it like it's a tornado emergency at this point, and it's going through a very highly populated part of Mobile County now. There are a lot of neighborhoods here. This thing's pulled away from Big Creek Lake now, and it's getting into the heart of Sims. It's going to come across the west part of Sims first. Looks like it's going to track right up across Highway 98 Sims. Now we're getting street level. So we've got Ellen Drive. See, the possible tornado would be on the ground there. Some of the areas that are ahead of this so we can alert you and help you prepare would be Blackwell Nursery Road, Snow Road, Glenwood Court popped up. That's going to be a little bit north of it, but there's some more streets and roads right here. Anywhere near Snow and 98. And from there back to the south, and this will be a little north of Pollard Road, I think, or a little bit west of there. But there's your possible tornado there. And it's tracking towards Snow Road and Sims. And while we're doing that, you know, we're live too in Sims. And so we're in the rain shield, we're in the precipitation shield of the storm right now. And so we're not in a position to be able to see the tornado right now, but we're going to watch it, because it looks like that tornado could get real, or that rotation here is going to get real close to our storm tracker. Right here, we're just getting a ton of heavy rain, and that's the way this works. You get heavy rain, and then the tornado is going to be on the back end of it. That's what you can expect if you're in the Sims area. Heavy rain first, and then the rotation area on the back end of it. So we've got it up full right now. Matt?
So, Jason, we have two areas of rotation up there around Sims. That first one that you're looking at there west of Snow Road, and then we have another one north of Howells Ferry, just to the west of Schillinger Road. Now, where the camera is at, that's our storm tracker vehicle in the parking lot there of the Walmart. That's very near Schillinger and in Highway 98. This one is going to go pretty much right over it. So we're going, if we're going to see anything, we're going to see it with this camera. Once again, our crew that was in the truck has taken shelter. They are not in it right now, and you can see that wind and the rain now blowing sideways. We have a signature of a possible tornado probably about 2 or 3 miles due south of where this camera is looking right now. And look at that, Jason.
Look at the wind.
It is picking up very rapidly. So this is how fast this is going to occur. Look at the pedestrian sign right there in front of the camera starting to shake around. Once again, tornado warning here for Mobile County around the Schillinger Road area up around Sims. Once again, this is the parking lot of the Walmart there in Sims, and you can see the sign shaking around in front there of the camera, and that rain coming in sideways here. And hey, check out the velocity. We got it right on top there, folks, right on top of Schillinger and 98. So we are seeing possibly
a debris ball on Wolf Road. Yeah, there's 2 of them, and we've just got an update too about the tornado warning for Grand Bay. So we got to go through. We need to pull it on a split screen or something here, guys, because we got about 3 things going on at once. All right, so we've got our possible tornado located here in Sims, and we've got some debris located right in through here. We've got our live pictures, and we're not going to let go of that because we want you to see that there, because this rotation area is going to go right over that live picture. But we also just got an update to the tornado warning in Grand Bay. So you're in shelter in Sims right now for a tornado. You're in shelter on the south side of Grand Bay for a possible tornado as well. This was just reissued and updated here. It's going to be continued until 11:30. Possible tornado on the south side of Grand Bay. This is going to be Highway 90 right here, and we got Henderson Camp Road, Douglas Road, and you're going to get down here as we get closer to the Half Mile Road area and 2 Mile Road. You are under a tornado warning right now for a possible tornado capable of moving to the northeast at about 50 miles an hour. There's Henderson Camp. Here's Potter Track. And so we got a possible tornado there. Wheatcroft. As we get further over here, there's 2 Mile. So I named out some of these roads. If I mention your name in the Fernland area, we've got a possible tornado coming across the south part of town. Shelter in place. Also back to Sims right now. We've got a serious situation right now with 2 rotation areas. There's one for sure right there over Wolf Road. We've got a second one here out ahead of it out near Schillinger, it appears. Is that correct, Matt? It looks like we may have a second one right through there. Let's go to our debris tracker. Presently, the live shot location is holding. There's a lot of gusty winds right there, but possible debris here at Snow and Wolf, and then another one right here at Schillinger and Moffett. So there and there would be your 2 tornadoes. There's Sims, our live trucks right here. It looks like this possible tornado may go right over our live shot right there, and you can see the winds picking up there. So this would be pretty much it imminently in that live picture. And then here in the Schillinger Road area, you've got another one that's tracking out. There's Bear Fork and Moffett. This is Schillinger and Moffett. This 217 14 is Lott Road. Got one tracking towards Lott Road. Got another one down here around Snow. That too could lift up around Lott Road. If you're up here along Lott Road, you need to be sheltering for a possible tornado. We have 2 debris signatures showing up at the same time in the Sims area. One on the west side of town and in town, and the other one over on the east side of town out near Schillinger. So 2 possible tornadoes with debris signatures. Let's check the 1-2 in Grand Bay real quick for debris. I don't want to leave you guys out down there in Grand Bay. So we've got a possible debris area, showed you those 2, and then down to the south in Grand Bay, fortunately right now not showing anything that shows up as debris. So we're going to watch that, but we're not able to confirm that one with the TDS. These 2 are TDSs right now. And 2 rotation areas in the Sims area. The one's going to be right here, and it looks like it might be clearing the Schillinger Road area and advancing to the east. The other one is out further on off towards the west, and it's beginning to look a little better there. We've got this is the Snow Road area, so it looks like now you're going to have your possible rotation area right in the heart of Sims, pretty close to that live shot there, and that's lifting to the north. And then a new rotation area has developed right in through here. It's subtle, but that may be where we're getting. This is really close to the radar site, so that's good and bad. When it really gets close, it can be difficult sometimes to find things just because we get a little noise, we get a little clutter right around the radar site. That circle is the radar site there, and you've got 2 areas of rotation that are being monitored presently along and close to Moffett Road, Schillinger, Lott Road, and 158. There's your rotation area 1, and there's rotation area 2 coming through Sims here. And this one just came over Wolf Road with a really strong TDS earlier. That's a tornado debris signature. Looking at it now, the rotation area may be shifting more out ahead of it to this one right in through there. Hard to find. These are high precipitation supercells, so there are many times that the tornadoes can be embedded within areas of very, very high precipitation, and it can become a little more difficult to predict or show exactly where they are. This one may be tightening up a little bit right there, Matt, just to the east of Fernland. So we've got now rotation in Irvington, and we're looking at a rotation area there near Irvington, Bilo Battery Highway and Highway 90. That's going to be the new Grand Bay exit, or the one that's located between Theodore and Grand Bay, the McDonald Road exit. Possible rotation area showing up in Irvington presently, and that's going to be on the west side of Laurendale. We talked about how that nasty looking line to our west, as it moved into our area, it had the potential to get into a more volatile environment for the potential of severe weather, and unfortunately that's unfolding. Irvington right now looking at a strong signature of rotation, and that just got brought into us too. The National Weather Service is picking up on that as well in their chat. Circulation's intensifying and could produce a tornado at any time right here near Irvington. So there's St. Elmo and Irvington. That's McDonald Road. This Highway 90, this is going to be pretty close it's going to basically follow right up along Highway 90. Could end up in West Theodore as it moves across and around the Irvington area. Also going to come out really close. It's not too located, just a little bit further to the south of the Walmart Distribution Center, which is located right here in the Amazon Distribution Center. And it's going to continue to track off towards the northeast. We're going to have to watch this one for potential debris as well. And this was the one that was over Moss Point earlier and over Grand Bay on the south side of town. It's already gotten away from there. If you're in Grand Bay, we are now no longer under a tornado warning there, and it has shifted more over here, not seeing the debris. Updated velocity scan shows some rotation here in northern Mobile County, and this may be the circulation that was over Sims earlier, or it may have advanced ahead. And I'm liking what I'm seeing right now in Sims. I don't see anything as well defined, but this is suspicious for possible tornadic activity now, and that's going to be up near Ching Dairy Road. We got Frank Maples Road. This is Lott. So there's Lott Road there. And looking at it here, that's going to be 158, so pretty close to the University of Mobile. We do have a rotation area here as well. So Some areas are seeing an increase and a ramping up of possible tornadic activity. Other areas are seeing a decrease. For example, Greene County, George County looking better right now. Jackson County, Mississippi looking better. Mobile County, we're dealing with all kinds of issues and still remain under tornado warnings. The last update as of 10:49 with 2 tornadoes on the ground in Sims, one on the east side crossing Highway 98 and the other one was on the west side of Sims near Snow Road in 98. We haven't gotten an update on that in the last 5 minutes, but 5 minutes ago, those were deemed on the ground as TDSs, as confirmed by the National Weather Service. So still on guard for the potential of rotation coming through Sims and trying to lift north of Sims now up towards Lott Road. All right, one of the tornado warnings just got canceled, Matt. So there's still one in effect. There's probably an old warning that they allowed to drop off. They dropped off Jackson County completely, but we've got the rotation area in Irvington. And then we've got this one here up into the Moffett Road area. So just to show you, Mobile Metro, you are under a tornado warning right now. The rotation area that we're watching for Mobile Metro for Midtown and down DIP and down around Dog River is for a possible tornado over Irvington that's going to be basically coming right up Highway 90. This may be a close call for the I-10, I-65 area and Highway 90 if that rotation area maintains itself. And then the other is going to be right here near the Lott Road area, and it's tracking off to the northeast. Up towards, it looks like it's going to cross Lott Road, 158, and then Highway 45 in Callioca, and then run up towards Saraland. So there are a couple of areas that we're watching. One is here, the other one is there. It's all on this wicked line that's coming through town now. There's a little notch right there too, so that's going to be your little inflow notch right there. That's your possible tornado in the Irvington area right there. And then, so we're looking at our velocity. What we're doing is we're going inside the rain and saying, well, where's the rotation? So right there around Theodore would be a possible area of concern. It may have raced ahead of McDonald Road here now with the rotation. It looks like it's going to basically come right up Highway 90 now. So your rotation is going to be located right here near Highway 90 in Theodore, and it's going to be on the west side of Theodore. It's coming right up Highway 90. And it also looks like it could come across 193 and Rangeline Road there, and not far away from Dog River. We're going to have to watch out there around Dog River as well for a possible tornado warning heading towards your area. Further to the north up Lott Road here in 158, you've definitely got the bowing out thunderstorm here, so that's going to be producing gusty winds through the heart of town. And then we'll have to keep an eye on this. It's been those little eddies on the north side of the bows that have been producing possible tornadoes. This is Callioca, so there's the Callioca Road area. We got to watch that area right there too. A lot of elements of this. This is moving quickly. We just took a power hit at Fox 10 News. We're good. We have a generator, so it just takes a second and we're right back on the air. So with all the epic lightning going on across the area, we just took a little brief power hit. Our generator kicked back in and we're right back here with you on the air moving forward with the coverage. Definitely looking at the possibility of some rotation there around Callioca that's going to have to be monitored too, and that may be a piece of some of the energy that was just there about 10 minutes ago. At this point, can we call an all clear for Sims? We are not looking at any distinct rotation areas that I can tell right now in Sims. We were sheltering in Sims for a tornado with a tornado debris signature, and at this point it looks like some of that has advanced further up past Schillinger's Road, and whatever circulation was on the west side of town may have weakened. We are still under a warning, but the rotation area may have advanced. So State Line Road areas certainly can breathe easier. The squall line is past you. The Tanner Williams area may have some damage, but it does look like the bad weather has passed you. Grand Bay, it looks like it's past you and is now more over towards Irvington. We're watching this part of the line, and it looks like the line may have jumped ahead a little now as it's starting to make progress through the heart of Mobile. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning up for the west side of Mobile as well as Mobile proper as this moves on off towards the east. This is a developing weather situation here on Fox 10 News. The current time just about 11 o'clock here tonight, and we're getting quite the event going on with a severe weather outbreak right now, Matt, here in Mobile County.
Yeah, continuing to follow this on the velocity imagery, and once again, we're seeing the same thing play out over and over again. We have this bowing here of these strong winds. They just went over the radar site, by the way, and you can see how it explodes out the other side of the radar site, going into West Mobile, going up I-65 now up towards Saraland. And as we get that side, that as it pushes out right here along that northern edge, we continue to see circulations popping out. That was the one that we saw earlier with the tornado debris signature over Sims. Now it's going up towards Saraland, so we're going to watch right here. And boy, I would not be surprised. There's actually a couple areas that are suspicious that we don't see another tightening up right through here on the northern side of that whole push there of those strong thunderstorm winds, that big bowing echo out ahead of this system. So that's one area we're watching. Boy, the lightning. Let me get onto that real quick because it is just something. Look at that. Just incredible amounts of lightning. And of course, this causes its own issues, and look at that. It is just completely covering Mobile County right now. Some of you may have just pulled this up on your phone because your power went out at the house. So that is what we're looking at. Massive amounts of lightning out there going across Mobile County right now. And there's more highway. Yeah, okay, just like I was just talking about with that circulation we saw up here just north of Highway 158 up near Saraland. They are warning that this is tightening up, and so we anticipate probably seeing more tornado warnings here on the northern edge of this as it continues to work its way off to the north and east.
Let's check that debris right there around 158 and 45. Yep. We've gotten a report of a possible tornado on the ground there. We're going to have to watch out here. This is going to be Celeste Road right there, so it could be that circulation area around 158 may have begun to advance more up here across Callioca and into the Celeste Road area. We had a report that there could have been a possible tornado on the ground at 10:58, so that would have been about 3 minutes ago at Highway 158 and Highway 45 here near Cushla, and so that's going to bring it across Callioca and now here around the right there. So we've got rotation showing up here over Celeste Road. It's going to be a little south of Charleston Drive. It's going to be south of Radcliffe Road here on Celeste, and a possible tornado near Alvarez, and that's going to be tracking out across just to the south of Celeste Road. And there's some power. There's a tornado on the ground at Dog River right now, so we got to watch that too. We've got a possible rotation area there and another one down here, down around Dog River right here. Possible tornado over Dog River just popped up. Looks like it's going to be near Dog River Road and River Trace, and this is tracking towards the Alba Club, so it's coming across Dog River proper right now. Watch out if you're at Hollinger's Island, if you're anywhere on the south end of Dolphin Island Parkway between the mouth of Dog River, and it looks like it's going to be about halfway up DIP towards Interstate 10. You've got a tornado crossing Dog River, and this could be a more of a this could be Riverside and Clubhouse here. So northeast, there it is right there. Possible tornado. There's Clubhouse. Here's Riverside. There's Gulfdale Drive. This is Dolphin Island Parkway south of Interstate 10, and possible power outages is occurring as a result of this as well. Tornado on the ground, Dog River, north of Dog River Bridge, and will cross Dolphin Island Parkway at any time. Take cover immediately in and around Brookley Field and Hollinger's Island. There's Brookley up here to the north, and there's your possible tornado right there near Clubhouse Road. So we've got two we're watching right now. The Sims situation is calmed down. Now we're talking Dog River, and we got another one up possibly near Celeste Road coming off of 158 and 45. So presently in Dog River, the DIP area, very high population density unfortunately here, and there is a possible tornado that just moved across Dog River, and looks like it just came across down, looks like south of Rabbit Creek perhaps, and then worked across right there at the Alba Club and is now working up across 163. I would say based on the forward speed, the tornado is probably here right now. Remember, this thing's going to be jumping ahead of the volume scans. Brookley Field, you're in line for this one. Also a possible tornado going on This is going to be getting over a more populated area shortly as it gets back over here towards Hatter's Pond. This is going to be 65 and down around Satsuma and getting a little closer to the north part of Saraland. Possible rotation area right there. Here's Celeste Road, and this is going to be tracking here on off towards the northeast. And it looks like this one here just north of Satsuma, Matt.
Yeah, that one, and we also got reissuing of the warnings. That's why your phone might be going off. But we also, I want you to notice on the other side of the screen there, that is our Admiral camera on the Admiral downtown Mobile, and it's looking off to the south. So that's looking down into this storm on DIP. So you can see the lightning, and look at the thing moving around quite a bit up there. It is you're not going to see a tornado at night unless it gets backlit by some of these lightning strikes, but you can see how much lightning is popping in the heavy rain. And this is pointing basically about where Jason was just tracking here, south DIP. So that right there, that is the picture here tonight. It's possible 2 different tornadoes on the ground in Mobile County right now, one up near Saraland, one down here on DIP. So we have a lot of action going on with this line as we anticipated. We are under level 4 risk here tonight and panning out here, unfortunately, area wide. And this hasn't even gotten over to Baldwin County yet. So if you're watching us from Baldwin, this area will be getting to you in the next 15 to 20 minutes to cross the bay, and so that'll be the next up with these strong storms.
Yeah, it's a bad one coming through right now downtown, looking down there towards Dog River, and it's a confirmed tornado right now. And then also potentially to the north, getting up here as we're getting over towards Celeste Road now. Possible tornado here as well. 2 areas of concern. The one down around Dog River has been confirmed, and right now that rotation area is going to be lifting up right here near the Dolphin Island Parkway area. So your rotation, while it is a little hard to make out right there, and so this is going to be Dolphin Island Parkway and Interstate 10, and then DIP begins to come to the south, and it makes that bend, that turn right there, and there's your possible tornado. So it's going to be a little north of Canal Drive. It's going to be about halfway across near Clubhouse and Riverside at DIP, and this is going to move over Hollinger's Island, and then it'll skip out potentially over the bay. If not, it's going to graze the waterfront up by the Coast Guard base and work up towards the battleship USS Alabama. It's also going to get really close to Brookley Field. So we had a confirmation of a circulation on the ground there. And then also we're watching up near where we would see, according to what's been going on pretty much all night, on the north tip of that circulation of the bow signature would be a possible tornado up here around Axis and Satsuma, and it's lifting off towards the northeast. So those are the 2 areas we're watching right now. We're shifted away from being concerned about a tornado on the ground, which was confirmed in the Tanner Williams and Sims area, and now it's more of a Mobile thing. And it looks like we've got a strong Boeing signature with winds that are, possibly up in that 70 to 80 mile per hour range, about to move out over the Tensaw Delta. And then we have to watch either end of it, the top end of it and the bottom end of it. And that's where our eddies are forming up, where we can see those circulations. And those circulations, one's in Satsuma and the other one's going to be down here around Hollinger's Island and Dog River. That is not, and this happens quick. They spin up, they get down on the ground, they're on the ground for a quick period of time, and then they lift again, and then a new one forms. And that's what happens in this kind of weather setup. This can happen very, very fast. And Baldwin County, you're next, because all this stuff over here in Mobile that's been popping like crazy, that potential for tornadic activity is soon about to move over Mobile Bay and will be over into Baldwin County. So there we go. Chunchula, Saraland, Mobile, this line all the way down to Bayou La Battery. Behind it, the severe threat is over. Ahead of it and along it, the severe threat is ongoing. Severe thunderstorm winds of 70 miles per hour on the Bayway right now, according to the National Weather Service out of Mobile. They've also continued the warning over to Baldwin County as of 11:04. So within the last 4 minutes, these warnings extend now over into Baldwin County. Matt, let's look at our storm-based warnings. I want to look at the polygons right now and show folks in Baldwin County where you're included in this. And so for the Dog River tornado, that's going to include, if it holds together, Daphne, Loxley, and over towards Spanish Fort, and your alerts are going off. And then the warned area for Saraland, that is going to continue across the Delta, and that will be a tornado warning for Stockton and Bay Minette and possibly Hurricane Crossroads area, and then eventually Rabun and Perdido here. You're a little ways off, but that's for that warning coming across 43. So there are 2 tornado warnings right now. The stuff on the back end, it looks like the storms outrun that. There's so much happening, they may not have dropped the warnings off yet, and that's understandable based on the number of things that are showing up on radar all at once. So tornado warning currently in effect for Mobile County and Baldwin County. Tornado warnings, Mobile County and Baldwin County. This line is quickly trying to advance across the Tensaw Delta and out over the bay now. It looks like the circulation that was around Dog River is most likely either over the bay or difficult to find on the velocity product now. The leading edge of it has it running through Mobile and out over the bay now and near the battleship. So we're seeing that pull away from Dog River. These things are moving so fast. This one will already be past the area. And this is what's coming, and then that's a look at it. That flickering right there is just a constant wall of lightning and heavy rain about to come across the I-10 Bayway presently. And we'll likely be checking back in. Woo, look at that lightning strike there. That was bad. Cloud to ground lightning going on right now coming across the bay. That one we just captured live. It really stood out compared to a lot of the flashes we've seen. Tornado warning is going to stay in effect for Baldwin County until 11:45. So that's until 11:45 for the warning that was currently located on the northern end of it. So the one going up towards Stockton, that one's going to be in effect till 11:45, and then the one on the southern end of it that was over the Dog River area headed towards the eastern shore, that's going to stay in effect until 11:30. These are crossing the Delta now and quickly advancing over into Baldwin County. This line at least is moving right now. I'm not wishing it on the folks anywhere in our forecast area, but at least it's not sitting in one spot. It's starting to make a little advance. So you're going to have a threat of severe weather. It's going to last for about 30 or 45 minutes, and then things are going to wind down. It's not going to go on all night. But there are plenty of communities across the Panhandle and over eastern Baldwin County. You got a ways to go before it gets there, so you're just going to have to stay up and watch this thing. All right, Mobile right now looks like the heavy winds and the possible rotation area is going to be right here on Interstate 10. This one's getting really close. There's that little notch right there. That's going to be getting really close to our camera. Camera's located about right here. That's the camera there. It's pointed out towards the Bayway. Awful night to be driving on the Bayway. Don't go out driving anywhere. Just stay where you are. No reason to be out driving in all this mess. Let it roll through. It'll be better in 30 or 45 minutes, these areas that are getting hit right now. We're getting really heavy winds out here near Gravity Island. This is going to be the heart of the Tensaw Delta. Once we get over towards Cloverleaf and 225, we start running into a lot higher population density right there. But this gusty wind front that's coming across the Delta right now is presently over the Delta, sparsely populated area, but it's about to pop out over here around Bromley at 225. And we're watching the north end of it and the south end of it for possible rotation going on right now. Matt?
Yeah, we got a new one. This is going to be for more down to the south because it goes towards Point Clear from Alabama Port. So I need to kind of work my way down there on the vlog. There it is. Okay, so we got a new one, the new tornado warning, and it is going to be for right here. And something I was kind of thinking that probably would happen once we got out over the bay, you got lower friction out there, and that allows the spin to spin up. So we're spinning up a tornado over the water. This isn't a water spout. Tornado on the water is what this is. It's a different beast, and you're going to need to watch this over in Point Clear. This is going to work its way across the bay towards the Point Clear area and all down here south of Fairhope. So any area point south of Fairhope going down towards Magnolia Springs, right through here. You can see there's Magnolia Springs to Fish River, Weeks Bay, right through here. This is headed up your way with a brand new warning. Let me get that new warning box up, and boy, wow. This is something when you see this much red, this many different boxes, basically all along this line, we got potential here. And even if you don't have tornadoes right where these red boxes are at the moment, not on every single one of them, it literally takes about 2 minutes for one of these to spin up. They're doing this all along this line. They've been doing it all night long, and we're continuing to see that. So we have a new warning now. You can see this one extends over through Foley, all the way over to Seminole and Gateswood, but right now it's out over the bay. It is over the bay right now on the southern edge of all this, and what we're seeing, look at these. We've mentioned this earlier. We continue to see these inflows into the storm. We see where these little areas look like little bays inside of it. That is where the storm is just bringing in all this unstable air that is very, very humid, very warm, very unstable, and it continues to produce these spins. Let me get this back into the right area. Basically, anywhere along this leading edge, there's quick spin ups, and boy, look at that one out over the middle of the bay. Yeah. There's Middle Bay Light. It looks like it's just a couple miles south of that, just past Alabama Port. Alabama Port, you're not in this. It is past you. It is in the bay. It's going to work its way across the bay over towards the eastern shore for areas south of Fairhope. And yeah, they're calling it intense circulation. That is what we're seeing here right out over the bay. And that is working its way across the bay. There's Barnwell and all along Highway 98 over there, going over towards Turkey Branch and up towards Fish River. That is the areas. Well, boy, we are seeing a very, very strong circulation right now over the bay. Once again, since the bay obviously is flat, there's no trees, that lack of friction there has allowed this one to really spin up. So we're seeing a very strong circulation here. And let me do something else as well, because if it is lifting water, you might even be able to see that here on the debris signature. Sometimes you can. And I think you are seeing that right there. Actually lifting the water out of the bay.
Yeah, definitely so, Matt. Definitely looks like a TDS. This is going to be a tornado over the water. So we can see water spouts happen in ordinary thunderstorms in the summertime, but this one's a tornado over the water just south of Middle Bay Light. It's tracking towards the Mullet Point area and Point Clear, and it's going to be continuing to move off to the northeast. There's a new volume scan. It's getting really close to Middle Bay Lighthouse, and there's Point Clear right there. So we're concerned. This is like just a week later, we had one of these that was out over Mobile Bay that moved off of Fort Morgan and ended up ultimately coming into Baldwin County and then touching down in the Robertsdale area. Well, watch out. County Road 32, Highway 98. We've got a rotation area here that is very prominent, showing up on radar, and that is tracking right for the eastern shore. So we've got Scenic 98, and look at the wind-driven rain right now at our camera. That is wild. Coming in right now in Daphne, and our Daphne camera, we definitely want to be, wow, look at that right there, Matt. That is some extremely violent wind and rain going on. That was wind-driven rain and coming in at a very high velocity towards that camera right there. That shows you what we're dealing with along the leading edge, and with there not being anything to slow the wind down in this area in Daphne right now, it is coming flying across Mobile Bay and up Doleave Bay and towards this camera. This camera is located right at Highway 98 and I-10, located in the heart of Daphne, and we are looking at our live camera right now with vertical rain coming in towards the camera lens presently. I mean, it's just coming straight in, being blown in off of the areas off of Mobile Bay, and we're checking it. That looks like straight line wind stuff there, because as we're monitoring it, I'm not seeing any distinct rotation, just like an area of straight line winds coming in there. The rotation area still is out over Mobile Bay, Middle Bay Lighthouse, and tracking in towards Point Clear with our possible tornado warning. On the north end of it, though, we could be seeing a little eddy going on up there where we're getting some form of rough weather, but at this point it looks like, again, up towards 225, not seeing anything tornadic going on there, but definitely some awful winds being blown in, Matt.
I just imagine the homes are on the bluff right there above the bay, just all got hit with about an 80-mile-per-hour wind gust, or still getting hit by that. Extremely strong winds, as strong as just about anything we get in hurricanes around here as well. I mean, since the last time we've seen anything this strong would have probably been back with Zeta in the area. So this is extremely strong winds coming in directly off the bay, like that horizontal rain. the lightning, boy, that is just something else. That is a wild looking camera shot. Of course, those cameras don't have microphones on them. If they did, it would be just extremely loud. Once again, we are continuing to watch a circulation out over the bay, very close to the Point Clear area. The scenic Highway 98 there on the eastern shore, showing up very prominently now. We also could see on the debris signature likely what was, the bay water getting sucked up into the system as it crosses the bay. So anybody that lives there, once again, right off the bay, Highway 98, you're about to get slammed by this storm. It's going towards probably right between the Barnwell community and Point Clear and going right up through the southern south there of Fairhope. So that is the biggest area of concern. Boy, now it's getting close to that new volume scan. Right there is Point Clear. You can see that's the circulation right there. It's going to work its way over towards Highway 98, scenic Highway 98, Highway 98 proper, going just south of Fairhope here as this continues to cross on through. But boy, what a wild camera shot that we continue to see there on Highway 98. And let me show you this. This was straight line winds you just saw on that camera. Look at how that thing is bowing like that. We talk about that bowing echo. That is the storm just plowing along with 70 to 80 mile per hour winds. And we just saw that on that camera, how intense that can be. Every home there on that bluff there on the bay just got hammered by that very strong winds. All right. Also, another strong circulation in Monroe County. That one's up towards Pineapple. So we're still dealing with some inland as well. A lot of the focus now has been down here in the southern end of all this in Mobile and now Baldwin County. But apparently there are still some other circulations going on the northern end of all this in northern Monroe County. It's hard to pick out. We don't have a warning on that one just yet, a tornado warning, but we'll continue to monitor that as well. So there are multiple areas. The biggest concern right now is the leading edge here on the southern end of this. Once again, there's a significant circulation that is now just off of Point Clear, working its way towards Highway 98, scenic Highway 98. And of course, there's two sections of that. Scenic Highway 98 goes there down along the bay, down past the Grand and Point Clear. Then we got 98 proper that goes through the middle of Fairhope, down towards Barnwell, then makes that left-hand turn down towards Fish River and Magnolia Springs. This is the area of concern, and not too far away, like Jason said, from the one that we had last time around that went up through Robertsdale. So a very similar area, very similar setup, and they're saying high potential of a tornado. And
yes.
Boy, look at that. It's about to well, once again, it's probably making landfall right now in the Point Clear area, making landfall almost like in hurricane terminology because it is coming in off the bay. This is not a water spout. This is a tornado on the water coming on into the Point Clear area.
Yeah, we've got a likelihood as a tornado over the water coming in around the Grand Hotel area in Point Clear and County Road 32. And we're showing up on our velocity scan as a very strong rotation, as meteorologist Matt Barentine has been showing you here on Fox 10 News. Also on the corner of our screen there, we've got a live camera in Daphne, and that is showing us what's happening with the straight line wind element of the storm, which is a little further up. So the tornado warned area is going to be located right in through here. We are not seeing debris, but keep in mind it's over the water, so it may be lofting some water aloft if it is indeed a tornado over the water at this point. And so we don't have debris yet. But now the rotation area is going to be right near 32 and Highway 98, and it's about to push in. So we got Willow Bridge Drive, we got Section Street. This is basically going to be on the south side of Fairhope and into Fairhope proper. It looks like it'll go right over Fairhope High School. So here is your rotation area that we've been tracking over the bay, and it's now ashore to the south of Battles Wharf and just south of Point Clear. And we did get an update here on this about 1 minute ago that this is moving northeast from Point Clear in the next 5 to 10 minutes over the southeast side of Fairhope, and that would be here. So here's Fairhope High School. This is County Road 34. This is County Road 32. This is the southern end of Section Street. Here is your rotation area. area. It is tracking in towards the south side of Fairhope, and it's moving quickly off to the northeast. There's hardly any time to prepare in Fairhope. Tornado headed your way based on a Doppler radar signature. We've not confirmed it with a TDS, but we did see where it looked like it at least was had lofted some water up into the circulation when it was south of Middle Bay Light, and it is a strong area of rotation showing up on radar there. What is happening with your Daphne camera there, that is the rainfall portion of it and also the severe thunderstorm element to this squall line as it's moving through. The thunderstorm warning is in effect for Baldwin and Escambia County, going to stay in effect until 12:30. An update here, strong circulation coming across 98 at County Road 32, and that is a tornado possible. It is not a tornado confirmed, but tornado possible in Point Clear. And ahead of it, we got County Road, looks like 13 there, and then this is 181, and so County Road 32 and 181, it's going to be a little north of 32 once it gets across 181. It's going to bring it up a little closer to the Malbus area as this tracks across the south side of Fairhope and moves across the eastern shore and then ultimately inland here over Baldwin County. And what we're looking at is that right there. So that's what we call our couplet, where the velocity is showing the potential of rotation going on, and that's the area of concern as this lifts to the north. Then we've got a bow signature to the north of it, and that is the severe thunderstorm element that's racing across Baldwin County. Tracking some times here, we've got this headed towards Silver Hill. It'll be there at 11. Towards Robertsdale, it'll be there at 11:58. Ultimately, yes, the Rossington and Robertsdale area could be impacted by this rotation area, depending on how much latitude it gains. Could end up in the Robertsdale area or a little north of there up towards Loxley. I know we just dealt with this a week ago. There's Fairhope High School, and there's that rotation area there coming through Point Clear as the volume scam's updating. It's fully ashore now. You can see how things have cleared on the Bayway. We're on the back side of that precipitation shield there, and so quickly this ends. It's a major problem when you're on the leading edge, and then 30, 40 minutes later, it's gone. So this is going to be an in and out thing through the course of the night for many communities across the Gulf Coast. We do not expect the severe threat to diminish as this line crosses Baldwin County and heads over to the Panhandle. In fact, it continues to remain in an environment that's favorable for tornadic development. Fortunately, not seeing a tornado debris signature right now with this inflow notch and this couplet, this rotation area. So that is at least temporarily good, but in Fairhope, you're still in shelter for about another 5 to 10 minutes, and then Silver Hill, you're next. So Silver Hill is here on 104 between Robertsdale and the Fairhope area, and that rotation area will cross 104 really close to Silver Hill, and then ultimately it'll come up here around County Road 54. So your rotation area now down around Fairhope High School and then tracking northeast towards 104. This is all pulled away from, if you're in Mobile, if you're in Dog River, if you're around Sims and some of the areas we called out earlier, Grand Bay, this is past you. The warning will remain in effect for that Dog River area for a little while longer, but the rotation area, one's up here and the other one's down here. The warning that we're looking at right now is for this one here, for this storm-based warning product there, and there's still a remnant circulation up here, but it looks like it's pulled away from Mobile. We just hadn't seen that part of the warning dropped off. You can see for yourself, there's the leading edge. Your tornado is not going to be on the back part of it. It's going to be along this leading edge or embedded within the line. So Mobile's starting to see some improvements. You can breathe a little sigh of relief, especially West Mobile back into Mississippi, where the line has finally made some progress, and it's moving now, coming across the bay. So along this line here, we've got the potential of a tornado now down around Point Clear. It has not been confirmed. Fortunately, we've yet to see a TDS with this thing, but we're going to watch it. It's coming across Baldwin County now with some very gusty winds. There it is, County Road 32, Fairhope High School, and about to move up towards Fairhope Avenue, the east side of town. Looks like it's going to come across there, up around and east and along and east of Highway 98. It would be pretty much in that area now. Looks like on the north side, up around Fly Creek, it's going to end up being a little south of you, and it's going to head up towards 104 and get out near Silver Hill, Alabama, which is out and through here. So there's Silver Hill right there. You're in line for that rotation area in about 10 minutes. in about 10 minutes and may end up passing a little north of Silver Hill too and get more up towards County Road 54. And it's going to head up towards 181. But that one, so far, Matt, we've not seen rotation with that cell that has prompted a tornado debris signature. There is rotation there. It's not super prominent, and looking for debris, there's nothing that shows up as definite here yet, but that could change at any time.
Yeah, at any time, because these are just spinning up so quickly, and the whole, let me go and pull the whole line up. The whole thing is bowing out. You can see it from Atmore all the way down through Baldwin County, going down all the way down to about Fort Morgan. See, the whole thing is bowing out. At the leading edges, boy, we saw that wild camera shot from our Daphne camera with those thunderstorms, 75, 80 mile per hour winds slamming into that camera, which meant it slammed into everybody on the eastern shore as it did that. So just a massive gust front out ahead of this entire line as it continues to work its way on to the east. And every bit of this, along this, there are swirling eddies. Any of them can produce tornadoes quickly, spin them up very fast and spin them down very fast. The main one we're watching at the moment is going to be right there once again off to the, now moving to the east of Fairhope. So we're kind of on the eastern side of Fairhope, Highway 181 here near Fairhope Avenue. That is where the current circulation is right now that we're most concerned with. This is going to work its way through Silver Hill along 104 and then up towards the Robertsdale area. So very similar setup to what we saw just a few days ago in this same area, seeing once again another spin up, and you'll see there's another. We're going to continue to watch this entire line as it marches away through through Baldwin County, because we may see some more spin ups on the edges of these notches. See, they bow out, and then on the edge of the notch is where you can see circulation. And that is where we're seeing this one down here on the east side of Fairhope headed towards Silver Hill. So we've got more to go through with this one. We'll continue to watch the southern edge of this too, around down along Fort Morgan Peninsula, to see if anything spins up down that way. And looking offshore, there are some areas of suspicion there. So we'll continue to monitor that for you. Once again, the main threat is going to be on Highway 104 in the Fairhope area. Let me pause that so it doesn't keep spinning on us. And that, once again, Highway 104 there in the Fairhope area. We've got another live shot, you can see. This is on the Bayway, headed eastbound back towards Daphne. And boy, look at that lit up sky right there. So they're essentially behind the storm as they're continuing to work their way eastward towards the eastern shore. And you can really see the lightning strikes really lighting things up here for us this evening. And we've shown the lightning before over Mobile County when it looked, as Jason said, epic. Now that is all shifted into Baldwin County. Now Baldwin County, from that camera shot, boy, that really paints the picture, because you're looking at this from behind there with this camera shot and seeing all this lightning that is flying here over Baldwin County. So massive amounts of lightning here across most of Baldwin County now, as it works its way past Mobile County. Now Mobile County doing better, seeing improvements. There's only really lightning left down the southern end of this, down around Dolphin. So everybody else is kind of clearing on out here. So we're keeping an eye on multiple things right now. Once again, the main threat is going to be with this circulation that is now around 104 near Silver Hill. So 104, Highway 104 near Silver Hill, that is the main threat. And you can see, boy, look at this. Once again, these strong gusts of wind. You can see this bowing out here just north of Loxley, past Stapleton, headed over towards Gateswood. Once again, probably looking at 70 to 80 mile per hour winds on that leading edge. That gave us that wild camera shot that we saw from the eastern shore, our Daphne camera, just a little bit ago. And it continues to work its way on through. All right, they're also mentioning coastal flooding is ongoing in some areas. We've had parts of the eastbound lanes of the causeway closed, in that center section where the waves will wash over the bulkhead there. That's been happening. Also down near the Dog River Bridge, they're also on Long Dauphin Island Parkway. They're also saying that they're seeing some coastal flooding there from some overwash.
All right, let's take a look, too, as we just scan along that line. Matt, that's great stuff, great information, and team coverage here tonight, because this thing's been ongoing, and we've seen about, I don't even want to say how many tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings across the area so far today. This thing's made it about halfway across the forecast area. It's now coming across the Mobile Bay area and now entering into Baldwin County. There is a warning up for this one here, and the velocity is not outstanding as far as the showing an imminent threat, but we do remain under a tornado warning for Baldwin County. This is now pulling away from the Fairhope area, so you can breathe some size of relief there. It's getting very close to Silver Hill, and we definitely have the inflow notch right there, but the velocity not showing a distinct area of rotation. Possible tornado developing in Wilcox. That's going to be just outside our area. We'll keep an eye on that. There are obviously, without a doubt, severe thunderstorm winds going on here. Epic lightning, as you can see from our live picture here. I-10 eastbound there in Baldwin County, and look at that line going on across the forecast area right now. A very heavy line across the area right now. You know, we're looking at just an intense line here on the radar, and you can see it right there around the Gateswood area and Loxley. And the situation looking down through here as we get down into Dolphin Island, down around Fort Morgan. This is all coming through here, and we're going to continue to monitor this whole line for the possibility of tornadic development. And we look at the storm-based warning right now. It looks like we're going to stay under a tornado warning for Baldwin County for a little while longer here. This warning is in effect right now for everywhere in the red box, and that tornado warned storm is pretty close to the Silver Hill area in and along 104, and then it's getting in along 59 between Loxley and Foley, and then it's tracking towards Highway 98 and I-10. And so far, we've not seen the distinct rotation area, but we've got to watch it because this thing has been a developing situation. It really got us in Mobile County as it came across with a number of warnings going on in the forecast area here earlier over Mobile County. Right now, Mobile County is not included in the warning, so that is a good sign. We've also been able to drop the tornado watch for Washington, Greene, George, and Jackson counties. And as we look at Mobile County and Clark County right now under a tornado watch, but we're not seeing that going to be in effect much longer because the line is running out ahead of that watch area. So this is a shifting threat now. It's more of a Baldwin County thing. It's more of a Florida Panhandle thing. It's more of an Escambia County thing presently. This line is bad, and there's a lot of lightning embedded within the line. As we look at the areas down here into the Baldwin County location and the amount of lightning strikes that are showed up here, and it's an extraordinary amount of cloud-to-ground lightning going on here tonight. Time now is 11:36. This all started just a little before 9 o'clock. Was around 8:30 or so with our first warnings over the Greene County area. It's probably going to continue till about 2 or 3 in the morning tonight. We're going to stay here with you with team coverage here on Fox 10 News with meteorologist Matt Barentine and meteorologist Jennifer Lambers and our news crews as well. We are seeing a Boeing structure showing up there, and far to the north it looks like one just ran out of Monroe County. It's up into Wilcox County. That was just outside the forecast area there. Things could become tornadic at any time from Evergreen down to Bruton and Atmore. Right now it is a severe thunderstorm situation for you, and we're still holding on to this warning. Let's check it for time here, Jennifer, see how much longer that one's going to stay in effect for Baldwin County. That warning right there, as we look at it, is the one that we're watching out for. Tornado warning, Baldwin County. It's including, that's going to be until midnight, so that should be in effect for the next 23 minutes if it's not allowed to expire. We've been looking inside this one here with our velocity scope tool, and there's not that well-defined circulation that we had earlier when it was out over Mobile Bay. It looked like it was at least producing a strong waterspout. Now the rotation area, and this is what we've got to watch out for, around the north tip of that bow right here. This is Loxley and Robertsdale, and there's still not a well-defined rotation area, but a tornado could spin up at any time, crossing over 59 between Loxley and Robertsdale and getting up here close to the Rossington area and County Road 64. This is County Road 54, and that's the area of concern right there that remains under a tornado warning. It looks like that's going to continue for about the next 22 minutes. And Jennifer, look at that lightning out there right now on I-10 eastbound in Baldwin County. You've been monitoring the reports on social media and a lot of the damage reports. What have you heard so far and seen so far as actual damage from this storm?
Yeah, Jason, so just really to give a quick update, we originally got some reports of that damage from some of those earlier storms, and now also we're still starting to see a lot of power outages out there. So if you're in Mobile County, then you probably might have your power out. Just a reminder, in case you know anyone that's texted you, maybe it's out. We are live streaming, but I'm seeing a lot of reports of that in the Irvington area, but also starting to see some of that just in the southern Mobile County area. Also starting to get some of those reports in Baldwin County as well for some of those power outages on the eastern shore. But in case you are, hopefully you aren't, there you go. There's just that map showing where some of those power outages are, and you can start to see a lot of those lighting up in Mobile County. So really just starting to keep a close eye on a lot of those. Most of them going to be south of I-10, but also just a quick traffic update too. I want to go ahead and say that the causeway is completely closed at this time, although we are starting to see that clearing on the eastern shore and also Mobile County. If you have to head out anytime soon, do keep that in mind. Causeway closed. Also, all lanes of DIP at Dog River Bridge are also closed at this time due to flooding. Make sure you are being extremely careful if you do have to head out. Even if these line of storms have passed through, most likely going to start to see some of that debris on the ground. Not really the best driving conditions out there, and still starting to track a lot of these storms. But we'll continue to keep you updated on any changes in those traffic conditions, and also if I do get any more damage reports. Jason.
All right, Jennifer, one of the things I'm seeing with the structure of this storm overall is it's got more of a overall severe thunderstorm look to it. Doesn't mean we can't have a tornado embedded within this, but it's not as cellular in nature, and there are not quite as many bends and bows in it as we had earlier. But watching right there around Robertsdale, a little kink in it there, up near 104, down towards Magnolia Springs, likely to be some winds. And I don't want to discount the potential of these storms to produce damage, because we can still see severe thunderstorms producing winds gusting to 70 and 80 miles an hour out of the severe thunderstorms as they come across Baldwin County right now. But what is fortunate so far is we've not seen the amount of rotation coming out of this one that we had when it was over in Mobile County. We had multiple tornado debris signatures going on and multiple areas of rotation popping up, showing up on our storm tracker. So right now, down through, it looks like from about the mouth of Fish River back up to Summerdale, back to Robertsdale, and out towards Gateswood, this is going to be the leading edge of the line. The rough weather has cleared Daphne and Fairhope as far as the severe element. The wind and the tornadic activity would be past you in Daphne and Fairhope now. I know we had a warning up for the Point Clear area earlier. Looks like that is now past you. Still some rowdy storms for Dauphin Island. A little bit longer. That will be through the Dauphin Island area. The southern edge of the line is coming through Foley and down towards Gulf Shores. You're ahead of it, so you've got the severe element still to deal with. Summerdale and Robertsdale is pretty much right on top of you. Alberta, you're next. Seminole, you're next. This will be getting over in your area before midnight tonight. Obviously, you can see the lightning. Now what Jennifer's doing is we're looking along this line. Do we have rotation? This is the north end of the line. This is going to be up here around Loxley. This is the area that is still under a tornado warning and is going to stay under a tornado warning for 19 more minutes unless it's allowed to expire sooner. The Loxley area, and currently 59, as well as Highway 90 and areas over towards County Road 64 and the Baldwin Beach Express and Rodsington community. You do have a rotation area showing up, and this is going to be close to County Road 55 in Loxley. That is tracking towards I-10. So it's going to be very close again to Interstate 10. in the Baldwin Beach Express and Buc-ee's, where we had some rotation just about a week ago. That is the area that we continue to monitor. That is the area that's prompted the tornado warning, and that is where we still will remain under a tornado warning for about the next 17 to 18 minutes here late tonight on Fox 10 News. Without that, in addition to that, there are some areas where there's the potential of gusty thunderstorm winds. That just came through Robertsdale. You're feeling it now, Robertsdale and Summerdale. You've got severe thunderstorm winds coming through presently. Looks like we've got a little bend in it there near Bon Secours, and there's going to be a warning continuing on that. Looks like they did just continue the warning for Baldwin County, so that was at 11:43. The tornado warning is going to be continued for Baldwin County until midnight. And the severe thunderstorm was capable of producing a tornado, and they were located along that entire line extending from Loxley to south of Magnolia Springs. So what they did is they basically said that whole Boeing structure there, both the north end of it and the south end, and anything along that Boeing structure is going to stay under a tornado warning, and that's going to stay in effect for the next 17 minutes or so. So Baldwin County, Summerdale, Robertsdale, Loxley, Foley, and Magnolia Springs all under a tornado warning, including Elsinore and Seminole, as well as Gateswood and areas along Highway 112. You're going to stay in effect with a tornado warning until midnight tonight. So that's going to be for about the next 16 minutes here in Baldwin County. We've not been able to find any confirmed debris ball signatures or any distinct rotation areas, but this is a violent thunderstorm. It is definitely a severe thunderstorm warning, and it also has the capability of producing a tornado as it comes across Baldwin County. Look at the intense convection going on here tonight. So on top of the radar, we've got lightning. And Jennifer has identified the number of lightning strikes within the last 15 minutes, 2,358 lightning strikes, many of those cloud to ground lightning strikes going on in Baldwin County right now. That is an epic amount of lightning capable, and along with the gusty winds, of producing power outages in our area. Very dangerous when you have that much lightning going on. An excellent night to stay where you are and not get caught out in this thunderstorm. One of the bad things about overnight severe weather events is a lot of people are asleep, and so there's not a lot of time to prepare. But one of the good things is everybody is typically home, and there are fewer people out on the roads. The road is a dangerous place to be. We're getting storms rolling through that look like this. All right, Baldwin County right now, heavy lightning and heavy rainfall. Bay Minette, you're on the back edge of it, so things are looking a little better for you. Daphne, things are looking a little better for you as well after incredible lightning, thunder, and heavy rain earlier. Loxley, you've got the rough stuff coming through now, and in about another 10 minutes, you will be in better shape. It looks like generally the worst of it's going to be along 59 and east of there, and then that extends down into the lower bay as well as down around Magnolia Springs, Magnolia River, Fish River, right down here on the southern end of it, and you're in that warning now, and that's going to continue as it moves across Baldwin County over towards 90. A lot of folks may be just joining us now in Baldwin County in places if your phone is alerting you for the first time this evening. This is a line of storms that we've tracked across Mobile County. It's had a couple areas with possible damage and tornadoes, and a number of tornado debris signatures showing up on our storm tracker. Now that rough weather has moved into Baldwin County, 59, 90, and the Baldwin Beach Express area is all included in a tornado warning, and that's going to continue until midnight tonight. The rest of the area that is along this line, you are under a severe thunderstorm warning, and that includes southern Baldwin County, northern Baldwin County, Escambia County, Santa Rosa County, Escambia County, Alabama, Connecticut County, and also Monroe County are all under a severe thunderstorm warning right now. There is a tornado watch in effect, but it has been dropped for a couple of counties. So we're getting the all clear for Clark County, Washington, Mobile, Jackson, George, and Greene County. Time to go to sleep. The storm is past. Areas here in Baldwin County and over to Escambia County, Santa Rosa, and Okaloosa County, the storm is yet to arrive. This is a level 4, moderate risk for severe weather, and the ingredients in the atmosphere remain capable of helping promote, unfortunately, and produce tornadoes. Some could be strong through the overnight hours until this line clears. That could easily be 2 or 3 in the morning. And looks like we had some more reports of damage coming in right now. Jennifer, what are you seeing?
Yeah, Jason, so I've gotten a couple already. This first one is going to be west-northwest of Hollinger's Island in Mobile County. There were reports of thunderstorm wind damage, and that's going to be some trees and power lines down near Hamilton Boulevard and Range Line Road in Theodore. So do keep that in mind in case you have to head out anytime soon. Maybe in case you've heard of someone has a power outage. If you have a power outage, do know that there are trees and power lines down near Hamilton Boulevard and also Range Line Road in Theodore. Also, I did get some reports from Greene County, Mississippi EMA that there's lots of trees and power lines down near McLean, roofs off of homes near the McLean area. Damage also noted in Perry County as the storm entered into Greene County. So we're starting to see a lot of damage here. Also starting to get just a new email as well, reporting some of this damage from our Shelby Myers. She did say that there is a tree in a house on Allen Walker Road, just on the outside of Grove Hill. Significant damage in that area. We're still getting constant reports of this. Also earlier, I got some hail reports in Irvington as well, so might just see some damage from that as well. Also getting some reports of trees down in the Daphne area in Baldwin County, seeing some of those on social media. So seeing a lot of this come in, the entire Gulf Coast being affected by the storm. Even if you're not seeing those tornado warnings, this straight line wind, this is still going to be showing significant damage. So that's also what's causing these trees to fall down and also some of those power lines. So do keep that in mind. If you're in the Panhandle, if you haven't seen these storms move through, just go ahead and be prepared. Have a flashlight handy in case you do lose power, and just know that that wind is also a significant threat at this time.
All right, there's a look at it up full right now. Severe thunderstorm warning is in effect for Baldwin County, for Escambia County, Florida, Santa Rosa County, Florida, Escambia County, Alabama, Conecuh County, Alabama, and Monroe County. And still, we're going to stay for about another 10 minutes, apparently under a tornado warning for Baldwin County. No reports of damage out of this one so far, but definitely has the potential of producing a tornado, especially on the north side of this Boeing circulation here. It is still a little broad, thankfully, but showing up around I-10, the Buc-ee's area, the Baldwin County Beach Express, the Baldwin Beach Express exit on Interstate 10, and this is about to track up towards County Road 64. The National Weather Service is updating some information on this severe Boeing segment moving across Baldwin County, and that's near the Baldwin Beach Express, and will move quickly east in winds of about 70 miles per hour in this area here where it's bowing out right there. So this is County Road 64, and then as it moves back off in the direction of the Beach Express right there, we also got a little rotation right here that's going to have to be monitored, and wind damage is likely as it moves over into Escambia County, Florida from this storm here. There also may be a tornado developing along Interstate 10, and we see it here too with our velocity scan. So inbound, outbound, looks like we may have a tornado trying to form up right now around County Road 64 and I-10. That's going to put the track of this thing really close to Gateswood. It looks like it's going to be a little east of the Steelwood Lake area, and that's going to put it here right off of 64 here. Number of houses right in through here, and you can see some of the roads, and as we get street level here, possible tornado trying to pop up around County Road 68. This is Brady Road, kind of near where it crosses the Styx River, and that's going to, there's River Road right there. So this is Styx River Road, Styx River area, and it's going to be working back over here towards County Road 64 with a track of that rotation area, and this is where we have been seeing historically the tornadoes popping up tonight on the northern end of those Boeing segments. And we may have a problem right here, Jennifer, as something that we're going to have to watch as possible rotation area trying to show up there very close to these areas, Brady Road and County Road 64 right now here in Baldwin County. And so this may be our next tornado to have to track, unfortunately, here in Baldwin County. It is heading generally towards the Gateswood area, and it's going to have to work on off towards the northeast. And you can see Peter Morris Road right there, a possibility of some circulation heading your way there as well. So we are looking at, no doubt about it, severe thunderstorm winds. Also, there is some rotation on the, it's not super well defined, but starting to show up, maybe tightening up a little bit on the northern end of that Boeing segment, which is where we've seen a lot of these tornadoes popping up so far tonight. Jennifer's tracking it and circling it with the storm tracker. This is going to be east of Loxley, so that takes the threat now east of Loxley. It is northeast of Robertsdale, so that takes the threat away from you. And it's rather close to the Buc-ee's, but it's about to pull away from there. Here's Gateswood. That's out ahead of it, Highway 112. And this Boeing segment is heading right for Escambia County, Florida. It looks like it'll try and come across north of Cantonment. It's going to track up a little further to the north around Molino and Enon. Still indications that this is a possible tornado developing here in Baldwin County. It's going to move across and pass just south of Gateswood and 64 and end up over towards Barano Park, Florida, which is over near the Perdido River. And so it's going to take a track basically just like that. There's Barano Park. This is Bay Springs, and we've got Highway 99. These are some of the areas that are out ahead of that rotation area. Still holding together with each volume scan, Jen, right in through here. Definitely something we're going to have to monitor with our debris tracker as well, as we're watching inside this just to see if we have anything that's confirmed TDS type situation. The tornado warning is going to be continued for Baldwin and now Escambia and also Santa Rosa until 12:30. That's a TDS right there. So we've got a possible tornado on the ground now crossing near County Road 64. This is going to be near County Road 64, J.D. Walters Lane, Dunaway Lane. Probably already happening here now. Ahead of it, Happy Hollow Road. We're getting further to the north here. Anything along 64 between there and Gateswood, and then further on off to the east, we've got Duck Pen Road, New Hope. Let's take this up full right now so we can see the streets. This is going to be north of the Loxley area here. We've got Duck Pen Road, Gateswood, Lee Road, and also County Road 87. We've got a possible tornado on the ground. Tornado debris signature showing up here in Baldwin County for a possible tornado that's popped up around County Road 64 and is tracking away from the Loxley area and moving towards County Road 64 right now. Tornado debris signature, possible tornado on the ground, and there it is right there showing up brighter right now. So this circulation is tightening up. It's likely creating a situation where it's lifting up limbs and branches and debris and lifting it up into the atmosphere. This is going to be near County Road 64 and Happy Hollow Road, and this is being confirmed now by the National Weather Service as a tornado on the ground. The debris may be lagging a little behind the velocity scope, so let's go back to the velocity scope just so that we can alert people. If you see your road on this and you're anywhere to the northeast of this thing, you need to be taking cover immediately. Anywhere around 112, 64, Gateswood, and County Road 87 here, we are looking at a tornado warning in effect for Baldwin County right now. And any of these streets or roads in through here, 112, Gateswood, 87, if we call your name, then you need to be seeking shelter in this area. We're getting into a more definitely this one's on the ground. There's Oglesby Fork Road, County Road 64, and as we look further on over, we've got Arley Minshew Road. These are areas that could be potentially impacted by a tornado, an impending tornado. Duck Pen Road, New Hope, Church Road, Gulledge Road, 112, and up towards Lee Road. You were all included in this possible tornado warned area. And Jennifer's scanning ahead with our storm tracker. And then once you get out here on River Road and and Greentown Road, that's going to be getting over some of the forever wildland that's located over here along the Perdido River. So this is going to be pretty sparsely populated stuff. But we do have some houses here on 112 here as we get over closer to Gateswood and Brady Mill Dam Road. Let's go back to our debris tracker right now. And again, a substantial debris signature showing up right there. Possible tornado pretty much right on top of County Road 64 in Baldwin County, moving northeast at about 45 to 50 miles an hour. Kimbler Road headed towards Happy Hollow and lifting to the north. Looks like this one, Jennifer, is indeed on the ground again here in Baldwin County.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Jason, especially once we continue just to keep a close eye on this. This debris signature was looking more impressive at that time. And so in case you are in this area, in case you are anywhere ahead of this, make sure that you're taking shelter. Make sure that you are being safe during this, especially if you're in the Gateswood area near Highway 112. This is where we're keeping a close eye on the system moving through. The National Weather Service really emphasizing that this is a tornado on the ground. We are seeing a very active debris signature, meaning that there is an active threat at this this time, and that this is continuing just to push further towards the northeast. So this is just located north of or near Loxley. Here you go. And even that latest scan, not looking as good, Jason.
Yeah, good.
That's a good sign.
Yeah, it's a favorable sign. That debris signature not as prominent on this scan. We may have had a tornado on 64 briefly. It may still be going on, but at this point not showing as much debris on 64. These have been brief tornadoes tonight. That was part of unfortunately, part of what we were expecting, that the tornadoes would pop up quickly, move fast, come and go kind of tornadoes. There also is some potential for a long track tornado tonight, but because they're embedded within a squall line, they can be hit and miss. This tornado was confirmed about 10 miles northeast of Loxley, moving northeast at 40, and that was it, or is it right now. So it's going to get real close to Gateswood. Basically took a track from just past the Buc-ee's. There's Jennifer rocking this thing. There's your TDS showing up there on County Road 64. It's actually not as considerable as the debris signature that we had over McLean, where we've had widespread damage, but still significant nonetheless there on County Road 64. Still remain under a tornado warning here until 12:30, so that's going to go for another 30 minutes. And we're going to track this area of concern across 64 in Gateswood, and then working its way across the Perdido River and ultimately over into Escambia County as this line develops. Let's go wide with reflectivity right now. I want to show everybody where the line is, where it is in relation to you, because we've got a lot of different things happening right now. We've got first of all, Mobile is looking a whole lot better. In fact, Mobile County looks pretty good right now. Even Dauphin Island beginning to improve. The heaviest of the rain is now about halfway on Fort Morgan Road in the Little Lagoon area and bearing down on Gulf Shores. Foley, you're getting the worst of it now. Loxley, you're already starting to see some improvements. Our tornadic storm now getting close to Gateswood, but that tornado debris signature not as prominent as it was earlier. Then we're looking at the leading edge now in Admore and into Santa Rosa County. That extends all the way up into Santa Rosa County, up into Escambia County, Monroe County, and Conecuh County. And so we've taken northern Baldwin County out of the picture right now. Bruton right now, you got a heavy line coming towards you. Evergreen, we got a heavy line coming towards you. You've yet to deal with the severe weather potential tonight. You still have to get this thing through. Here it is, straight up midnight now, and this thing started about 8:30, getting into the forecast area. It's been right on schedule. I would expect most of it's going to be east of the area, possibly by about 3 a.m., maybe 2 to 3 a.m. Right in through there. Tracking it in Gulf Shores right now, there's that leading edge of the heavy rain. Then we got the leading edge. It's about to pull into Pensacola, so definitely Pensacola fair game, unfortunately, for the potential of severe weather as we go through, say, about the next hour or so. Then we'll get the line through, and you will start to see a better situation in Pensacola and Escambia County. The tornado warning as of 11:57 was observed for Baldwin County, so it was a confirmed tornado and moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. That is the new polygon, which shows the storm-based warning for the possible tornado coming through the Gateswood area. And I'm going to put that rotation area with my hand about right here. It's going this way. That's going to bring it up over the sparsely populated areas here along the Perdido River and then back up towards 97. And there it is right there, still showing up as some rotation on the radar. So we can see on the velocity scale where the rotation area is. It's going to be pretty much on 112 now. It's going to be pulling away from some of those areas where we're at that TDS along County Road 64. And now it's getting up along 112 in Gateswood, and it's going to continue to move up towards the Perdido River. So this thing's about to pull away from most of the highly populated areas as it gets north of 112 and across the Perdido. And this little squiggly line here is the border between Alabama and Florida, and it is also the Perdido River. And then E9, you're ahead of this. Bay Springs, you're going to have to potentially contend with this, as well as the T-Nile area here, County Road 99, Highway 99, and Bay Springs. Watch out for a possible tornado about to move across some of the lands here along the Perdido River and work back into Escambia County, Florida. And this is a strong rotation area, has had the history of producing at least a tornado debris signature. I want to tell you what that is. If you're just joining us, you're like, what is a tornado debris signature? Well, we can see what is up in the atmosphere and what's falling out of the clouds, and we can tell whether it's rain or whether it's potentially something else like debris, and now still showing up as a debris signature on County Road 64 here. So there is still the potential that there is a tornado on the ground here around Jernigan Lane and County Road 64. So we can tell what's rain, and then we can see what's other stuff like potential debris, and we are getting a tornado debris signature. This is using the correlation coefficient feature on dual pole radar. That's the nerdy meteorological explanation for this, and so it's great technology, and it helps us confirm when we have a rotation area that there may be indeed a tornado on the ground. If you're in Gateswood, you're sheltering for a possible tornado. We are tracking it on County Road 64 now. It's about to come right across Gateswood and move out over the areas around the Perdido River and getting up near the Nelson Branch area. This is Greentown Road. A lot of this is just forested land and public land actually right through here, and getting over into some of the wildlife management areas and some of the Forever Wild property that is currently over near the Nelson Branch area and also over towards Perdido River. So we're about to see this thing come across Gateswood, and then after that it's going to be moving over an area that's less populated but still significant, and that tornado debris signature is still showing up coming across there near 112 in Gateswood. And so we've got 112, and we've got this, I believe that's Oglesby Fork. Yeah, this is Oglesby Fork Road. It's kind of difficult to pronounce, but that right there makes a little loop right in through there. And then this is 64 and 112, so possible tornado coming through around 64 and 112. So that's going to continue to track over eastern and northern Baldwin County. We're under a warning right now for a possible tornado here in the Gateswood area. And this is all in association with a rotation area that's been showing up on radar very prominently for about the last 30 or 45 minutes. And there it is right there. And then we've got a debris signature along with it. So likely it is producing, unfortunately, damage and may indeed have a tornado on the ground around the 112 area. We have not gotten any updates on that, but we're still seeing the rotation, and then we're getting that debris signature that's corresponding with the rotation, which is not a good sign at all for folks in Baldwin County here tonight. Gateswood area showing a tornado debris signature. We're going to have to watch this once it moves over the Perdido River and then moves back up towards Bay Springs, Florida, getting over towards Escambia County with a possible tornado headed your way here tonight with this rotation area that's about to continue to move on off towards the northeast. And we've been ongoing with tornado warnings here for about 4 hours or so across the area, and this thing's made it about halfway across the area. I wish I could tell you that I expect it to be a situation where there's not as many warnings over the next couple of hours, but I'm afraid that we still have the same dynamics in the atmosphere here, so there is that possibility of severe weather. And for more on what's happening with this, I want to send it over to meteorologist Jennifer Lambert. Jennifer?
Yeah, Jason, so we're just keeping a close eye on everything, especially areas that have already been hit by this storm. There's plenty of power outages out there. There's plenty of debris on the ground, too. Also getting reports, too, from Big Creek Lake. I got a report of trees down and damaged structures near Wolf Road South and Howells Ferry Road. I was tracking our Facebook Live earlier. Just a reminder, earlier we are live streaming on our Facebook in case you do lose power from the storm. A lot of folks commenting in there, asking each other questions, getting information, but also talking about where they are and also saying if they have damage reports there. So it's a great tool to have, great thing to keep in the back of your mind, just in case you do lose power, in case you are heading closer to bed, don't want to sit in front of your TV. This way you just have it in the palm of your hand. Again, live streaming on our Fox 10 News Facebook page. As of right now, no updates from this tornado warning. Still just keeping a close eye on it as it is moving through the Gateswood area. Right now, really just passing over Old Pensacola Road. So that's also going to be 112. There you go. Just crossing over Gateswood, keeping a close eye on that rotation and also that debris signature that we were tracking earlier, not looking as prominent as it was. We're starting to just lose it a little bit. Again, this was a confirmed tornado on the ground earlier. That's also why we're being so cautious with this tornado warning. Moving through a heavily wooded area, seeing a lot of trees on it on satellite view on Google Maps. So that's also probably why we're seeing some more of that debris. We'll continue to keep you updated on this tornado warning. It is in effect for the Gateswood area until 12:30. So just we're after midnight now, starting to see that closer towards 12:30, and we'll keep a close eye on it. But now we do have meteorologist Matt Barentine to keep you updated on this. Matt.
Yeah, thank you, Jennifer. This one is the same one that was out over Mobile Bay. So this one's had a history of dropping down, then going back up, dropping back down again. And right now it appears to be going across the Perdido River. It's about to be in Escambia County, so about to be into the Panhandle. Here's the entire line that we've got pulled up right now, and you can see it bowing out all the way from Bruton down through Santa Rosa, down through Escambia, down into the southern part of Baldwin County, almost into Gulf Shores now in Orange Beach. So if you've been in Orange Beach, you've just been watching that lightning show going for a while, and it still hasn't reached you. It is on your door, though. Front edge of that. On the front edge, it's going to be winds right now 60, 70 miles per hour. So very strong wind gusts about to come through. And then the heavy rain and lightning. And there's Orange Beach there, Gulf Shores, moving on in there around Little Lagoon. Heavy rain with all this. Once again, a ton of lightning. But the good news is down on this end of the storm, no tornado warnings. This is a severe thunderstorm warning. You're going to get very strong winds, but we don't have a tornado warning in that section of the storm. Where we do have one is up around the Gateswood area, crossing the Perdido River, going into the Barano Park area of Escambia County, and then it's going to continue to work its way off to the northeast. And this one is up until 12:30. So that warning is up until 12:30. You can also see all the orange boxes. Those are the severe thunderstorm warnings that cover from I-65 down now into the Panhandle through Baldwin County. But you'll notice Mobile County, done. No more warnings over there. In fact, not even a watch. The yellow here that you see is the tornado watch that ends from Baldwin County. So Mobile County is out of it, Clark County is out of it, Washington County is out of it. So that is all now moved off to the east as this continues to work its way towards the east. The timing on this has been pretty much exactly what the models were showing us. Here we are at midnight, and we're moving the line into the Panhandle. Exactly pretty much what the models were showing us earlier. So actually now this model's a little bit behind on where we're at right now. So we'll see this continue to work its way through the Panhandle, and by the time you wake up tomorrow morning, this is going to be done. You're not going to have to worry about it. It's going to be over. It'll be damp outside, obviously, from the overnight rain, but it'll be done by the time you're getting up in the morning and heading off to work or getting the kids to school. This will be over. Right now, though, we're still dealing with it. We're on the front line of this. It's going to be right through Baldwin County going into the Panhandle, and we have this one area that we're really keeping a close eye. Now, look, the circulation is out of Baldwin County and into Escambia County, Bay Springs there, Highway 99 to Neal. This is in Escambia County, Florida. And Jennifer zooming it down to County Road 99 there, Sunrise Trail. There's the McKinnon community. If you're in these areas, obviously, north of I-10 in Escambia County, Florida, you need to be taking shelter for this storm. So north of I-10, this is going up Highway 97, and this is headed towards Sealy Road, Pilgrim Trail, White Ash Road. So if you're hearing your road name, you need to be taking shelter. Any community here along Highway 97 in the north central part of Escambia County, you need to be taking shelter. There it is. Once again, that's the signature that we're seeing there on the velocity imagery of this possible tornado working its way off to the north and east. And then once again, this one's had a history. We know it's been on the ground before. It's gone down, it's come back up, gone down again. It's coming off the same energy of the storm. They had this bowing echo coming out of the storm, this big strong wind gust. 80 miles per hour at some points. And on the edge of that wind gust, you're getting swirls, you're getting vortices, and that is what we're seeing here. And we've been also monitoring this for debris, not picking out a very good debris signature here. So that's good news. We're not seeing it at the moment. That could change, though, fairly quickly. We've seen that over and over again where these things, like I said, spin up very quickly, spin down very quickly, then spin right back up. Velocity imagery, once again, that's showing right through there. That's Highway 97. There's the McDavid community. Here's Molino. I think for you, Molino, this is going to pass to the north and west of you, but you're still going to get the strong thunderstorm wind gusts that are coming off this thing, which has been up to 80 miles per hour at the leading edge of all this. So you'll get that strong wind gust in Molino. But Highway 29 to McDavid, you're going to be kind of in the line of this as well. And we'll see if this will hold together. My guess is that it won't hold together. It'll probably spin back down, but then spin back up at some point farther down the line, because that's been the history of this one here so far. But once again, this is Highway 99, the Bay Springs area, Highway 97. And this is continuing to work its way off to the north and east. So you need to be taking shelter in this area. This has been, here's the full picture with the actual line of storms. And this has been, once again, marching across the area here tonight. Look at the lightning. This has been another big part of this that we've seen this evening. Thousands of lightning strikes at any given time. And Jennifer's painting it up again. 1,700 lightning strikes in the last 15 minutes here. So just an amazing amount of lightning. And it's continuing to work its way to the east. Now it's about in Pensacola. So you know, we talked about this being an overnight event over in the Panhandle. This is what we meant. Here we are coming up to 12:15, and in Pensacola, starting to rain on the north side of town. Still not raining in Pensacola proper yet, or Gulf Breeze. So you're still waiting on all this here, and it's about to get to you. So you're about to get lit up with the lightning. That gust front at the front edge of this with the strong, damaging thunderstorm winds, those are about to come on through. And then, of course, we're going to be watching continuously to see if there will be any spots here along this thing that will continue to get warnings. Once again, we do have one that is up along Highway there it is. There's the full box. They haven't cut out the back edge of this one just yet, but it likely will happen soon, because there's no worries about this back in Baldwin County. It has crossed the line into Escambia County, Highway 97, which runs up through here and going up towards McDavid. Right, we'll continue to see this move on in. Potential for winds of 70 miles per hour along the gust front is what the thought is still. And once again, Jennifer Lambers is circling the velocity imagery we're seeing, and it's right in here. So, you know, this whole back edge of it, back into Baldwin County, you're not in any danger of this particular cell anymore. That is moving off to the northeast up towards McDavid. It will still be up till 12:30, but these things get cut back and moved around as they go along. Once again, that is for Escambia County, Highway 97 up past Molino. Molino, you're not going to get this part of the storm, but you are going to get these thunderstorm wind gusts of 70 miles an hour or so as that front edge moves on through. Once again, here's that heavy rain, and boy, it is coming down in Cantonment. It's coming down heavily in Molino. There's the cell that we're actually keeping an eye on. It's actually kind of on the back edge of all this. It just kind of goes to show how much spin there is in the atmosphere. This has all been driven by the strong winds in the atmosphere. You felt those winds all day long. Those are the surface winds, obviously, down where we're at. But in the upper levels of the atmosphere, the winds were screaming 100 miles an hour plus. So that just created a lot of turbulence in the atmosphere. And as this line came on in, this line of thunderstorms, it found a lot of turbulence. And we keep seeing these spin up tornadoes that spin up very fast, because it is just so very turbulent here throughout the atmosphere. So that's what's been giving us these storms here for today. Still have some strong winds. Now look at the difference here between near the front of this and behind this. It's barely windy at all, Mobile now, but here we are at Gulf Shores, 35 mile per winds. Look at Pensacola, 25 miles per hour. So those are the stronger, those are just the steady winds. The gusts have been higher than that throughout the day, obviously, or we've seen some wind gusts in those thunderstorms approaching hurricane strength here today. These are the current wind gusts that are showing up. Gulf Shores, 55, Pensacola at 43. So we've got some strong wind gusts before that system even gets there. All right, so let's get back to the radar. Let's get back to the velocity. Let's show folks where the current warning is. There's the radar. Boy, a lot of heavy rain Foley, Seminole, Cantonment, Molino, blinding type rain moving on into the Panhandle. So now it's moving into the Panhandle once again with severe thunderstorm warnings all up and down this line. Anywhere along that line, you can expect winds of around 70 miles per hour at the leading edge. And then we got the one tornado warning. This once again still includes Baldwin County, but it's not in Baldwin County anymore. It's across the line. It's in Escambia County. It's north of Molino, so it's not in Molino. The circulation is up here along Highway 97, head up towards the McDavid area. So we're going to basically go right down the center of this polygon is where we're seeing the circulation. Jennifer's mapping it out there with our velocity scope. It does not look like it's held together very well. Does that mean much? Not really, because we've seen with this one in particular, but most of them here tonight, that these spin up and then they spin down, they spin back up, and this happens over and over again. This one's done it several times. So just because in this scan it's not looking like much doesn't mean this one's over. Likely it will spin back up as it heads over McDavid or up to Jay. So we'll continue to track this as it continues to work its way off to the northeast. It's a good sign for now, give it that, but it's not necessarily going to mean that things are all done with this one. We'll have to continue to track it. Now, so that's this one. It's the one that's left right now. It's 12:18. This is up till 12:30. So we'll see if we'll get some information soon from the Weather Service about continuing this on past McDavid, past Chumuckla, maybe up towards Jay. Heavy rain, lots of lightning. Boy, the lightning has been intense out there tonight. There's that line of heavy rain. It gets much lighter once you step back beyond that, back towards Mobile, this light rain there. But boy, heavy rain right on through Seminole, Cantonment, Molino, and look at the lightning right now. Talk about putting on a show out there tonight. It is just lit up here for you across Seminole, now going into Pensacola. So here we are, Pensacola, get ready. It's moving on in. And notice, I've been noticing this here throughout the night too, a lot of the lightning's been out ahead of the rain. So we've been having lightning strikes well ahead of some of these storms out there tonight as those reach on through. So there it is, once again, north of 10 at this point. Pensacola is just about to move on in. Within the next few minutes, this line of heavy thunderstorms is moving in. Now, for now, it's a severe thunderstorm. There's no tornado warning for Pensacola proper, okay? There's no tornado warnings going on that part of the storm. So that's moving in as a severe thunderstorm warning, but it'll still have winds of around 70 miles per hour on the leading edge as it moves in with all that lightning as well, of course, with the heavy rain too. Kind of a reset. So where are we at right now? Well, we're at 12:20 here in the morning just about. We have the entire picture up. We have a tornado watch for the entire eastern half of the area, basically areas east of 65. The western counties have been dropped out of that tornado watch because if you're in Mobile County or Washington County, you're done. You've been through it. It's over for you as far as any severe weather is concerned. And then the actual line where it's at, everywhere where that thunderstorm line is at, is under a severe thunderstorm warning, and for the areas out ahead of it now as well. And then we have the one tornado warning here for northern Escambia County up near McDavid. Once again, this is that storm. We tracked it. It was out in the middle of the bay. That was where we first saw it spin up what looked like a tornado on the radar. And then it spun back down for a little bit around the Loxley area. And then it got north of Loxley and it spun back up. It may well be spinning back down at the moment, but then it could spin right back up as it continues to work its way up towards McDavid or Jay. So this one's had a history, and I think it's had some power outages with it too as well. We've also seen some trees down in other areas tonight. We've had some areas report some damage. So we've had a night where we've seen some damage here across the area. I'm going to go ahead and send it back over to Jennifer, see if we've got any updated details on any of this here for us this evening. Now, Jennifer's just getting her mic turned back on. Sometimes the batteries go out. We'll give it that.
Yeah, I was going to say that the battery actually did fall out. So I want to go ahead and give a quick update from the National Weather Service saying that latest indications are that large hail to the size of ping pong balls are approaching I-10 near Beulah, Florida. So I'm going to go ahead and try and pull up the hail scope that we have just to kind of get a better view of where we're. Oh yeah, look at that.
Well, there you go. That's, we haven't had to deal with much hail tonight. This is our first big hail producer we've seen so far.
Yeah, this really is. So zooming in closer again, this is just going to be really to the southeast of Seminole, just south of 90. Really starting to get some of those deeper colors there.
Yeah, it's showing large hailstones, like they're saying ping pong ball sized hail. That's the kind of hail that does damage. So
that really is. Yeah, 1.5, 1.7. So if you are in the Beulah area, if you are in this area, just really to the west of Bellevue, just be cautious that we are tracking the storm right now that has some of the hail. I'm even going to back it up. There you go. You can start to see where some of that's moving through. Expecting that to move closer towards the Inslee area. So damaging hail that really could be out there. Take cover immediately. Also still seeing a lot of these winds approach the area too. Also getting an update, strong circulation also now developing just east of Cantonment or near Gonzales, moving east northeast towards Pace. This may produce a tornado soon. Take cover if you are in these locations. So just keeping another eye on an area of rotation. Again, this one heading towards Pace. So if you are in Pace, you want to go ahead and just stay alert to what we're talking about here, as we could potentially see a tornado warning be issued in that area. But again, areas really in Escambia County, do be cautious, extending from Cantonment down towards areas in Lillian. Lillian not included in that, but just continuing further down south, that we are tracking some of that large hail out there potentially.
All right, thank you so much there, Jennifer. Once again, that is that hail core that we're seeing here in Escambia County, the western side of Pensacola. Large hailstones falling with this one. Obviously, it makes a lot of noise here on the roof when you have this coming on through. So that's what you're experiencing right now. Let's bring up that velocity if we could. And there's apparently something going on up there around Cantonment. So, yep, there's a new circulation right here. This is the one that's tightening up. There's Old Kimstrand Road. You got the there's a power plant or a chemical plant out there at the end of Kimstrand Road, and then you got this working its way on through. And boy, look at that right there. It's tightened up right there along Highway 29. So this is getting into a very residential area here in Cantonment with a circulation. Looks like it's right on top. So if you're in Cantonment, you need to be taking shelter right now. You're along 9 Mile or Highway 90. You need to be taking shelter right now. Old Kimstrand Road, you need to be taking shelter in this road. I can't remember it off the top of my head right now. But once again, this goes, that's part of Kimstrand. No, let's go there. Oh yeah, okay, that's Kimstrand. That's Old Kimstrand. That's how I got confused. All right, so this area, it's a residential area. A lot of folks live here, and this is going right on through Paddle Wheel Way, Iron Forge, Fleming, Wiggins. If you hear your road, if you're north of Highway 90 here on the north side of Pensacola going up to Cantonment, you need to be in shelter. We've got another circulation, and did we just get the tornado warning for this one? Yes, we did. So brand new tornado warning. This is moving to the east at 45 miles per hour, to the northeast, I should say. Milton's here, Allentown's here, just Pace is right there. So Pace is included here as it crosses the river, Chumuckla Highway. So this is the area that's the next circulation that we're seeing here show up on the radar. Once again, they got two of them. This is the one that's more prominent at the moment. This is the one here on Kimstrand. It's going to be working its way here across the river, and it's going to work its way over towards Pace. But where it's at right now is a very residential area. So hopefully we got everybody in shelter, staying away from the windows, staying in a interior room away from the exterior walls. But it will be pulling away from that residential area very soon, going across the river here and then working its way up into Pace. But then once again, you find yourself in another residential area there on the north side of Pace. So if you're in Pace as well, you need to be taking shelter. This will cross fairly quickly. It's moving at 45 miles per hour. Once again, more hail is also being reported in and around Gonzales. There in the other part of the western part of the county. Over here, there's been large hail that's being reported. So we've got possible tornado. We've got 2 tornado warnings going in Escambia County right now. We've got large hail. We've got tons of lightning. We've got severe thunderstorm warnings with winds of 70 miles per hour on leading edge. So now it's the Panhandle's turn. And Mobile and Baldwin counties have all been through this. Now the Panhandle's getting the nasty weather as we approach 12:30 at night with this system. There it is. Look at this. Paddle Wheel Way. Like I said, this is a residential area. Paddle Wheel Way, Kimstrand Road, and this is working its way off to the north and east. It's about to cross the river there and then head over towards Pace. So Pace will be the next area up. Right now, it's in a residential area, moving away from Kim Strand, moving out here across the bottomlands there with the river, then moving its way on up towards Pace. And of course, in Pace, once again, there's a lot of residences there as well. So now Jennifer's pulling up the debris signal. It's going to be hard to see here on the edge. It's hard to tell. We got a lot of noise here on the edge of this, so it doesn't show up very well. But we do got it on the velocity. Velocity is showing a pretty significant circulation once again. Another quick spin up. This spun up very fast, and there it is. The little made note of it on from the National Weather Service. Almost as soon as they made note of it, had to put out the warning because he spin up very, very fast. There's another warning still that's going on for the McDavid area. Once again, this circulation is a little harder to pick out. Jennifer's kind of zooming on down to right through here on Molino Bridge Road. If there's anything still going on, that's about the area that it's happening at. And I say still going on, obviously there's still gusty winds there anyway. Still a lot of lightning and heavy rain. But if there's a circulation, it's going to be up in that area. So this one's not as prominent. It's likely that one down in along just off of Kim Strand Road, that one's probably the feature that is a little bit more prominent at the moment. Well, yeah, it's much more prominent. I mean, that is showing up really well there. There's old Kim Strand Road. Believe, don't get mad if I'm wrong, but I believe it's a power plant here at the end of Kim Strand. And that is right over that area, and it's going to be working its way once again across the river there. And there it goes. There's our next volume scan. It shows it moving along. Let's move up a little bit over towards Pace. Let's pick out some areas in Pace because it is almost on there. So there's Chumucka Highway. There's Garden View Street, Dove Drive. If you're in Pace anywhere, you need to be taking shelter. If you're on the outskirts of Pace, please be taking shelter. Of course, I know you're at your house anyway. It's 12:30 at night. But when I say take shelter, get into a protected room and protect yourself here this evening. We got another one out there that's possibly producing a tornado. It's going to go right through Pace here. And you can see all the different highways here, 184, Chumucka Highway. And let's widen just a little bit more out and let's look down here. Yeah, so there it is. You can see there's Woodbine, Chumucka, and it's moving up the Chumucka Highway, I should say, not Chumucka itself. Moving up here, so here's Pace, the center, but this is going to go right on through here, the north side of town, Quintet Road. With very significant looking circulation showing up right now. All right, so it's made its way across Escambia Bay, and it's moving into Pace. This is the big one right now we need to really worry about. This is showing up very strongly here on the radar. A lot of spin in the atmosphere, a lot of circulation. This is a tornado warning, and this warning is going to be up for next, till 1:15. But what we've seen with these storms, they spin up very fast. They tend to spin down very quickly, then spin back up. And this is likely what we'll see here too. Okay, so Jennifer's bringing back up the different alerts. And what we're seeing here is that the one in the northern part of the county that didn't look as prominent, that one was allowed to expire. So that one for now has dropped. That could change. They're going to continue to track that and watch it. And if it starts to spin again, we might see another one. But for now, this is the main one that's now past Cantonment. So the good news is back towards Cantonment, Old Kim Strand Road, that now it's moved on beyond there. So it has now worked its way up to Pace. So it's in the Pace area. And there it is in the Pace area. And it's continuing to work its way off to the north and east. So that's right here. Highway 184 here. Here's Highway 90 in Pace proper. Chumucka Highway, Quintet Road, Woodbine Road. So if you're anywhere in Pace, you need to be taking shelter right now. We've got another strong circulation here in this storm that once again is producing severe thunderstorms all along its line. I can't even imagine count how many tornado warnings we've had with this one here this evening. They spin up and then they spin up quickly, spin down quickly. We've had just a ton of warnings as this whole line has moved on through. There's Pace there. There's Chumucka Highway. Here's Highway 184, Willard Norris Road. So anywhere in this part of Santa Rosa County, you need to be taking shelter. Now let me back up. There's Milton here. Now if you're in Milton proper, This is going to come pretty close. Depending on the exact trajectory, it may go just a little north of town, but obviously Milton, there's going to be a number of people that live on the north side of town too, and it's going to come very, very close there in Milton. I don't think it'll come through downtown area, but I think it will come very close here for you in Milton here before too long. Once again, there it is. There's the circulation, and Jennifer has brought it right on down to street level. Cobblestone Drive, South Fork Drive, here's Highway 184, Chilmucca Highway. It is right through there where a lot of folks live in Pace. So this is a serious situation once again where we're seeing a possible tornado in a residential area here in going from Escambia County now and into Santa Rosa County with this one. Let's widen the thing out a little bit so we can see a little bit of a bigger picture of this, and you can see here there's the circulation right through there. Also, this storm has produced some very large hail in across Escambia County as well. So we've seen very large hail as well. So that could have woken you up. Heard that hail hammering the roof here just a little while ago. We've had that here with very large hail. And once again, we're talking about the Pace area here that is seeing the heavy rain and the possible tornado here with the velocity imagery showing up with some strong winds here for us this evening. All right, so they are kind of trimming back the boxes a little bit, all right, but they're still talking about, there it is, there's the new scan. And yeah, you can see that it hasn't gone anywhere. We're still dealing with a rotating thunderstorm there in Pace, working its way through town. Now, this is in Pace, so there's still a warning up for folks over in Escambia County, but this is now past Escambia County. At least this one is, this part of the storm where the circulation is at. It's not in Escambia County anymore. It is in Santa Rosa. It is in Pace, and it is continuing to work its way here off to the north and east. And there's a lot of homes here, businesses, and that sort of thing. So once again, it's a very residential area where a lot of folks live. So it is a crowded area, and this is what we don't want to see. We don't want to see these areas of circulation, possible tornadoes, going straight on through. We tried to look at this a minute ago with the debris signature. It's kind of on the edge of the ability of the radar, so it just doesn't show up. And might be trying to show a little something there with those green blocks, but it's nothing that I can nothing I could confirm at this point, but it's possible. Once again, there's Pace. There's Alderbrook Boulevard. I haven't mentioned that one, so I want to mention that one. So it's right on through the north side of Pace, north of Highway 90. If you're south of Highway 90, you're not going to be impacted by this. You're still going to get strong thunderstorm force winds, but you're not going to be impacted by this possible tornado. That's going to head up towards Willard Norris Road. It's going to go just a bit north of Milton as well. That is where this one is going once again in Santa Rosa County. Not in Escambia County. It is past you now. You're done with this particular warning in Escambia County. This is now a Santa Rosa County warning, and as it continues to work its way off to the north and east. Let's look again at the radar, if you don't mind, Jennifer, and let's check out the leading edge of this. I'll stay on this side, and there's the heavy rain. Look out in there. That's where we're also seeing some hail. I think we're getting another hail core, probably likely right there where the circulation is at. Heavy rain. There it is. There's the hail core going right down Highway 90 there on the north side of Pensacola and Cantonment area. Right there. Look at that. 9 miles. So getting the hail core right on through. So there it goes. Hail size 1.4 inches. It was reported as ping pong ball sized hail. That is hail large enough to do damage. So that is part of this storm too. So you get the heavy rain, you get all the loud lightning, and all of a sudden you hear the pounding on your roof of hail. So all of that happening here with this storm. There's Ferry Pass, Inslee, 9 mile. It is going right down through there on Highway 90. So that is the hail side of this. Of course, the bigger concern is the possible tornado. We do have a tornado warning that continues here for Pace. This is in Santa Rosa County, so it's moved out of Escambia County. It's in Santa Rosa County on top of Pace. It's not looking like it was a few minutes ago, so hopefully it'll wind on down for at least a bit, and then it could wind back up. We've seen that multiple times tonight, not just tonight, all through the afternoon. We were watching these over in Louisiana. We were watching these over in southwest Mississippi. So many tornado warnings, these quick tornadoes that spin up and spin back down. Then we get a new scan, and guess what? Looks like it's a little stronger again. And that's right there over Choctaw Highway, head up towards Willard Norris Road, showing up very, very prominently. What we're talking about here with velocity, these radars that have out the airports, they can do a lot of fantastic things. And one of the things they can do, they don't just see the raindrops. You know, they shoot out the radar beams and they bounces back and says, oh, those are raindrops. What they can also do is tell which way those raindrops are moving. Sometimes they're moving towards the radar. Sometimes they're moving away from the radar. And when they're doing that really close together, that means you've got a circulation. And that is what they pinpoint there. Now, it doesn't always tell us if it gets all the way down to the ground. That's why we're always we're looking at that debris signature, because what the radar is doing there with that debris signature is it's looking at the size of what it's hitting. Now, the raindrops are the same size, but when something else gets lofted up into the air by a tornado, different size objects, and that shows up there in that debris product that we show you as well. So that helps us to not only see if there's circulation, but if there's actually a tornado on the ground that's lofting up debris, it helps us confirm a tornado even though we're not laying eyes on it. Right now, once again, the concern is here in Santa Rosa County, north of Highway 90 in Pace, Choctaw Highway, Willard Norris Road. It's going to go right on through there. Then once it crosses Willard Norris, it's going to be headed up past to the north side of Milton. And so this is once again a tornado warning for Santa Rosa County. It's 12:38. This goes until 1:15. Likely seeing this thing spinning up here again or spinning back down as it continues to work its way northeast. There's Allentown. So here's Milton. It looks like downtown Milton's actually just outside of the box. Allentown's in the center of it, but the north side of Milton, you're in that, and it's kind of working its way basically about up the middle of this polygon box that the National Weather Service has put on out. This is, of course, Santa Rosa County, got months in there. Choctaw I've mentioned multiple times. I was mentioning Choctaw Road. The community of Choctaw is actually a little bit outside the box here, and this is going to go south and east of you. South and east of you, and it's going to head northeast through the middle of this box, most likely. So I don't think we're going to have to worry about Choctaw. I know I've said it about 20 times because that's the highway. The highway, Choctaw Highway, runs up through there, and that is where we're seeing this circulation or the spin right now. Leading edge, almost fully in the Panhandle at this point. There's only a little bit of it left in southern Baldwin County, and of course going up towards Escambia County, Alabama. Look, there's the southern end of this down around Perdido Key, head over towards Ono Island, right at Inverarity Point, all through here, getting some very heavy rain as that passes through back towards Wolf Bay. But that's the back end of it. Once you get past Wolf Bay, back over towards Foley, you can see how that rain really starts to wrap up. Even Gulf Shores, things are beginning to calm down a bit now as the worst of it is pulled off to the east over into Orange Beach. So things are improving here across southern Baldwin County. Back over into Pensacola now, heavy rain is entering downtown Pensacola. We're still seeing some bowing segments out in the front edge of this, showing us these thunderstorm winds are still extremely strong. We got some inbound notches here. We're going to watch these notches wherever we get those. That's where things tend to spin up. So we'll keep an eye on things. But right now for Pensacola, you're under no tornado warning, but you are under a severe thunderstorm warning. And these severe thunderstorms are producing winds of 70 miles an hour or so at the leading edge here. So that's been a concern here all night long. Heavy rain up around Milton. The circulation will be keeping an eye on right about where you're seeing those bright purple returns there on the radar. That's also where we've been seeing some hail as well. Ping pong ball sized hail reported here early this evening, and wind gusts now out at Pensacola Regional over 50 knots, which would be about 55 to almost 60 miles an hour. So yeah, those are the strong winds on the front edge of this. Pea-sized hail also being reported along the Highway 90 bridge there between Pensacola and Pace. There's the hail right there showing up once again. So this is the first big hail producer we've had now. We've had a lot of different issues going on with these storms tonight, but they haven't been big hail producers. This storm has decided to get in on that, and hail here now across a good bit of Pensacola, decent sized hail falling, the kind of hail that you're going to hear on your roof as it continues to work its way here onto the east. Of course, the bigger concern though is it's still producing a tornado. It's quite possible. Oh, look, you can see the warning box is cut back, and actually we have a new one now here for the southern end of this. So we got, oh, there we go. So we got two areas of circulation. Here's Avalon Beach, and look at this, showing up very well here. Santa Cruz Boulevard, San Miguel Street, there's the community of Harp, San Juan Street, that's I-10 going back over towards 281. So if you live along 281, you need to be taking shelter right now. So now we're seeing Santa Rosa County really getting some of the worst of it, okay? At two areas of possible circulation. This is the newest one. This is the one that is down here along I-10. Jennifer, have you got the latest on this one, the time, the expiration time, and what we're looking at here with this newest warning?
Here you go. You can go ahead and pull both of those up. So that one that's for Okaloosa and Santa Rosa County, so just near Avalon Beach, that one is in effect until 1:30, and then the one that's just to the north of it for Allentown, that one's going to be until 1:15. The National Weather Service just updating this too, saying rapidly intensifying rotation along I-10 near the Escambia Bay Bridge, moving into Avalon. Tornado may be developing shortly, if not already. The danger storm will approach Baghdad and Milton in the next 3 to 5 minutes. Take cover now.
Yeah, something worth mentioning on here is with this other circulation, I was saying that it was going to go north of Milton, so Milton proper wasn't going to be impacted by it, but this one very well. Milton's right here, downtown Milton, and then this storm is right here, Avalon Beach, going off to the north and east up 281. So, yeah, so if you're in Santa Rosa County right now, you need to be taking shelter because we've got multiple issues here and some very strong storms, possible tornadoes. Once again, maybe kind of see Country Lane, Harp. Yeah, back out just a little. There we go. Highway 281 going up to Highway 90. So this is going to go right on through. And once again, we're talking residential areas here in Santa Rosa County. You know, there's a lot of folks that live here and commute into Pensacola, so we got a lot of residential areas here as we head up towards Milton as well. So this is an area we need folks to, you know, once again, I know, you know, it's 12:45 at night, so I know you're taking shelter, so to speak, in your house, but you want to make sure to get away from windows, get into that interior room. Let this thing pass by. It won't take long. It's moving along at a good clip. These have all been moving anywhere between 40 and 50 miles per hour at night. So they move along. You won't have to stay in that closet for too long or that interior bathroom or such. Just let this thing get by. It won't take very long. But once again, we're dealing with another significant circulation. This one just popped up out over Escambia Bay, over near the I-10 bridge, and then quickly spun on up. And then this one's continuing to work its way off to the northeast. There's Highway 281. Here's where it hits Pace. Milton is right here, Baghdad here just south of Milton. And this is going to look like it's going to work its way basically right on up through that area. So once again, heavy residential area. A lot of folks live here. And we're seeing, once again, another circulation area of circulation, possible tornado work its way on through. I don't know if we can go ahead and check debris. Once again, I think we're not going to see a whole lot here because it's got a lot of noise out at this edge of it. It's just kind of getting to the edge of the radar's ability to see here. And there may be, it's a pretty big blue dots here. That's concerning. We'll have to kind of keep an eye on it. That's possible we could be seeing a little bit here. It's just hard to tell with so much noise showing up in this image, but it's very possible. So we'll keep an eye on this for you as well. Main thing is the velocity, which is showing circulation in the atmosphere, showing up pretty clearly right there with that storm. So we got this tornado warning right there. This is going to go until 1:30. By 1:30, this much will have changed. So we've seen this a number of times throughout the night. They spin up very fast, spin right back down, Likely we'll see that eventually with this one, but for now it is there and it's showing up very strongly over Santa Cruz Boulevard, Highway 281 right there. I-10 tracks across right through here, across the northern part of Garcon Point, and then Highway 281 and Galt City, Baghdad over here. Then we got Milton just off the top here as well. And these are all areas we need folks taking shelter. So if you're in Milton, I know I mentioned a little while ago that first area that we're keeping an eye on, that in Milton proper, it was going to go north of there. This one, though, looks like it could go right on through. So it's going to be very close for you in Milton. You need to be taking shelter right now. Once again, it's Santa Rosa County. Seeing the bad weather at the moment, the worst of the weather, I should say. Got 2 tornado warnings here across Santa Rosa County. This southern one does track a little bit into Okaloosa County. That's a long ways till it gets there, though, because once again, this is still over here around Avalon Beach. It's going to take some time to work its way here across the county at about 40, 45 miles per hour. That's the speed most of these have gone tonight, embedded within this line of thunderstorms. It's heavy thunderstorm action that continues here, coming up towards almost 12:50 in the morning. Here it is. There's Pensacola, Milton, Allentown, getting heavy rain. And you kind of notice here in this line, this is the one that's been producing the possible tornadoes here in the last half hour to an hour. It's kind of its own cell. Looks like it's to separate itself kind of from the main line, and we're seeing this one being the strongest cell within the line here at this point, producing 1, possibly 2 tornadoes here, one at the north end, one at the south end. So that is a powerful storm sitting right on top of Milton right now. You're getting some very heavy rain. The area of circulation is not on top of you yet in Milton, but it could be soon. And then the lightning, it is just lit up around Pace, around Milton. Tons of lightning here now in Santa Rosa County. Beginning not to see quite as many across Escambia County, but still have some here, especially as you go back towards Inner Point and over towards Perdido Key. All right, here we are back on the velocity image showing the circulation. And gone past Harp. Now it's pulling away from Avalon Beach, and it's moving up just to the north of I-10 here. And there's Baghdad showing up here, and it looks like it's going to go right on through there, right on through Baghdad, Highway 191. So once again, this is the area of most concern, right through the central part of Santa Rosa County. Here along I-10, there's I-10. Here's 191 that goes up towards Baghdad. A lot of folks, you get off the interstate there to head up to Milton, and we have an area of circulation right there. So big picture here, we're talking about heavy rain continuing for a while. It's in Santa Rosa County. We got one more county, Okaloosa County. Then after that, it moves out of the FOX10 viewer area. So not a whole lot not much left of this time-wise, but still obviously dealing with the possibility of severe weather here as we continue up to 1 in the morning. A lot of times these systems, you get to the middle hours of the night and they're weakening, they're falling apart, they've lost the heating of the day. There's just not as much instability in the atmosphere. And we were talking about from the get-go with this one had a different setup. There just was a lot of energy left out ahead of the system here, and the system has come in and it's been able to use that and continue to be powerful even into the wee hours of the morning, still giving us warnings here as it marches eastward, coming up to 12:50 in the morning. So this one still continues to have a lot of heavy rain, the lightning, and the possibility of tornadoes here as it continues to work its way east. That's what we got going on the radar. Let's check out some of the reports here now with Jennifer here as we go into the early morning hours.
Yeah, Matt, so just keeping a close eye on something that we have. It's a really cool tool. It's called National Weather Service Chat, and it's how we can speak to other meteorologists and also the National Weather Service. So just keeping a close eye on any damage reports that we have there. The first one I have is in Walker Springs in Clark County. There was wind damage and 2 homes were reported to have damage on Allen Walker Road. Also, additional reports, mainly just a lot of that hail that we've been focusing on here on the Panhandle. We had pea-size hail near Woodbine and Highway 90, also along the Highway 90 bridges between Escambia and Santa Rosa. Also, we had nickel and dime-sized hail near the intersection of Berry Hill and also West Spencer Field roads in Pace, Florida. Additionally, we've also had that marble-sized hail in Gonzales, Florida, near the intersections of Kingsfield Road and also Highway 29. So now we've kind of turned our focus from being that damage that's more to the power lines and the trees, also some home damage as well. A lot of this mainly just turning into hail within this storm, but do keep in mind that that wind is still something that we're keeping a close eye on. We've been getting gusts around 55 miles per hour, even though sustained winds just around 35 miles per hour in many areas that haven't yet seen this line move through. Once you do see that line move through, though, rapidly improving conditions. I mean, if you just take a look at Mobile, Baldwin counties, things are quiet right now, unless you're in that very southern portion of Baldwin County. Gulf Shore still starting to see some of that action along with Orange Beach. However, Mobile County looking great. You're still just starting to see some of those showers behind it, along with our Mississippi counties, Washington County, Clark County as well. But the Eastern Shore, even Foley, clear right now, not even seeing any of that rain out there. Rapidly improving behind it, but we're still just keeping a close eye on it. Also just getting some reports too, numerous reports of hail in the Pace community. A lot of photos and videos being posted online, so do keep that in mind as well, that we are seeing some hail out there. Make sure you're being safe, make sure you're going inside in case you do have any of that. Keep yourself safe. I'll go ahead and check on our hail scopes too to see if we're still tracking any of that. Improving, but still there, mainly just moving through the Milton community at this time, so could possibly see some more of that hail still falling, especially in areas where we're actively tracking this tornado warning as well. So Avalon Beach still picking up on some of that. This one reading in just under an inch in diameter of that estimated hail size if it is reaching the ground. I want to go ahead and just give an update again that at this time, 2 active tornado warnings. This one to the north near Allentown expires at 1:15. The one just below it, oh, here you go. This one even being updated, shaved off just a little bit. So good news for the Pace community. You have been shaved out of that. Also areas just near Chumuckla Highway have been shaved out of that as well. So they have updated that tornado warning still for Santa Rosa County. And this one is in effect still until 1:15. So they did not push that time back. Still 1:15, but that main thunderstorm right now is located 5 miles north of Point Baker or 8 miles north of Milton, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. Extremely fast moving storms that we've been seeing for today. So starting to see a lot of these approach closer just towards Okaloosa County, heading further on into this evening. But also that southern area of this tornado warning in effect until 1:30. Looking at the rotation area, let's see, that was near Avalon Beach. Had to back it up just a little bit to kind of find where it is. The good news at this time, Matt, I don't think it's looking as impressive once it's approaching just past Baghdad at this time. Also that one further up towards the north too, approaching closer towards Allentown, still looking pretty broad. But we'll continue to track these here on Fox 10 News throughout the way. This one near Allentown, mainly just crossing over Spring Hill Road and also Highway 87. And then that one just near Baghdad, mainly to the eastern portion of it, approaching closer towards East Milton Road, also just near I-10. And the crossroad for that's going to be 87. So 2 different areas of rotation, 2 different tornado warnings. But everyone that's on the west side of these, you are in the clear. Again, I do want to reiterate that. You can go to bed. Everything's quiet. We're still going to be seeing some of those rain showers just left behind, possibly still even hearing some of those rumbles of thunder. But everyone in Okaloosa County, just make sure that you are paying attention, keeping a close eye on this. And if you do start to doze off, just have a way that you can wake up. Matt.
All right, thank you very much, Jennifer. Yeah, so the action, the worst part of the storm's now in Santa Rosa County. Won't be too long before it's over into Okaloosa County. There's new scan coming in, and it's still showing some possible circulation in and around Milton and Baghdad. It's not as easy to pick out as it was just a little while ago, but that's not surprising with the way these things have evolved all day long, going here into the evening. They continue to spin up and spin back down, but still some very strong winds. I'm sure we're getting some very high readings in here with some strong wind gusts. Now that it's moving off so far to the east, we may have to switch up the radar sites too and start checking in from the Eglin radar site to see what it looks like here, because we're getting over closer to the Panhandle here. And I know Jennifer will get on that in a minute, try to move things over towards the east. We're getting to the far eastern part of the viewing area here in Santa Rosa County, and now going over towards Okaloosa County as well. Here's the velocity imagery, still showing it a little bit right here. There's still some circulation here. I know it gets a little harder to pick out, but it's still there. So we're continuing to see this thing race itself off to the east. Now, if it's here, that's good news for Milton, and that has passed by, but now it's working its way down East Milton Road. But once again, right through here, there might be multiple. There's that other one up around Allentown. And so really just what happens here along this leading edge is you get multiple areas where there's some possible circulations here. So this is a whole area. If anybody in their central Santa Rosa County, you need to be taking shelter anyway. Let this thing get on by. It won't be around too much longer. You'll be done with it. And then things will improve fairly quickly once it moves on by. We've seen that across a good bit of our area right now, where we're seeing stuff being caused. Oh, all right. So we're getting another report too on the I-10 bridge there in Escambia County. A semi crash of a semi there on the eastbound lanes, as a semi, it looks like it was turned over by the wind, and they're looking at a partial closure there. So once again, that's the I-10 bridge over the bay here, you know, the big span right there, the eastbound. So that's the side you're coming from Pensacola, you're headed over towards Milton, Pace, or Garcon Point. The eastbound lanes closed now because of a partial closure, I should say, due to that. So that's something to watch out for right now. Obviously, you don't want to be driving around anyway, but this happens to those semis because they just have to go, and they run into this weather, and there they go. We've got a semi wreck there on the bridge. All right, so back to the two warnings. We got the one up here around Allentown. We got the one that's actually now, they're likely to trim this one back soon too, because I think it's now east of Milton. So we've got these two red boxes, but I think this one's going to be east of Milton now, and it's mostly north of I-10. Of course, once you get south of I-10 past Broxton here, you get into the Air Force Base, so you're not seeing, you don't have people living out here for the most part. This is just base area here. All right, so once again, two warnings. We've been following these circulations for quite a while. In fact, the one that's up here on the north side of Santa Rosa County, that was the one that was originally the spin up over the middle of Mobile Bay. So that we've been tracking that one for a while, off and on, as it continues to create circulations. And Jennifer's bringing us back into the front edge of this. The front edge is where we've been seeing the spin ups here, the vortexes coming in and turning into tornadoes or possible tornadoes. And right now, I think it's this one right here is the main one. Yep, there it is. It's east of Milton. It's east of Milton. So it's passed on by through Milton. So Milton, the worst of this is now past you, so that's good news for you. But still in Santa Rosa County there, north of Highway 90, north of I-10, around Jeff Eights Road, Zion Road. Jennifer's trying to zoom in to get some more of the roads up. East Milton Road, Edith Lane, Cabin Lane. Now out ahead of this, going back towards, this is where the Blackwater River is at out there. That travels down through here near Deaton Bridge Road, Indian Ford, boat ramp. So this is out towards the Blackwater River area there. A lot of folks, you might go tubing out there in the summertime. That is where we're seeing this at right now, with the spin in the atmosphere right through there. Once again, this is the strongest storm. All right, so also had a spotter calling about structural debris on Avalon Boulevard in Milton. So we're getting some reports of possible damage in and around Milton. We're getting wind gusts of 58 miles per hour reported at the airport there in Pensacola, which that jives right with what I've been telling you with that leading edge here, that you're going to get winds possibly up to about 70 miles per hour. It's actually not as strong as it was earlier, back when it was over Baldwin County coming in off the bay in Mobile County, where we had wind gusts probably of around 80 miles per hour on the front edge of that, but still pretty significant, can do a lot of damage. We're still getting some high radar reflectivity returns here where that circulation is at, so probably seeing some hail continuing there as well. This is the first one that's really been a hail producer here. I went from Escambia into Santa Rosa County. Haven't had a whole lot of hail producers tonight. This has been the most significant one that we've seen here this evening. Pensacola, you're still getting heavy rain going over 3 Mile Bridge down towards Gulf Breeze. That's continuing on towards Garcon Point, and not quite to Navarre yet, but you're going to get into it soon as well. In Navarre, you're about to see some of the light rain. Heavy rain is still going to be tracking down Highway 98 towards you here in the next 10 to 15 minutes if you're in Navarre. So now we're pretty much working our way through the Panhandle. I think we're almost done across into Baldwin County. Just a little bit of rain left over around Gulf Shores along Beach Boulevard here, and this is working its way east. You can see Foley, the rain's just about wrapped up. Seminole, you're about done. Loxley, Daphne, Fairhope, all you're getting are some light sprinkles at this point. Same deal across Mobile County, just some light rain here and there. Same deal in northern Baldwin County. And the main line now over into Escambia County, going into Santa Rosa County, back towards Gulf Breeze, and back up towards Milton, obviously. It's about to get into Okaloosa County. You're getting a little bit of it right now, but the heavier stuff is going to move in here shortly across Okaloosa. So, got just a little bit left, guys. Just a little bit left. We're going to get through this here, hopefully the next hour or so. Get this out of our viewing area, and everybody can get some sleep. Let this thing everything wind down. Here's once again showing up really good here now. That's Indian Ford. Once again, we're over the Blackwater River, Deaton Bridge Road, Bob Pitts Road. This is Santa Rosa County, north of I-10, north of Highway 90, showing some strong velocity imagery here. So a lot of spin going right through there. So this is the biggest area of concern right now. There's some other minor areas of circulation here along the front edge of this, but it's that one there that shows the most possibilities here of circulation and spin. And so if you're in Crestview, you need to be watching this very closely, because this is tracking here just up North Highway 90 towards the west side of Crestview. It'll take a while to get there, though, so we got plenty of time to continue to watch this. As once again, this one's spun up pretty quickly over Avalon Beach. Tracked through Milton, possible damage. We're getting some ham operator reports of some possible damage in Milton, and this is continuing here off to the north and east. There's Munson. I think this part of it will stay south of you, but there's still going to be some strong thunderstorm wind gusts here going right on through here towards Munson next few minutes. This will continue to track over along Highway 90. There's Floridale, Gallivers just up the road here, Kelly's Mill, Bryant Bridge Road. This is obviously a strong circulation here on the radar, continuing to show up and move here off to the north and east. Well, Jennifer, are we getting any more reports of any other damage? It's the NWS National Weather Service chat seems to be posting a lot of different things from things we've been hearing.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Matt. So some of the updates that we've been given is that they are eyeing numerous circulations, which you had just pointed out, that you just move down the line. You can start to see little areas of rotations, little areas of some of that inflow, but also along that line from eastern Conecuh County, southwestern into eastern Escambia County, Alabama, these storms would be capable of enhancing straight line winds. Oh, we got another tornado warning just issued. We'll go ahead and update that one. There you go. This one is going to be including Crestview, and you can see some of that, mainly including also Kelly's Mill, Galliver, Milligan, Auburn, also included in this tornado warning, Campton, Cannontown. Once we see that area of rotation, they were mentioning that they're keeping an eye on it. It is that area of rotation that we were keeping an eye on just near Floridale. They just updated that tornado warning box to be a bit further towards the north. So they say take cover immediately if you're in the towns of Harold and Floridale. Also, if you're driving along I-10 in eastern Santa Rosa into western Okaloosa County, it is advised you exit the interstate and take shelter in a sturdy building. So if you know anyone traveling in this area at this time, go ahead and give them a heads up if they do travel on I-10. Very dangerous situations. And just a reminder that there is that closure on the Escambia County Bay Bridge on I-10 eastbound due to that semi-truck being blown over. We're keeping a close eye on this area of rotation. trying to get it here. We're in between two different radar sites, having to go between Mobile, and also we're having to go through Eglin as well. I'll go back to that Mobile one just to see what it's looking like. Can still pick it up just a little bit. You can start to see that green and also that white just between Indian Ford and also Floridale, passing over Bob Pitts Road, also Deaton Bridge Road, just approaching closer towards Bryant Ridge Road. So pretty broad area of rotation, but keeping a close eye on it as it is crossing into Okaloosa County. Again, Crestview, you are now included in this tornado warning. And this warning is in effect until 1:45 a.m. That severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 7 miles east of Rowville or 10 miles east of Milton, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. So still a very fast moving system. Pretty broad with that rotation, so many areas are going to be included in this warning. That's also why that polygon box was so large. But anyone in the Morning Mist Road area, it does need to be on high alert, especially as this does approach closer towards Kelly's Mill. I'll go ahead and pull up where that tornado warning box is. Most of Santa Rosa County and Okaloosa County are currently under those tornado warnings. Many areas of rotation, even if you aren't seeing areas of rotation or possible tornadoes, still keeping just a close eye on some of those straight line winds as well. Really a lot of this starting to move through, probably hearing it, probably seeing a lot of that heavy rain, hearing a lot of that thunder and lightning. Even just pulling up that lightning, you can start to see still pretty active with this storm. But that velocity scan really just starting to show where some of that rotation is for multiple of these areas. Also, I do want to reiterate that nothing right now is confirmed. This is all just possible tornado warnings, areas of rotation, things that we're keeping a close eye on. Nothing confirmed, but still want to go ahead and get into your safe space. Go ahead, keep a close eye on the forecast. And also just a reminder that we are live streaming on our Facebook pages. So in case you need to go into your safe space and can't bring something like your TV with you, or you can't turn it up all the way, just a reminder that we are streaming there. That way you can go ahead and find us, Fox 10 News app as well, and also our YouTube channel. As for damage reports, haven't received any updates yet. Mainly just keeping a close eye on most of these tornado warnings as they are in effect for Okaloosa and Santa Rosa counties. Again, pretty fast moving storms, 45 mile per hour for that forward speed. Also wind gusts just ahead of this as well. And still just switching between some of those radar sites, especially this Mobile one, just showing how broad that rotation is, as it is just traveling near Floridale, mainly on the north side of it, so also north of I-10. Still dangerous driving conditions. If you know anyone heading out anytime soon, probably advise them just to hang out, don't head out just yet. But as this does track further towards the northeast, that's also why Cannontown is included in this, especially closer towards 189 and also Florida County Highway 4. That does include Beaver Creek as well, Mill Creek Drive, and also Kelly's Mill. A couple of roads here just ahead of this: Environmental Center Road, Norman Riley Road, Penny Creek Road, also Norman Riley Road, just ahead of this area of rotation. Also just an update from the National Weather Service. Intense rotation with likely tornado is moving through Floridale now and will be heading northeast rapidly. This may produce a strong tornado and impact Kelly's Mill to Baker, Florida. Take cover immediately, as this is a potentially very dangerous storm. So really important wording there. Again, anyone in this area, take shelter now. Nothing to take lightly. Even though it isn't a confirmed tornado at this time, National Weather Service really emphasizing that could change at any moment. This could turn into a confirmed tornado. Also keeping a close eye just on that debris as well. We've had a couple of issues just trying to pick some of that up. Not seeing anything at this time, but could change at any point. But here is an updated look at all of those tornado warnings that we do have. Allentown, Crestview, Milton still included in most of these. But as for those areas of rotation, mainly just keeping a close eye on the Floridale area, approaching closer towards Kelly's Mill. Now, I do know that we have team coverage here. Just a reminder, we do have meteorologist Matt Barentine and also Chief Meteorologist Jason Smith, just all covering this together, keeping you updated here on Fox 10 News. And we will also have meteorologist Michael White joining us soon. But I want to go ahead and bring in Chief Meteorologist Jason Smith now for just a quick update on it. Jason.
Well, let's look at it right now. Yeah, I don't really like the way that one looks. You've got my mic on right now. It should be, yeah, okay, good deal. We want to make sure we had that covered. Just put some fresh batteries in it. We did about the best we could to run the other ones down to 0 with the last 4 hours of coverage. This here around the Floridale area is of definite concern. This is a situation where we likely have a tornado going on. The velocity is very, very strong, showing that there is the signature of a tornado. And this is going to keep going possibly as late as 2 or 2:30 a.m. until we get this line all the way through the area. This is around Bob Pitts Road, and it's going to be really close to areas just north of Highway 90 near the Floridale area. That black line right there is the division between Okaloosa County and Santa Rosa County, and this is going to be tracking really close to Kelly's Mill. In fact, you're in line for this right now, so you're seeking shelter anywhere around Kelly's Mill. It is pulling away from Deaton Bridge Road. It looks like that is an Indian Ford Road. It looks like that rotation area is advancing, and it's going to be moving here off towards the northeast here as it's tracking out of Santa Rosa County and into Okaloosa County, and it's moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. And this is a considerable warning tag now, so what we've got here is likely a tornado on the ground. It's a little outside the edge of the ability to see it on our debris scope, but this here is likely occurring, and we are seeing there around the Bob Pitts Road area as well as Floridale and Indian Ford Road the potential of a tornado. It's tracking towards Kelly's Mill next, and then north of Gallagher as we get up towards the north on State Road 4, State Highway 4, we've got this thing tracking your way. All right, so we just got a new volume scan coming in, and again, it looks like this rotation is very well defined right there near Floridale, north of here. And here's some of the smaller streets as we zoom in. Bryant Bridge Road, we've got Norman Riley Road, Bud Bass Road, Kelly's Mill Road. As we get towards the north, Penny Creek Road, Tommy Island Road. We've got the Poplarhead Church Road area. All this is going to be included, and even eventually off towards 189 and 4 once it gets over toward Bob Brooks Road and Steel Road as areas that may be potentially impacted by a tornado. And this has that considerable tag, meaning it is likely occurring and on the ground. We've got a tornado coming across right now in far eastern Santa Rosa County near Floridale and about to move into Okaloosa County. And this is the event that just won't go away. And really, you know, we expected that would be the case for the Gulf Coast region, that this is going to be a threat for our entire area. It would start out over the western side of the air around 8 o'clock, and it could be as late as, say, 2 or 3 a.m. before we get this thing out of here to the east, and that has unfortunately materialized. And the atmospheric conditions here ahead of this line, even across the panhandle, have been showing that it's likely going to be producing potential tornadoes all the way across the entire area. It really is still very much in that level 4 moderate risk for severe weather. So active weather here across the Gulf Coast tonight, one of the more pronounced severe weather threats we've seen in quite a while. And here is that tornado warned area right now near Floridale. I-10 and Highway 90, this is going to be just north of I-10 and Highway 90, and I know we had some trouble with some of these rotation areas coming across the interstate with some accidents and that kind of thing and some delays. This is now north of 10. It looks like it's going to gain enough latitude to keep it away from I-10 and Highway 90. And if you're in Crestview, you're probably concerned because this is going to track close, but it looks like it may end up a little north of town based on that particular rotation area that we're watching. What we will see in Crestview, though, on the southern end of it down here around Holt, is this bow signature that's going on. And this is right here where we had damage from a tornado about a week or two ago with that Holt, Florida tornado. And now here comes the potential of some thunderstorms with damaging winds coming through. We also have had some larger hail with this one in comparison to what we've had with some of the other storms that have come through tonight, the potential for large hail. So we've been watching out for that as well. Real high reflectivity showing up and certain flanks and corridors of this particular severe thunderstorm. And so there's the possibility of a hail core followed by the possibility of seeing a tornadic portion of the storm. So here we are. This is the Florida Panhandle now with the threat of severe weather. A lot of areas have been dropped out of the tornado watch, especially for Mobile County back on off towards the west, and Baldwin County has now been excluded from the tornado watch. So we're really in the all clear. Monroe, Clark, Washington, Mobile, Baldwin, Greene, George, and Jackson counties. You get across the Panhandle, we're still under the tornado watch for a little while longer for places like Escambia County. And then here's where the main threat is now. It's a severe thunderstorm warning for Escambia County, Alabama, and far eastern Conecuh County, and then the severe thunderstorm warning continues all the way down to the coast, but it's upgraded to a tornado warning for 2 cells, the Floridel cell, and then also this one here further to the south that will continue coming off to the south of Milton, and that one a little bit further south in Santa Rosa County. This is the more prominent of the two. Looking to the south down here, hard to pick out any distinct rotation there. So this is the dominant rotation area in Kelly's Mill, Florida. And Log Lake Road in Holt was where we saw some damage here recently from a tornado. This is going to be on the north end of that and pulling away from Bryant Bridge Road. We've got State Road, State Highway 4 and 189, and this is going to go for the intersection of 4 and 4A and 189. It's going to come real close to Kelly's Mill and also real close to Cannontown. And we've got Poplarhead Church Road here as it works its way up towards Bob Brooks Road, Tommy Island Road, and Steel Road, all areas now in Okaloosa County that could be impacted by a tornado coming through here just about 17 minutes after 1 o'clock this morning, and that warning is going to stay in effect for quite a while longer, especially with that considerable tag on it and seeing rotation that's this prominent on our Doppler radar. So what are we looking at here? This is a little different, and this is our velocity product, and we can see the signature of a tornado on that. We can tell where the wind and the rain, the rain itself, the particles are either going towards or away from the radar in a very tight area, and we see that gate to gate shear. That's the indication of a tornado. This is tracking towards 189, tracking towards State Road 4, and it's going to be a close call for Crestview. I think the north side of town is going to have to watch out for this one. It is now showing signs of wanting to be north of Highway 90 and continuing to work over the interior sections of Kelly's Mill. Let's go to reflectivity. I want to give you an overview of where this thing is in relation to Mobile County. We've got some light leftover showers in Mobile County and in Baldwin County, looking better here. Pensacola, you've seen the worst of it pretty much come through town. It's over the 3 Mile Bridge right now. Terrible down into Gulf Breeze, Pensacola Beach. But then you get here over into Santa Rosa County and you're in that leading edge, and this is what we're watching, that leading edge. We just need about another 45 minutes to an hour, and most of this is going to be pretty much to the east of the forecast area, and we'll start to see the tornado threat lower, but we're nowhere near that point right now. It looks like that we just got an update on this Kelly's Mill tornado or potential thereof, and this is broadened a little, and so we could see this thing cycle and re-strengthen and get another tornado warning soon. So you definitely want to plan accordingly, but we saw the rotation area broaden out a little bit. We still have the bowing out of the segment, though, which would be prompting the severe thunderstorm warning for Okaloosa County. And, of course, the tornado warning is going to remain, but just the overall presentation of it on radar not as well defined as what we saw earlier. So we're starting to see some subtle improvements. They may be temporary. That was the case across most of the area tonight. You would get the tornado warning. It looked like it was about to expire. The situation as far as the velocity and the rotation not as prominent, and then there you go. 10 minutes later the thing cycles and we start to see the rotation pop up in a new area or strengthen once again, and a tornado's back on the ground. But right now it does look like a lower probability of a tornado in the Kelly's Mill area as we're getting closer to County Road 4. And I'm sending over to meteorologist Jennifer Lambers for her take on all of this. She's been watching out for any damage reports across the area, as well as tracking the severe weather here on Fox 10 News late tonight, early this morning.
Yeah, exactly. Early this morning, now that we are getting past 1 a.m. time, now 1:20, still keeping a close eye on this tornado warning that is in effect again. That is going to be in effect until 1:45 a.m. That one is still moving pretty fast at 35 miles per hour. But as for those damage reports, haven't really been getting much at this time. However, there was structural debris reported along Avalon Boulevard near the Old Moors Golf Course. That was time estimated around 12:42 in Baghdad in Santa Rosa County. That's also where we were tracking that earlier tornado warning. So also just keeping a close eye on that. So we did get one of those just near Old Moors Golf Course. Some structural damage reported along Avalon Boulevard. No other damage reports that I've been seeing. Just updates on this rotation that we're keeping a close eye on, but also just a reminder too that the wind gust is still something that is a main concern out there as we're seeing these lines of storms move through. Also, we're starting to get a little bit updates with that velocity scan behind me. Still looking a little bit more broad with each scan that we get, but anyone in Crestview, even if you are concerned about the tornado warning, also you're about to start to see some of these straight line wind gusts as well. Just got an update on that tornado warning. They did go ahead and cancel one of them for Santa Rosa County, so that one has been canceled in Santa Rosa. However, they did continue that one for Okaloosa County until 1:45. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 5 miles southwest of Baker or 11 miles west of Crestview, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. So even seeing a little bit of slower movement with this. But again, Santa Rosa County, that one tornado warning has been canceled. I believe that was going to be that northern one just near Allentown and Munson, but still starting to see just some of those continuing, especially that one just continuing closer towards Crestview. This is going to be that big area of rotation that we are continuing to keep a close eye on. Looking a little bit broader at this time, but mainly approaching closer towards Cannontown, also crossing over 189 County Road 4A. Also, if you're near Bush Road or Jack Stokes Road, Homestead Drive, Dairy Road, Melton Road. Just trying to get a better view of that street level there. Griffith Mill Road, those are all going to be areas just ahead of this area of rotation. Again, National Weather Service did bump that up to considerable. However, they are starting to see that rotation look less impressive, look a little bit more broad. Those colors getting less bright, less tight on the radar. And so because of that, they're still continuing the tornado warning. However, they have taken off that considerable tag with it, mainly just keeping a close eye on a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. But all areas just near Baker and also Silver Springs still remain on high alert in case this does start to just get a little bit better and start to tighten up once again. Also, they did expire that tornado warning for Okaloosa and Santa Rosa County. So another one of those tornado warnings has been canceled. I believe at this time we're only keeping a close eye on that one in northern Okaloosa County, just north of Crestview, just with that area of rotation. I'm going to start to see some of those possibly shave off of our alert map here, just a little bit of a delay there. That way we can get that update. But again, as a reminder, if you're in Escambia County, you are in the all clear of this line of storms. If you're in Mobile, Baldwin, a lot of areas starting to see the clearing conditions, just a couple of showers left behind, so you might still be hearing some of that rain, but really starting to see improvements behind it. Do be careful if you have to head out anytime soon. Getting a lot of damage reports on roadways of trees down, just some debris in the road, also lane closures too. I-10 eastbound just near that Escambia Bay Bridge, that's still closed due to a semi-truck. Also, in case you are traveling on DIP near Dog River, all lanes closed at Dog River Bridge due to flooding. Also, the causeway closed at this time due to flooding. So it's going to be Bayway travel only in case you are traveling in between the Eastern Shore and also in case you are being traveled near downtown. Just got an update from the National Weather Service. Tornado damage being reported in the Avalon area by Santa Rosa County. Again, now this is just a report, nothing confirmed at this time with that. So mainly just start getting a damage report with trees and power lines down with damage to at least one home. Also getting another, this one is just going to be near Camden. So this one's Wilcox County, so outside our viewing area. But trees and power lines down with several reports of roofs damage in and around the Camden area as well, in case you know anyone living in that area. So just continuing to keep an eye on this. Be careful in case you have to head out. Hopefully you don't. just approaching closer towards 1:30 a.m. But if you do have an overnight job, be very careful on the roads, as we are starting to see some flooding out there, mainly on the causeway, Dog River Bridge Road, but also starting to see some of that damage report as well. No updates here on the alert map from that tornado warning, but we'll continue to keep you updated and also keep a close eye on this area of rotation. Jason.
Yeah, so we're going to keep an eye on all this throughout the evening hours here on Fox 10 News and into the early morning hours as we're updating you. And just to point out, it may not have dropped up on our map, but that southern warning is going to be taken off. So this is the one that we're watching right here, and the warning we had effect for the southern parts of Santa Rosa and Okaloosa County has been allowed to expire. So this is our one tornado warning, and the rotation area is really fairly broad with that. It should stay in effect for about the next 20 minutes if the weather service holds on to it. It may do that because we've got that Boeing segment, and we've been seeing the tendency to see these tornadoes pop up on the northern end of those Boeing segments here, and we've got it crossing 4 now and 4A and up towards Cannontown, and we're obviously going to get the potential of thunderstorm winds as the Boeing segment is coming through Crestview here with some very gusty winds, Old Bethel Road and Crestview, and we're getting this line. It's making progress on off to the east, but it has been problematic with that report of damage in the Avalon area in Santa Rosa County. There's going to be a lot of assessment that goes on as far as the severe weather event that we've had to deal with tonight, and when we wake up tomorrow morning, there are going to be crews out surveying lots of different areas with damage. A lot of it's going to be just tree damage from the thunderstorm winds, but there will be some tornadic damage that will be looked at and monitored. The line itself is running just like this, and we're looking at it with our velocity product, just checking it for rotation, and there's nothing that stands out as something that is an imminent threat as far as a tornado. But again, we remain under a warning for the Crestview area for a Doppler radar indicated tornado, really that was focused earlier. There may be some rotation up here around County Road 4, but this is coming through Milligan, and it's bringing very, very gusty winds. It's also bringing heavy rainfall and the potential of some large hail, and our reflectivity values have been very high with these thunderstorms as they've been coming through. You get a very, very quick shot of some heavy rain. We could have some small hail on the south side of Crestview here. This is popping in with our velocity scope tool, and that allows us to look inside the storm and see if we do indeed have the potential for some hail in the area here. And it looks like just to the south of Interstate 10, we may have a little bit of small hail going on. We had a much higher level of hail reflectivity earlier, and we had that ping pong ball size hail reported. Again, along that line, not a lot in the way of rotation, but there is still enough to keep the warning going for about the next 15 minutes or so for now what is pretty much all Okaloosa County. The only warning in our area at this point is Okaloosa County. Santa Rosa County has been allowed to expire from the tornado warning. We're not totally done with the leading edge of the line in Santa Rosa County, and this actually shows up as a Santa Rosa County warning, but I was just checking it on radar scope and it had already dropped off. We got the report that it would be dropped off, so may just have to expire during the time duration to get it off of our computer system here tonight. We do see some areas in orange which are under severe thunderstorm warnings. The areas in yellow are under tornado watches, but the tornado watch has been allowed to expire for Baldwin County and Mobile County and our Mississippi counties of Greene, George, and Jackson, as well as Monroe County, Clark County, and Washington County now in the all clear. There is a new severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued. It's going to cover a little portion of our area, but it's more over into Crenshaw County and Butler County as well as Covington County. So that's going to be just outside our area. And looking at it here all the way down to the beaches with severe thunderstorms. Let's switch over to our reflectivity and also look at the lightning situation out of this. The amount of lightning strikes we've seen has been amazing, and the amount of heavy rain we've seen has been extraordinary as well. And it's been that rain that really comes in sideways. It's been affecting the area. So we've got the lightning overlay here, and this is the same thing we saw in Mobile County, where we had a real high level or number of lightning strikes showing up over a small area. Earlier we had about 2,000 strikes over Mobile County showing up along the main line. This particular case in across the Florida Panhandle, about 1,000 strikes, 962 strikes within the last 15 minutes. Still quite a lot in the way of lightning going on here across the Panhandle this evening. Quite the display and the show. So what is all still potentially threatened by severe weather? Well, that would be anywhere from northern Okaloosa County pretty much to southern Okaloosa County. As we get over into Santa Rosa County, we're still looking at the leading edge coming through about Navarre Beach, and so we're not totally done with a severe threat there, but the northern half of the county has already dealt with the line and are now on the back edge of it. That would be including places like Milton and Pace, and it looks like the back edge of the storms are now trying to get past Pensacola. We're certainly done with a severe threat in Pensacola. There still could be some embedded lightning and thunder and some rumbles. There are some light showers back over Baldwin County and Mobile County right now, but that all is beginning to gradually reduce in its intensity. This is not a severe look at all back here. These are just post squall line showers that are coming through. We don't even see any lightning and thunder, so it's a lot less convective there. And ultimately, the drier air is going to win out. Tomorrow's actually going to be a pretty day. I don't expect to see problems with rain much past about daybreak tomorrow morning. A couple of isolated showers could linger across the panhandle as late as 7 or 8 o'clock, but most of us are going to see a drier day with sunshine coming in later on tomorrow. We'll have some better weather ahead. Right now, the wind in Crestview could be approaching that 70-mile-per-hour range. These are the severe thunderstorm segments that we've seen with the Boeing structures that a lot of the area has shown that has had to deal with this evening, including Mobile County and Baldwin County. And Crestview right now, seeing one of those Boeing segments coming through, and then our rotation more on the northern end of that Boeing segment. That's where it's been trying to set up. It is still rather broad, but we'll have to watch it for the possibility of tornadic activity up here, now more away from Kelly's Mill and up towards Old Bethel Road and tracking towards Auburn and Campton, which are some communities here on the north side of Crestview. And that whole area is still racing across now Okaloosa County, so it's making progress to the east. It's going to take a little while longer to get the southern edge of the line totally through the forecast area and out of our hair. A lot of reports of damage this evening, and we've also seen a number of areas with tornado debris signatures showing up on radar. We've not gotten widespread reports in some of those areas where we had damage, for example, down in the Snow Road area and Schillingers Road. We're going to have a report on that tomorrow morning on Fox 10 News, and that'll be the case through the morning hours. We'll get daylight, we can get out there with crews and better assess what's going on and see where we had trees down and that kind of thing, and possible structure damages. Also in our area, something that we want to keep close eye on for our viewers out there, folks who've had the problems with dealing with severe weather tonight. So in Crestview proper right now, gusty winds up around 70 miles an hour with a severe thunderstorm. It is rotating on the northern edge of it and could produce a tornado now or at any time. The rotation area is a little more broad than it was earlier. We're running out over the eastern edge of the area, so we're able to get close enough that soon enough we'll be able to sweep some of this with the Eglin Air Force Base radar. In fact, we may already have that Eglin site up now, and that's what we're working off now. So that's going to give us a little better definition on what's going on with the Crestview situation. Okaloosa County always pops up a little bit better with that Eglin site. And that looks like we're going to stay under a tornado warning for about the next 10 to 12 minutes here for that one cell right there, Jennifer, in northern Okaloosa County. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, Jason, it looks like that they're going to be continuing this warning. So still just keeping a close eye on some of this broad rotation out there. Mainly this is north of Crestview now. So if you're in the Crestview community, you're not really any concern for this tornado warning. Tracking further towards the north, just near Clear Springs. Also continuing just to get updates that there's significant rain out there as well, starting to get quite a few rainfall amounts per hour. Also, law enforcement right now is reporting all power out in Baker, Florida. That is coming from Okaloosa County OEM. So just a reminder, too, that if you are about to start to see some of these storms, if you know someone in Baker that's texted you maybe that they lost power, just give them a quick reminder that we are live streaming on YouTube, also our Facebook page as well, in case your power does go out. In case you are in a tornado warning, you need to go to your safe space. Can't take the TV with you, can't turn it up either. We are live streaming. Also, you can comment on there as well. We are monitoring the comments, but if you have any other questions, other people can help answer those as well. But this tornado warning, again, is in effect until 1:45. Earlier, meteorologist Matt Barentine and I were tracking just some of the wind out there just to show the difference. The sustained winds amounts were well over 30 miles per hour in some areas. That's just sustained wind. That's going to be that constant wind that we're seeing. Really starting to see some calm conditions. Mobile, Baldwin counties really starting to show around 5 to 10 miles per hour. So looking a lot better. Just some calm rain as well. Also, those wind gusts were pretty high. Readings seem to be going out now, but we can still start to see Crestview and Destin just over 30 miles per hour. However, Pensacola Airport did have a 58 mile per hour wind gust reported. So that's also what was contributing to some of those damage reports. So I was reiterating this earlier, still want to emphasize it now in case you have to drive anytime soon. Do be careful. Multiple lane closures out there. DIP just near Dog River Bridge completely closed at this time due to flooding near that bridge. Also, the causeway closed at this time. Bayway is going to be the best option for you. But in case you are traveling on I-10 eastbound near Escambia County Bay Bridge, that's going to be on the Florida side. There is a partial lane closure there due to a semi-truck that was blown over, possibly due to some of those winds when we were seeing this line move through. So that's the damage on the roads. We're seeing some flooding on the roads, also tree limbs down as well. Not going to be the best driving conditions. If you can just hold out heading anywhere, going to be the best option for you. But as we do take a look at this, really, the National Weather Service emphasizing that the wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour are possible. Also, the Storm Prediction Center updating. They do these things called mesoscale updates, pretty much just small updates on areas that they're keeping a close eye on. And they did highlight the Panhandle area, saying that the threat for wind damage and isolated large hail, brief tornado cannot be ruled out, but that will continue further on into the morning. For us, luckily, we're going to start to see this threat move out within about the next hour and a half. So that's going to be the good news for us. By the time we get closer towards sunrise, really going to start to see some of those improving conditions. But going back to that velocity scan, just going to continue to keep a close eye on it. Again, north of Crestview at this time. And really starting to look a bit more on the broad side, but this is approaching closer towards Laurel Hill, starting to get out of the county that it's in. Also getting reports right now that power is out in Holt, Florida as well. That report is also from Okaloosa County Emergency Management. So multiple power outages at this time. In case you don't have power, you're not alone. A lot of areas reporting it. Just hang tight, and they will start to get crews out there once conditions are safe. Really need to see a lot of this lightning move through. It's a pretty big light show out there. Luckily, we're starting to see improving conditions with that as well. Lightning strikes dropping per the amount that we see per minute. So improving conditions can start to get some crews out there. Luckily, it is pretty calm behind it. But really, this is going to be the only tornado warning still in effect. You can start to see that that one finally did expire. Also, I did just get a report of a gust of 52 knots. That one was from Crestview at Bob Sykes. So another report of a wind gust there, just over 50 miles per hour. But at this time, this is the only tornado warning currently in place. So in case Mobile, Baldwin counties, in case you're in Escambia County, any of our Mississippi counties, inland areas, you are completely fine. You can head to bed at this time. Going to be clear and quiet conditions heading into the rest of your evening. The main severe threat is done. Mainly just keeping a close eye on Okaloosa County at this time. Even Crestview is starting to see those improving conditions, Pensacola as well. But that tornado warning only in effect until 1:45, so keeping a close eye on it. Could expire in 7 minutes, or the National Weather Service could also decide that they want to continue that. If you're in Fort Walton Beach, haven't really gotten to a lot of this yet. That is knocking right on your doorstep, along with Niceville. Also Destin still hasn't seen the heaviest of this rain. Also some of those wind gusts. Navarre seeing a lot of that heavy precipitation. Pensacola still starting to see some of that, and that's going to extend closer towards NAS Pensacola. Luckily Orange Beach starting to see some of that clearing along with Gulf Shores. So improving conditions for all of Baldwin County. We saw some of that linger just closer towards the coast, so do keep that in mind in case you are in the southern portions of the county, just near the ocean or just near the Gulf. You're going to start to see a lot of that in Gulf Breeze, Navarre, also Pensacola Beach. Some of that's going to still be lingering around. But Jason, just keeping a close eye on this scan right here for some of this velocity, and starting mainly just to look like a straight line wind gust.
Yes, we've got about another 6 minutes, 5 minutes or so. We're under a tornado warning. We'll see if it's continued. And this is going to be so far out in the far northeastern sections of the forecast area. Pretty soon it's going to be out of the area. This is up Highway 85. And you got the Yellow River running down out of Covington County and tracking to the south into this part of Florida here, and that's going to be up around State Highway 2 and State Highway 4, and this is going to be well north of Crestview, and that's your one area of concern and rotation. And then that gust front and the situation ahead of the severe thunderstorm with the gusty winds now out towards Dorcas. So this is making progress. There's Highway 2, there's the Blackman community there, and then we've got Laurel Hill here, and here comes the rotation area heading your way. Further to the south, we are going to be watching the southern edge of this too. We're not totally done with the severe threat, even though that may be about to get to a point where we're going to take a break from our wall-to-wall coverage here, as we've covered this rotation area pretty much out of the ability for viewers to be able to watch it here on Fox 10 News. Interstate 10 right now seeing the Boeing segment of the severe thunderstorm. We've also got that potential really gusty wind situation down around Niceville. We do not see anything tornadic on the southern end of this line right now, but if we do, we'll break into programming and let you know what's happening there. Fort Walton Beach and also Destin still yet to deal with the leading edge of this potential severe weather as it moves through. We did get a report in Choctaw County just now of structural damage to Choctaw High School, which is going to be pretty close to the Butler area, and so we had some damage there. There is a PDS severe thunderstorm warning for this that's going to be continued for it's Covington County, but that's not going to include our forecast area. There's going to be a PDS severe thunderstorm warning for the southern sections of Covington County once this moves to the north. That is tracking your way, and that may be updated here in about 4 minutes. So we're about 4 minutes out. We'll probably stay with it for about the next 4 minutes just to see what happens with that tornado warning for Okaloosa County, to see if it's continued. That rotation area, as Jennifer's been telling you, is a little bit broad here as it's approaching Laurel Hill. Does not mean that we won't see a tornado in Laurel Hill, but it is a lower probability now from what we've seen. And I also want to pass along that power's out in Holt, Florida. Holt, Florida was hit with a tornado earlier, about a week or so ago. Now here we go with another round knocking out power there. Into northern Okaloosa County we go here, far northeastern Okaloosa County up around Laurel Hill. One rotation area left, and that's what you need to be monitoring there if you're in the Laurel Hill area. We're just here with you late tonight on Fox 10 News. One more rotation area is still in the area that we're keeping a close eye on for you. And you can see that storm-based warning box there. This thing's just about outrun that warning box there, and we're going to find out in about 2 minutes what happens with that. We've talked about there being some flooding around the mouth of Dog River and the causeway. That is driven by wind and swell coming in from the situation ahead of the front. That's going to be over with tomorrow morning, so I expect the waters to recede, and any areas where we have closures due to coastal flooding likely not going to be the case tomorrow when you get ready to take that drive. So if you've got to go somewhere mid-morning tomorrow, I would think that if you're up this late, you're probably not getting up early. We do expect by daybreak or so to begin to see an improving situation. Sometimes it takes a little while for that coastal flooding to recede, but astronomical high tide has already occurred, and we will see lighter winds, which will stop walling that water up on the causeway and also on the Dog River area. So we're going to be out and about tomorrow with our storm crews assessing damage, looking for any potential issues from where we saw severe weather. A lot of those places where we saw those tornado debris signatures, we're going to be sending out crews to verify if those were indeed on the ground tornadoes. So we're going to be watching out for that. We also still could get some showers overnight in Mobile County and Baldwin County, but a lot of those are lightening up. Potential hail and gusty winds for places like Fort Walton Beach and Destin for about the next 30 to 45 minutes with this line, and you'll still have rain and lightning and thunder on the back edge of that. And look at that hail still coming along Interstate 10, possibly there in Okaloosa County with that hail core tracking to the east. That was way more impressive earlier with the severe thunderstorms that prompted the damage that we saw, and also some of that potential hail just off to the east of Pensacola earlier and down into southern Santa Rosa County. And here we go. We're going up on about 1:45 in the morning now, and we do not see any signs of a continuation of that tornado warning. So we're going to go back to programming at this point. If we do see any more tornado warnings, we'll be right back on with the latest information here on Fox 10 News. And for meteorologist Jennifer Lambers and meteorologist Matt Barentine, I'm Chief Meteorologist Jason Smith. We'll have more updates if necessary. In the meantime, have a safe night.